Chapter 28:11. Big Dipper Mountain. Fong Chen was deep in a paradise. The air here was gentle, and the fragrance of flowers filled the air. Lush greenery stretched as far as the eye could see. It was completely different from the Big Dipper Mountain he had seen before. What is this place? Fong Chen clearly remembered that he had broken the array and entered the pitch-black door. But now, he had appeared in such a place. It was really inconceivable. Save me! Suddenly, a hoarse voice could be heard coming from the distance. Fong Chen frowned and released his spiritual sense. It rolled and spread out, instantly covering the entire place. He found a rusty iron cage in a corner not far away. There were several people locked inside. Whoosh! Fong Chen stepped forward and arrived in front of the rusty iron cage. This is stellar divine flame iron? Fong Chen was surprised. A cage was made of a heaven-defying material like stellar divine flame iron. Wasn't this too extravagant? Of course, what really surprised Fong Chen was that there were 4 people in the cage. 3 of them had already lost their vitality, and the last one was only skin and bones, dying. His lips were cracked and his hair was disheveled. He was in a sorry state. He leaned against the cage and struggled to open his eyes. He tried several times to reach out his hand, but he had no strength. "Young Master Wang?" Fong Chen asked. The latter's eyes flickered and he nodded with difficulty. "What happened to you back then? Why are you trapped here?" Fong Chen hurriedly asked. Perhaps he could get some useful information from the Wang family's young master. The Wang family's young master said one word and then fainted. The energy in his body has completely dried up. The reason he can live until now is probably because of his bloodline power. Fong Chen thought to himself. Then, his gaze fell on the rusty iron cage. Dong! He punched the iron cage. The latter only shook a little but did not shatter. The rumors are true. The astral godfire iron is extremely hard. Even life ancient realm martial artists can't break it. Fong Chen said, however, it is said that the astral divine fire iron is afraid of fire. I can try using the fire origin bloodline to activate the divine fire left by the fire demon True Lord. Thinking of this, Fong Chen activated the fire origin bloodline in his body. Majestic flames surrounded his body. After that, he released the divine fire. His fire origin bloodline merged into the divine fire and activated the divine fire's strongest power. Rumble! The divine fire burned the starry divine fire iron, making hissing noises. 15 minutes, 30 minutes. After 6 hours, the stellar divine flame iron showed no signs of being refined. This made Fong Chen feel very helpless. Even the divine fire left behind by the fire demon True Monarch is unable to refine the stellar divine fire iron? Speaking of the divine flame, Fong Chen stopped refining it and prepared to think of other method. "Brother!" Suddenly, a voice sounded in his ear. Fong Chen looked into the cave abyss mountain and saw Xiaohua talking to him. "I have a way to refine the stellar divine fire iron," Xiaohua said. "Oh? You have a way?" Fong Chen was a little surprised and let Xiaohua out. Xiaohua nodded and said, "Brother, during this period of cultivation, I have awakened the fire seed in my body and received the fire inheritance left behind by the fire demon True Monarch." Hearing this, Fong Chen was pleasantly surprised. Xiaohua walked to the stellar divine fire iron and stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a wisp of ordinary flame appeared in his palm. Suddenly, Fong Chen's face changed. He also had the fire origin bloodline. He could clearly feel the enormous power contained in this wisp of ordinary flame. So powerful! This must be the essence of the fire origin bloodline left behind by the fire demon True Monarch, right? Fong Chen murmured. The fire seed in Xiaohua's hand was constantly jumping. At the same time, it released a powerful force that wrapped around the stellar divine fire iron. Pust. Under Fong Chen's dumbfounded gaze, the indestructible stellar divine fire iron showed signs of being refined. There's hope. Fang Qin chuckled. In a mysterious place in the vast primordial chaos, the fire demon true monarch, the disheveled old man, and the others were playing chess in the clouds. Suddenly, the fire demon true monarch sensed something and looked into the distance with a deep gaze. To think that this lad has such great potential. A rare smile appeared on the fire demon true monarch's face. Ha ha! Fire demon, this descendant of yours is pretty good. It hasn't been long and he has already awakened his fire seed completely, the disheveled old man said at the side. That's right. Seems like he has already accepted the inheritance you left behind. Who knows, he might be able to reach your level in the future. It's rare to see you smile, fire demon. The other old men teased. Lad, cultivate well. There are very few in the fire race who can awaken their fire seed through their own efforts. I want to see how far you can go in the future, the fire demon true monarch murmured. Ice chaos, Big Dipper Mountain. Even though the stellar god flame metal was tough, it was beginning to melt under the refinement of the fire seed. However, it was a rare divine metal after all. Even the fire seed of the fire tribe could not refine it in a short period of time. Furthermore, Xiaohua was too young and did not have enough strength to support it. He would have to stop and rest after a while. This continued on and off for about 18 years before the stellar divine flame iron was finally completely refined. Puss. Xiaohua controlled the fire seed and absorbed the liquid stellar god flame metal furiously. Brother, help me. Fang Qin nodded and placed his hands on Xiaohua's back. The power of his fire origin bloodline surged into Xiaohua's body. With the support of his power, Xiaohua could control the fire seed more easily. A moment later, the refined stellar god flame metal was completely absorbed by the fire seed. The stellar god flame metal is good stuff. We can't waste it. Xiaohua smiled innocently. I'll give it to you after I refine it from the fire seed, brother. Xiaohua, you got the stellar god flame metal. You don't have to give it to me. Xiaohua shook his head stubbornly. Brother, this is Xiaohua's goodwill. I hope you can accept it. Merging the stellar god flame metal into a weapon could greatly increase the strength of the weapon and stimulate the weapon's potential. Okay. I'll listen to Xiaohua. Fang Qin rubbed Xiaohua's head affectionately. Xiaohua, it's dangerous here. Go back to Immortal Cave Mountain and cultivate. Fang Qin sent Xiaohua back to Immortal Cave Mountain. Without the obstruction of the stellar god flame metal, Fang Qin walked to the young master of the Wang family. Puss. A vast power entered the young master of the Wang family. Soon after, the unconscious young master of the Wang family slowly opened his eyes. After Fang Qin's power replenished, the young master of the Wang family's complexion eased a little. Why are you trapped here? Fang Qin asked. Back then, the young master of the Wang family's voice was hoarse and weak. Forget it. You should rest first. Fang Qin interrupted the young master of the Wang family's words and continued to transfer power to him. 3 months later, the young master of the Wang family was basically out of danger. However, he had been trapped here for too long and his bloodline power was almost exhausted. It would take a long time for him to recover. Fortunately, he could speak normally. Thank you for saving my life. The young master of the Wang family sat on the ground and said slowly, Where is this place? Why are you trapped here? Fang Qin continued to ask. A sinister look appeared on the young master of the Wang family's face as he sank into painful memories. Back then, when I first came to the ice primal chaos, the young master of the Wang family slowly explained what had happened back then. Fang Qin listened attentively. Fang Qin had already learned about what had happened back then from Tao Ze Beast. The young master of the Wang family talked about how he had entered the Big Dipper Mountain. Fang Qin was instantly energized. Back then, I sensed that there was a treasure in the Big Dipper Mountain, so I came in to look for it. Relying on my strength and the void worship, I barged in recklessly. Who would have thought? The young master of the Wang family paused. His face was full of sorrow as he looked at the 3 corpses at his feet. It's all my fault. The young master of the Wang family blamed himself. After the 4 of them were trapped in the Star Divine Fire iron cage, his 3 subordinates did not hesitate to transfer all the power in their bodies into his body in order to save him. This led to him surviving in the end, while his 3 subordinates were completely dead. If he had to choose again, he would definitely not enter the Big Dipper Mountain. This was because the moment he entered the Big Dipper Mountain was the beginning of a nightmare that he would never forget. Chapter 28:12. After saying a few words, the young master of the Wang clan coughed violently. His body was very weak. In order to maintain his vitality, the bloodline power in his body had long been exhausted. If he hadn't met Fang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to hold on for long. After resting for a while, the young master of the Wang clan's expression eased a lot. Actually, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. The young master of the Wang clan said self-deprecatingly. Even now, I don't know who attacked me back then. Why did they attack me? Fang Chen was a little surprised. After I entered the Big Dipper Mountain, I felt that the atmosphere was very oppressive, so I hid in the Void Warship. I thought that I could avoid danger this way. Who would have thought that a vast power would suddenly shatter the Void Warship, and the 4 of us were instantly seriously injured and unconscious. The young master of the Wang clan continued. When we woke up, we were locked in the Starry Divine Fire iron cage. So you're saying that you've never seen the person who attacked you? Fang Chen asked. The young master of the Wang clan shook his head and smiled bitterly. The other party was too strong. It was simply unimaginable. Fang Chen fell into deep thought. What did the person who attacked the young master of the Wang clan mean? Since they attacked and imprisoned them in the cage, why didn't they kill them? This was a question worth pondering. When we were first imprisoned, we could occasionally feel a powerful aura enveloping this place. However, as time passed, that aura never appeared again. I even suspected that the expert had already left the Big Dipper Mountain, said the young master of the Wang clan. Perhaps the other party didn't care about the young master of the Wang clan and just casually imprisoned them. Fang Chen's hand rested on his chin as his eyes darted around. Perhaps the expert used to cultivate in the Big Dipper Mountain, and you barged in to disrupt his cultivation, so he attacked and imprisoned you. This was the only explanation that made sense. However, this way the clues were cut off again. Fang Chen felt a little anxious in his heart. Without clues, how could he find his clone, his disciple, and his daughter? This was a problem that couldn't be delayed. During your time in the Big Dipper Mountain, did you sense the aura of the Thunder Punishment? Asked Fang Chen. Thunder Punishment aura? The young master of the Wang family tried his best to recall and then nodded. I did sense some Thunder Punishment aura, but it was mostly Sword Dao aura. The young master of the Wang family felt his scalp go numb and his face turn pale when he thought of the Sword Dao aura that permeated the air. Fang Chen searched the entire Big Dipper Mountain but found nothing. Since he couldn't get any useful information from the young master of the Wang family, he could only give up in the end. This trip to the Primal Chaos was a wasted trip. Fang Chen placed the young master of the Wang clan in Dark Cave Mountain. Soon after, he explored the Big Dipper Mountain one last time before leaving. Alas! Looking back at the fog-shrouded Big Dipper Mountain, Fang Chen sighed. Before he left the Big Dipper Mountain, he spread out his spiritual consciousness and looked in the direction where Shui Yen'er was cultivating. The latter was still in seclusion. His body was enveloped in thick bloodline power. He had already accepted the inheritance of the Snow Race's ancestor. He could imagine that in the near future, an Empress expert would step out of the Big Dipper Mountain and rule the world. Thinking of this, Fang Chen's voice was deafening. It was infused with powerful energy and spread to every corner of the Primal Chaos. The Big Dipper Mountain is my place of cultivation. Outsiders are not allowed to enter. Otherwise, I will kill without mercy. His words caused a stir in the primal chaos. Countless martial artists trembled in fear. Heavens, did that guy really succeed? He suppressed the Big Dipper mountain alone. Isn't he too powerful? If he wants to be king, no one in the primal chaos can defeat him. Countless discussions quickly spread. Everyone was amazed by Fang Chen's strength. Even the few remaining ancient gods fell silent. Their silence also meant that they had submitted. My lord, is he really strong enough to suppress the Big Dipper mountain? Yes, I don't really believe it. Back then, we entered the Big Dipper mountain together. No one knows better than us how terrifying it is inside. The three ancient gods spoke one after another. After a long time, the Buddhist elder who had been silent for a long time sighed and said, "From now on, the Big Dipper mountain is a forbidden area of the primal chaos void. No one is allowed to approach it." Hearing this, the three ancient gods looked at each other, their hearts trembling. After Fang Chen left the Big Dipper mountain, he tore open the sky and prepared to leave the primal chaos. Since the clues had been cut off here, staying here would be a waste of time. It was better to return to the primal chaos as soon as possible. The tiger-headed warship moved slowly, tearing open the sky and rushing out of the primal chaos. Somewhere in the primal chaos, there was a time acceleration array here. In the array, Fang Chen's clone, Kong Jiu Tian Xian, and Fang Shi were cultivating wholeheartedly. On a blue stone nearby, the elder suddenly opened his eyes. Immediately, his gaze pierced through the endless void and saw the scene in the Big Dipper mountain. Interesting guy. The elder grinned. Unfortunately, your original body has greater potential. Unfortunately, I can't bring him here. As the elder spoke, he looked up at the endless sky. Then, he closed his eyes again. Dark Cave Mountain. With Fang Chen's help, the young master of the Wang family's injuries were slowly recovering. His complexion eased a lot, and he was not in any danger for the time being. However, Xiaohua surprised Fang Chen. He also had the fire origin bloodline, so he could clearly feel that Xiaohua's body was transforming. Fire seed. Fang Chen murmured. The transformation in Xiaohua's body came from the power of the fire seed. Once the transformation is complete, Xiaohua will reach great heights in the Tao of Fire. Fang Chen whispered. He was the descendant of the fire demon perfected lord and was skilled in the Tao of Fire. Coupled with the fire origin bloodline, he was extremely proficient in controlling fire. At this moment, Xiaohua's body suddenly swayed, and his breathing became unstable. Seeing this, Fang Chen flicked his finger, and a ray of flame shot into Xiaohua's body. Vast power spread out and soon, Xiaohua's body stopped trembling and stabilized. As for the fire seed in his body, it was even more vigorous. Time passed. During the long journey, Fang Chen had been cultivating in Immortal Cave Mountain. However, no matter what, he could not cross the last threshold and reach the Life Ancient Realm. There was an insurmountable gap between the Star Ancient Realm and the Life Ancient Realm. Over the countless years, countless cultivators had been trapped here. The Star Ancient Realm devoured the sun, moon, and stars, while the Life Ancient Realm involved defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Time passed slowly, and Fang Chao finally returned to the immemorial chaos. From afar, he could see the Despair Continent. Who? Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief, and his face was full of smiles. The distance from the ice primal chaos to the immemorial chaos was very long, and it took a lot of time. During this time, Fang Chen had been comprehending the invincible sword Tao, and he had comprehended it to a certain level. Not long ago, he had created the fifth move. The first four moves of the invincible sword Tao were the Destruction Sword, Heaven and Earth Sword, Chaotic Origin Sword, and Blood Soul Sword. The fifth move was called the Illusory Sword by Fang Chen. When the sword came out, the world became illusory, as if it was a dream. Those who were weaker would die directly in the dream. This was an extremely terrifying move. It was created by combining the invincible sword Tao and the illusion. The sword contained a terrifying illusory aura, and even the 108 blood spirits could not resist it. With this sword, Fang Chun had the strength to challenge experts who surpassed the ancient god realm. Rip. The tiger-headed warship appeared on the Despair continent, tearing the sky and splitting the earth. The Despair continent had now become the territory of Tianshu Yuan. After the Hand of Despair was severely injured and fled, the Lin family collapsed, and no one could stop Tianshu Yuan. Geniuses came out in large numbers, and Fu Huan and the others became the backbone of Tianshu Yuan. As soon as Fang Chen returned, the director of Tianshu Yuan knew and came to welcome him personally. Fang Chen, the director of Tianshu Yuan, appeared out of thin air and said with a smile, "Director, did you gain anything this time?" The director of Tianshu Yuan asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He did not gain anything. How is the Despair continent recently? Chapter 28:13. Despair Continent Tianshu Yuan. Fang Chen was now very important to the chief of Tianshu Yuan. He was the only candidate to become the next chief of Tianshu Yuan. While you were gone, the remnants of the Lin family have been completely wiped out, the chief of Tianshu Yuan said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded and didn't say anything. By the way, how is your cultivation? The chief of Tianshu Yuan knew that Fang Chen was stuck at the limit of the Star Ancient Realm and couldn't break through. Fang Chen shrugged. I'm stuck at a bottleneck and can't break through for the time being. Although the Star Ancient Realm is only one step away from the Life Ancient Realm, only those who have experienced it know how difficult it is. You are still young and your cultivation time is too short. You have plenty of time. In fact, the chief of Tianshu Yuan wanted Fang Chen to stay in Tianshu Yuan and cultivate in seclusion until he broke through to the Life Ancient Realm, or even higher, before coming out to explore the primordial chaos. The primordial chaos is vast and boundless. Ancient gods don't even have the power to protect themselves. Although your potential is 1 in 10,000, you are still at a disadvantage because of your realm, the chief of Tianshu Yuan said. So, I don't mind if you leave the Despair continent. The vast primordial chaos was made up of countless continents, and each continent had an absolute ruler. In fact, there were many barren lands in the primordial chaos. These places were lacking in cultivation resources and were rarely visited. Occasionally, there would be experts who would use powerful magic to develop these barren lands and make them their own territories. For example, the Despair continent didn't exist before. It was forcibly created by the Hand of Despair. As time passed, it prospered over time. Chief, do you know if the Luo Bing continent is far from the Despair continent? After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen asked. The Luo Bing continent? The chief of Tianshu Yuan was stunned. He didn't expect Fang Chen to ask such a question. The Luo Bing continent is very far from the Despair continent. The chief of Tianshu Yuan said, the Luo Bing continent is close to the ancient frigid ice plains. The temperature there is extremely low, and there are very few continents. However, although the Luo Bing continent is a barbarian land, none of the surrounding continents dare to provoke it. Why? Fang Chen asked. Because the Luo Bing continent is one of the territories of the ancient Frigid sect. Chief Tianshu Yuan explained, the ancient Frigid sect is a superpower in the primordial chaos. It has 99 continents, and the Luo Bing continent is one of them. What? Fang Chen widened his eyes in surprise. A sect actually had 99 continents under its command. Wasn't that a little too powerful? One had to know that the continents in the primeval chaos weren't something that the continents in the ancient saint chaos could compare to. The continent here was much larger than the 10 great heavenly domains of the ancient saint primal chaos. If one continent was already so vast, how big would 99 continents be when added together? Thinking of this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. No wonder Wu Yu once said that the primeval chaos was the absolute core of the chaos realm. It was even above the other chaotic void. 1,000,000 years ago, the ancient frigid sect sent an envoy to our despair continent. Unfortunately, at that time, the hand of despair was young and had just opened up the continent. They didn't negotiate with the ancient frigid sect and refused to join them. The chief of Tianshuyuan said. Later on, the ancient frigid sect probably felt that there was no future for the despair continent and gave up on annexing it. He didn't expect the ancient frigid sect to have come to the despair continent. Actually, you will be able to come into contact with these things in the future. In the primeval chaos, many superpowers have many continents under their command. Every continent has their industries. Some powerful forces have industries all over the primeval chaos, the chief of Tianshuyuan said. Our despair continent is located in the north of the primeval chaos, and the ancient frigid sect is one of the superpowers in the north. In this area, there are almost no forces that can compare to them. Of course, our place is very remote, so those unparalleled powerhouses rarely come here. This also leads to the ancient frigid sect's dominance, and no one can shake their position. After listening to the chief of Tianshuyuan's explanation, Fang Chen finally understood. Chief. Fang Chen muttered, "Does Tianshuyuan have a map of the Luobing continent? You want to go to the Luobing continent?" The chief of Tianshuyuan asked in surprise. Fang Chen nodded. The latter asked in confusion, "Why do you want to go to the Luobing continent?" A complicated look appeared in the chief of Tianshuyuan's eyes. The Luobing continent has been gathering powerhouses recently. With your strength, it will be difficult for you to protect yourself. Oh! The chief of Tianshuyuan knew that if he didn't explain it clearly, the latter would not listen to him. Some time ago, there was news that the inheritance of the ice progenitor was found on the Luobing continent. Countless ice-type martial artists went to the Luobing continent to obtain the inheritance. The 99 continents under the ancient frigid sect are in an uproar, and everyone knows about it, the chief of Tianshuyuan said slowly. The inheritance of the ice progenitor? Fang Chen's eyes lit up and he grinned. In the end, Fang Chen decided to go to the Luobing continent. First, he wanted to send the young master of the Wang family back, and second, he wanted to go out and gain experience. The despair continent was already under the control of Tianshuyuan. His experience here was no longer effective. Moreover, he was also very interested in the inheritance of the ice progenitor. After coming to the primeval chaos, Fang Chen deeply understood the importance of cultivation resources. He had no backing and no powerful forces to fully nurture him. He could only rely on himself to fight for cultivation resources. Moreover, he wanted to use the inheritance of the ice progenitor as a springboard to fight against the geniuses of a higher level. The path of martial arts was to go against the heavens. He had to constantly challenge himself and fight against the strong. It was not Fang Chen's character to hide in the despair continent forever. No one could change the decision that he had made. The chief of Tianshuyuan was also very helpless, but he still agreed to let Fang Chen leave. This is a dubhe pearl. It was nurtured by my heart and blood. It contains an extremely strong power. If it explodes, even a martial artist of my level will be caught off guard and injured. Fang Chen took the dubhe pearl and was very grateful to the chief of Tianshuyuan. He was very clear about the use of the dubhe pearl. It could save his life at a critical moment. Then, he boarded the tiger-headed warship and set off for the Luobing continent. In Dark Cave Mountain. Wang Heng, tell me about the Luobing continent. Wang Heng was the name of the young master of the Wang family. He was very excited when he learned from Fang Chen that he had returned to the primordial chaos. The Luobing continent is a magical continent. Its first master was the ice progenitor, whose name shook the primordial chaos. Unfortunately, the ice progenitor mysteriously disappeared, causing the Luo Bing continent to be leaderless and fall into chaos. Wang Hing said slowly, "When the war broke out, the people were plunged into misery and suffering, and blood flowed like rivers. Fortunately, this situation did not last too long. After 10,000 years, someone finally came out and settled the war with his own strength. From then on, the Luo Bing continent was once again unified. This person was called the Ice King. He was the descendant of the Ice Progenitor." At this point, he paused for a moment. The Ice King was a legendary man. He had great potential, and his attainments in the Tao of Ice had reached the peak. Unfortunately, he died tragically at the hands of the enemy. The fall of the Ice King represented the end of an era in the Luo Bing continent. In the years that followed, the Wang family had been fighting among themselves. After countless years, Wang Heng's branch finally took the initiative and settled the internal strife. Speaking of which, I can also be considered a descendant of the Ice King. Unfortunately, it's a branch, and the bloodline power in my body is extremely weak. Wang Heng smiled bitterly. But it's normal. Ever since the Ice King, there hasn't been anyone with a bloodline power density of 50% in my Wang family. The Ice Progenitor's Ice Progenitor bloodline was an extremely powerful bloodline. However, his descendants' bloodline density was getting lower and lower. In Wang Heng's generation, it could not even reach 10%. Other than my Wang family, there are two other major families in the Luo Bing continent. One is the He family and the other is the Ba family. These two families have always wanted to overthrow my Wang family's rule, but to no avail. It seems that your Wang family's ruling position in the Luo Bing continent is still very high. Fang Chun grinned. Oh right, there's been a rumor recently that the Ice Progenitor's inheritance has appeared. Do you know anything about it? The Ice Progenitor's inheritance has appeared. Wang Heng was very surprised. Clearly, he did not know anything about it. Chapter 28:14. Luo Bing Continent. Since ancient times, ice had been the main theme here. It was no different from the ice chaos that Fang Chun had been to before. When he first arrived at Luo Bing Continent, he thought that this was the ice chaos. Phew! The two of them walked out of Immortal Cave Mountain one after another. Snowflakes floated in the sky, and the temperature in the air was extremely low. It's really cold. Fang Chun couldn't help but say. Those who were weak wouldn't be able to withstand it. Even if their bodies could withstand it, their primordial spirit would be frozen. Yes, the conditions of our Luo Bing continent are quite harsh. However, it's precisely because of this harsh environment that peerless powerhouses like the Ice Ancestor and the Ice King were born. Wang Heng was extremely proud when he spoke of the two. Since ancient times, the most powerful martial artists that had appeared in Luo Bing continent were the Ice Ancestor and the Ice King. Unfortunately, one had mysteriously disappeared, while the other had been plotted against by the enemy and eventually died. Now, their Wang family had withered, and it was impossible for them to be as prosperous as before. Brother Fang, my life was saved by you. Since you've come to Luo Bing continent, I naturally have to be a good host. Wang Heng said heroically. Wang Heng spread out his divine sense and checked the surroundings. Luo Bing continent hasn't changed much. Wang Heng sighed. For countless years, Luo Bing continent was still the Luo Bing continent he knew. This is Long Han City. My Wang family is in the city of the Ice Ancestor. Let's go. They followed Wang Heng and quickly headed to the city of the Ice Ancestor. Fang Chun was surprised to find that after coming to Luo Bing continent, Wang Heng's speed had become extremely fast. It had increased by at least 30%. What's going on? His heart trembled. At their level, it was not easy to increase by 30%. Brother Fang, you found out? Wang Heng turned around and said with a smile, Our Wang family's ice bloodline is very compatible with the air of Luo Bing continent. Our strength will be increased here. I see. After Wang Heng explained, Fang Chun understood. At the same time, he admired the Ice Ancestor even more. He couldn't imagine how a peerless powerhouse like the Ice Ancestor had created such a continent. Voila! In the sky, snowflakes danced about. The two of them were extremely fast. They turned into streaks of light and disappeared into the horizon. Dong! North of Long Han City, 100,000 miles away, a shocking explosion suddenly occurred. Then, an evil aura spread out. "City Lord Long Han, go to hell." An enraged voice resounded through the void. The dark, evil giant hand slammed down on the ice and snow below. City Lord Long Han? Wang Heng and Fong Chen were flying through the void when they suddenly heard this voice. Then, Wang Heng's expression changed drastically. "Stop!" Wang Heng roared furiously. Soon after, his body flashed and appeared under the large dark evil hand. He was prepared to resist with all his might. However, his injuries had not fully healed. Fong Chen saw this and took a step forward, throwing out a punch with ease. Dong! When the fist and the dark evil hand collided, there was a loud bang. In an instant, the dark evil hand dissipated and the evil figure appeared. He stared at Fong Chen and said, "Lad, how dare you spoil my plan? The evil blood tribe is really bold. How dare you attack the city lord of the Wang family in broad daylight?" Wang Heng said coldly. "So what?" the evil figure said disdainfully. His body exuded a monstrous aura. "City Lord Long Han must die today." Having said that, the evil figure struck again. The vast evil aura condensed into a giant hand and swooped down. Invincible sword principle, destruction sword. Swoosh! The star-hidden sword pierced through the evil big hand in a powerful manner, and cut the evil figure into two halves. Oh no! The evil figure seemed to have sensed Fong Chen's power and was ready to escape. Unfortunately, Fong Chen did not give him a chance. He swung the hidden star sword again and killed him. A miserable cry spread through the sky. "Thank you, Brother Fong." Wang Heng cupped his fists and thanked him. Then, he hurriedly helped the snowman up. The snowman instantly turned into a human figure. His clothes were tattered and his body was covered in blood. "Thank you for saving me. City Lord Long Han, don't you recognize me?" Wang Heng asked. "You are which rookie of the Wang family?" City Lord Long Han asked doubtfully. "I am Wang Heng," Wang Heng said. "Nonsense." City Lord Long Han's face instantly darkened. Brother Wang Heng has been missing for countless years, and the upper echelons of the Wang family have asserted that he has already fallen in the distant primal chaos void. Who exactly are you, to dare impersonate Brother Wang Heng? What are your intentions? It was obvious that City Lord Long Han had a deep relationship with Wang Heng. He kept calling him Brother Wang Heng. Wang Heng chuckled. "City Lord Long Han, do you remember that one day 3 million years ago, you risked your life to bring back the fruits from a dangerous place? In the blink of an eye, I ate them all. There was another time when you were refining pills. Because of my mistake, your pills were destroyed and your medicine cauldron was shattered. There was another time." Wang Heng sank into his memories and recounted everything that had happened in the past. Are you really Brother Wang Heng?" After countless years, everyone thought that Wang Heng was dead, but he appeared in front of him alive. City Lord Long Han felt as if he was dreaming. "Ha ha ha, I knew that Brother Wang Heng wouldn't die so easily." City Lord Long Han laughed crazily, extremely excited. Fong Chen watched quietly from the side. The two of them chatted for a long time before City Lord Long Han noticed Fong Chen. "Brother Wang Heng, this brother must be the one who saved you from the sea of bitterness, right?" City Lord Long Han asked. "That's right. It was Brother Fong who helped me out that I was able to see you, Brother Long Han." Wang Heng sighed. City Lord Long Han stood up with difficulty and cupped his fists towards Fong Chen. "Thank you for saving my brother, Wang Heng. It's just a small matter. There's no need for that." Fong Chen waved his hand. He had saved Wang Heng purely because he wanted to search for clues about the disappearance of his clone and save him along the way. Long Han City. Come, come, come. Let me toast to Brother Fong. City Lord Long Han was also a sentimental person. He raised his cup and clinked it with Fong Chen's before drinking it in one gulp. The three of them raised their cups and drank in the city lord's mansion. During this period of time, Fong Chen also obtained some information about the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor. Regarding the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor, there are many opinions. However, according to the internal information of the Wang family, it is most likely true. City Lord Long Han said in a low voice, "The upper echelons of the Wang family also attach great importance to the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor this time. They are even making preparations. As for the 99 continents under the ancient Cold Sect, nearly half of the continent's geniuses have gathered here to obtain the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor. The remaining continents were too far away, so the news did not spread and did not come. The location of the Ice Ancestor's inheritance is in the Ice King mountain range near Ice King City. However, it is said that the Ice King mountain range is enveloped by a powerful spatial storm. No one can enter it. Once they approach the spatial storm, their physical body will be minced to pieces." City Lord Long Han continued, however, according to reliable information, the space storm operates in a regular manner. In another half a year, the space storm will be at its weakest. Everyone has gathered in Ice King City and has been waiting for an opportunity to enter the Ice King mountain range. After listening to City Lord Long Han's words, Fong Chen pondered in his heart. It seemed that the appearance of the Ice Ancestor's inheritance this time had caused quite a stir. The geniuses of 40 to 50 continents had all gathered here. Moreover, there were experts at the same level as Tian Shuyuan. If it's a life ancient realm martial artist, I'm not afraid. However, if it's an expert at the level of Tian Shuyuan, I'm almost powerless to resist, Fong Chen said to himself. The three of them drank until the sun came out the next day. "I won't go to the Wang family with you. I'll go to Ice King City to take a look first," Fong Chen said to Wang Heng. Wang Heng nodded. "All right, then I'll go back to the family first. I'll meet you in Ice King City soon." The Ice King City was filled with experts. Countless warriors had gathered here. In a certain restaurant, a man in black sat by the window, looking at the distant horizon. "One day, I will take back everything that belongs to me with my own hands," the man in black said coldly. His shriveled face was filled with malevolence. Chapter 28:15. The Hand of Despair felt a lingering fear when he recalled the dangerous battle back then. Therefore, he decided to use a rare treasure to forcefully escape and survive. Otherwise, the Empyrean Realm Lord would have killed him in minute. "It's a pity that I lost the rare treasure I obtained after risking my life." The Hand of Despair's face was filled with regret. That rare treasure was very important to him, more important than the entire Despair continent. "Forget it. As long as the green hills are there, there's hope. I'll take back twice what I lost one day." The Hand of Despair shook his head and said slowly. After escaping from the Despair continent, he had been wandering around. The injuries from back then had yet to heal. Cough, cough. Suddenly, he coughed a few times and hurriedly pressed his hand to his chest. He could feel that the cracks in his organs were bleeding. Damn it! The Empyrean Realm Lord was too strong. He was on a completely different level compared to the Hand of Despair. Although it was just a clone, its powerful attack had almost taken the Hand of Despair's life. Although he had used a rare treasure to survive, it was very difficult for his organs to heal. "Unless I obtain the Ice Progenitor's inheritance, my injuries," the Hand of Despair said coldly. The cracks in his organs were constantly consuming his energy. His strength had been greatly reduced, and his cultivation had fallen to the life ancient realm. However, even if his cultivation had fallen, his comprehension and methods were not something a life ancient realm cultivator could compare to. When he heard that the ice progenitor's inheritance had appeared, he couldn't wait to obtain it. It's rumored that the ice progenitor once had a rare treasure that could freeze everything in the world. The Hand of Despair muttered to himself, I must obtain it. Just as the Hand of Despair was speaking, he suddenly looked at the city gate. The Hand of Despair was stunned, but he quickly recognized Fong Qin. Sky Pivot? The current Fong Qin was in his original appearance, which was very different from Sky Pivot. However, the Hand of Despair recognized him based on his aura. Damn it. The Hand of Despair's face was cold and his heart was burning with anger. He wanted to attack, but he restrained himself. Now that Ice King City is filled with experts, I can't act rashly. The Hand of Despair said, I'll let you live for another half a year. When we enter the Ice Matriarch's land of inheritance, I'll tear you to pieces. A few days later, Fong Qin arrived at Ice King City from Long Han City. As expected of the second largest city in the Luobing continent, it's really flourishing. Fong Qin sighed as he stood on the street and watched the endless stream of people coming and going. Although the Luobing continent was a remote area, it was very prosperous. The air temperature here was extremely low, but it couldn't stop the wild desire of the people for the Ice Ancestor's inheritance. As soon as he entered the Ice King City, he felt countless spiritual senses sweeping over him. There are so many experts. There were no less than 20 powerhouses at the level of Tianshu Yuan, not to mention life ancient realm martial artists. Let's find a place to stay first. The Ice King City was named after the Ice King. It was enough to see the importance of this city in the Luobing continent. This place was second only to the Ice Ancestor's city in terms of prosperity. Recently, many powerful experts had gathered here. Damn it. Suddenly, a fight broke out on the street. Two martial artists were fighting fiercely. Pucci, one of the black-robed martial artists, sent the blue-robed martial artist flying with a punch. Crack! The sound of bones cracking came from the blue-robed martial artist's body. He spat out blood and his face turned pale. Let's see if you can survive this time. From the conversation between the two, it could be heard that the black-robed martial artist had chased the blue-robed martial artist from another continent to the Luobing continent. Just as the black-robed martial artist was about to attack, a bright light suddenly came from the direction of the city lord's mansion. Whoosh! The bright light flashed and disappeared, entering the black-robed martial artist's body. Crack! The black-robed martial artist's body exploded, and he died instantly. The onlookers exclaimed in shock. An life ancient realm martial artist was killed in the blink of an eye? No one is allowed to fight in Ice King City. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. A very dignified voice came from the city lord's mansion. Everyone sighed and quickly retreated. The city lord of Ice King City was the second in command of the Wang family. He was very strong, and his words represented the Wang family's attitude. The Wang family is too strong. Unfortunately, no matter how strong they are no longer as strong as before. The Ice Ancestor mysteriously disappeared, and the Ice King was plotted against and died. If the Ice Ancestor and the Ice King were still alive, the Wang family would be qualified to be part of the ancient Frigid sect. On the street, the martial artist's whispers could be heard. Fong Qin also shook his head and sighed. Bang! One day, Fong Qin was cultivating in an elegant courtyard. Suddenly, the door was kicked open by a strange man. Fong Qin was a little confused. He did not know this person. Who are you? Fong Qin asked. Who I am is not important. You just need to know that I am here to take your dog life. This person seemed to know Fong Qin very well. The moment he attacked, he used a thunderous attack. A long spear appeared in his hand. Whoosh! With a flick of his wrist, the long spear pierced out. The void was torn, and a faint light appeared on the tip of the spear. Die! The man growled. The long spear carried a powerful force and pierced towards Fong Qin. You're courting death. Fang Chen suddenly punched out. The vast fist light collided with the long spear, causing a huge shock. At the same time, Fang Chen's figure suddenly disappeared. Fang Chen's sudden disappearance surprised the man. He hurriedly turned around. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The demon extinction sword had already pierced into his back when he used the black demon sky splitting technique. Splash! Blood spurted out. The man was injured. Of course, Fang Chen knew that the demon extinction sword alone could not kill an ancient life realm martial artist. He activated his emperor-level primordial spirit and suppressed the man's primordial spirit with unparalleled power. At the same time, he released an illusory aura and enveloped the man in an illusion. When Fang Chen executed the annihilation sword, the latter was unable to resist at all and was killed by him. Whoosh! Withdrawing the illusory aura, Fang Chen carefully checked and confirmed that he did not know this man. Who is he? Why would he kill me for no reason? Fang Chen frowned and fell into deep thought. Only Wang Heng and City Lord Long Han knew that he had come to the Luobing continent. Wang Heng, Fang Chen murmured. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. With his understanding of Wang Heng, he should not have sent someone to assassinate him. Then, there was only one explanation. City Lord Long Han wanted to kill him. Could it be that he came for the ice progenitor's inheritance? Fang Chen was puzzled. No matter what, this assassination was a wake-up call for him to be vigilant of his surroundings. This time, the ice progenitor's inheritance had appeared. The slightest carelessness could cost him his life. He could not be careless, nor could he act rashly. Humph! Fang Chen snorted and put away the star-concealing sword. Wang Heng, I'll wait for your explanation. In the restaurant, the Hand of Despair witnessed this scene with his own eyes. He narrowed his eyes and looked ferocious. Damned guy, his strength has increased again. The person who had just assassinated Fang Chen was nicknamed Chain Spear. He was quite famous in the Luobing continent's life ancient realm. He used his absolute strength to force Chain Spear to kill Fang Chen. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. Chain Spear's strength can at least rank in the top 50 of the Blood Fiend list in the Despair continent. The Hand of Despair said gloomily, "It seems that during the time I was away from the Despair continent, this guy obtained some heaven-defying opportunities. Otherwise, his strength would not have increased so quickly." Thinking of this, the Hand of Despair's expression changed. He muttered, "It seems that I need to change my strategy." The next day, a piece of news spread in the Ice King city. Chain Spear was killed in a courtyard in the western suburbs. The murderer came from the Despair continent. After this news spread, it caused quite a stir in the Ice King city. Many people were inquiring about the murderer's information. As for the life ancient realm cultivators who had a good relationship with the Chain Spear, they were furious and rushed to the courtyard in the western suburbs, wanting to take revenge. Western suburbs courtyard. How vicious! Fang Chen sat on a stone bench. A powerful array had been arranged around the courtyard. It would be difficult for those life ancient realm warriors to break in. Someone is targeting me. Fang Chen knew that someone was secretly targeting him. It was either the city lord of Long Han or Wang Heng. These two were the most suspicious. Ha ha! Fang Chen laughed sinisterly. Chapter 28:16. When he first arrived, he didn't know anyone other than City Lord Long Han and Wang Heng. But now, ever since he arrived at Ice King City, someone had been secretly targeting him. They had sent an ancient life realm cultivator to assassinate him, but after failing, they spread the news, causing a huge sensation. He was trying to kill him. Thinking of this, Fang Chen felt a chill in his heart. He was waiting for a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, so what if you're the young master of the Wang family? I can save you, but I can also take your life. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. During this time, outside Fang Chen's courtyard, ancient life realm cultivators would come to challenge him from time to time. Among these people, some of them had a good relationship with Serial Gun and wanted to take revenge for him. There were also some who wanted to fish in troubled waters, wanting to stir up this mess and turn it upside down. In short, although Fang Chen hadn't moved around Ice King City, his reputation had spread far and wide. Of course, for those cultivators from other continents, they only had eyes for the Ice Ancestors' inheritance. They didn't care about the chain spear at all. Another half a month passed, and an unexpected cultivator appeared. The young master of the Wang family, Wang Heng, had returned to the Wang family after countless years, causing a huge sensation. The entire Wang family was overjoyed. After all, Wang Heng was a direct descendant of the Wang family, and his potential was unparalleled. The density of his bloodline had already surpassed that of the current patriarch. Wang Heng's return received a lot of attention. During this month, the Wang family did their best to find all kinds of heavenly treasures to help Wang Heng recover from his injuries. Finally, Wang Heng's injuries were completely healed a few days ago, and his strength returned to its peak state. He was only one step away from crossing the ancient life realm. He was in high spirits, as if he had returned to the past. After recovering his strength, the first thing he thought of was Fang Chen in Ice King City. He spurred his horse at full speed and arrived at Ice King City. However, he didn't act too high profile. Instead, he quietly found Fang Chen. "Brother Fang, it's me." Wang Heng's voice came from outside the hazy array. "Is it finally here?" Fang Chen abruptly opened his eyes, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Then, with a flick of his sleeve, an opening appeared in the array, allowing Wang Heng to enter. Voila! After Wang Heng entered the elegant courtyard, he was a little confused. "Brother Fang, what happened?" Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and stared at Wang Heng. "What happened? You should know better than me, right?" Fang Chen's tone was unkind, and a cold killing intent emerged, which made Wang Heng very surprised. He shrugged and said in confusion, "Brother Fang, I really don't understand what you're talking about." Fang Chen shook his head. "Maybe you didn't do it, but you definitely have something to do with it." Fang Chen's words made Wang Heng even more confused. "What's going on?" Wang Heng couldn't accept Fang Chen's sudden change in attitude. However, when Fang Chen informed him of what had happened in full detail, he was also stunned. "What? The Serial Gun assassinated Brother Fang?" Wang Heng exclaimed. He had naturally heard of the Serial Gun. Back then, when he shocked the Luobing continent, the Serial Gun had just emerged. "Why would he assassinate you?" Wang Heng was puzzled. "Brother Fang, this is your first time in the Luobing continent. You shouldn't have any enmity with anyone, right? Unless your Wang family wants to kill me, or City Lord Long Han wants to kill me on behalf of your Wang family." Fang Chen voiced his opinion. He was extremely dissatisfied with Wang Heng. Wang Heng hurriedly explained, "Brother Fang, whether you believe it or not, I swear in the name of the Wang family that my Wang family will definitely not deal with Brother Fang. I successfully returned to the Wang family, and everyone in the family is extremely excited. They can't thank you enough, so why would they attack you?" Fang Chen was silent. Seeing that Fang Chen didn't believe him, Wang Heng gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Fang probably won't believe me. I will definitely find the mastermind." With that, Wang Heng turned and left the courtyard. Outside the array, several Life Ancient Realm martial artists cursed loudly, as if provoking Fang Chen. A coward. You dared to kill the Serial Gun, so why don't you dare to appear?" "Coward, if I were you, I would have knelt down and begged for mercy. I don't believe you can hide here for long." Crash. Just as they were cursing, Wang Heng came out of the courtyard. "You guys come here." Wang Heng's face was filled with anger as he pointed at the three of them. "Who do you think you are? If we go over just because you want us to, how shameful would that be? Is there something wrong with your brain?" The three of them looked at Wang Heng and mocked him. Boom. Wang Heng released a powerful aura that swept through the ground and suppressed the three of them. Not good, it's the Wang family's bloodline. The three of them were filled with fear and their bodies trembled. They wanted to escape, but it was useless. Wang Heng's strength was too strong. He wasn't someone they could resist. Gotcha. Wang Heng suppressed the three of them with absolute strength. Speak, who sent you here? Wang Heng's voice deeply struck the three of them, causing their yuan spirits to tremble. The three of them staggered. After stabilizing themselves with great difficulty, they said in horror, "No one sent us. We just want to take revenge for the serial gun." That's right. The person inside killed the serial gun. We must take revenge. Wang Heng's strength surged, and the suppression on the three of them increased. The sound of bones breaking could be heard from the three of them. They were in great pain. What we said is true. The three of them cried out miserably. You dare to lie in front of me? Then die. Wang Heng was enraged and suddenly punched out. Rumble! A vast fist light with invincible strength suddenly blasted towards the three of them. The three of them were pale and terrified. However, at this moment of imminent peril, a layer of ripples suddenly appeared in front of the three of them. Following that, the three of them suddenly disappeared. Bang! 3 sounds could be heard as the three of them fell to the ground not far away. Why do you have to do this? A voice like a silver bell entered Wang Heng's ears. Then, a lady in white walked towards Wang Heng with light steps. There was a faint smile on her face. The vast Luo Bing continent is your Wang family's territory. They are also your Wang family's people. Why do you have to do this? The lady in white smiled faintly and said, Void Shift. You are from the Luo family of the heavenly void continent? Wang Heng said slowly. It seems like your position in the Wang family is not low. You actually know about the Luo family of the heavenly void continent. The lady in white said softly. Wang Heng withdrew his aura and said with a smile, Your white clothes are fluttering in the wind. You are as beautiful as a fairy. If I am not wrong, you must be the number 1 beauty of the heavenly void continent, Fairy Luo Yao? I am not a fairy. Just call me Luo Yao. Hearing this, Wang Heng was even more certain that the lady in front of him was Luo Yao. Rumor has it that the pearl of the Luo family of the heavenly void continent, Luo Yao, is a rare genius of the younger generation. Moreover, she is kind and does not fit in with the martial path that goes against the heavens and kills continuously. She really lives up to her reputation. Wang Heng said with a smile, She is even better than the rumors. May I know who you are in the Wang family? Luo Yao asked politely. Wang Heng. Hearing this, Luo Yao's expression changed instantly. She said in surprise, How is this possible? The peerless genius of the Wang family, Wang Heng, disappeared for countless years. Everyone said that he was dead. Why? In this world, seeing is believing. Wang Heng interrupted Luo Yao's words. Luo Yao was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled faintly and said, So it is young Master Wang Heng. No wonder I felt that you had an extraordinary aura. I was just passing by and happened to see you. That is why I helped you. Please do not blame me. You are too kind. Wang Heng said generously. The news of the return of the peerless genius of the Wang family, Wang Heng, spread like wildfire. Soon, the news spread throughout the Ice King city. Countless peerless geniuses came to visit him. Back then, Wang Heng was indeed a legendary figure. Some big shots even thought that if he had not disappeared for countless years, he might have already taken the last step and become famous. This time, the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor was about to appear, but he had appeared in the Ice King city. Countless martial artists were terrified. Unknowingly, another competitor had appeared. Chapter 28:17. What? Wang Heng is back? In a secluded courtyard, a man was brandishing a huge sword. His body was emitting a terrifying sword aura. He suddenly put away his giant sword and opened his eyes wide, looking at the pavilion not far away. In the pavilion, the man in black held a folding fan in his hand and gently waved it. How interesting! After disappearing for so many years, even the Wang family announced that Wang Heng was dead. I didn't expect him to return when the ice progenitor's inheritance is about to appear. The man in black was full of doubts. Maybe this is the Wang family's conspiracy. But why are they doing this? The man with the giant sword asked in confusion. The man in black stood up and walked out of the pavilion. He looked at the blue sky and said, "You will never know how sad it is to be in the same era as Wang Heng." Back then, Wang Heng was known as the prodigy who had the most hope to take the last step in the ancient cold sect's 99 continents. There were even rumors that the upper echelons of the ancient cold sect had already noticed Wang Heng and intended to bring him to the sect to cultivate. Unfortunately, news spread from the Luobing continent that Wang Heng had disappeared. At that time, this matter caused a huge sensation. Even the ancient cold sect sent an envoy personally. At first, people didn't believe it, but as time passed, people gradually forgot about Wang Heng. In the mind of the man in black, many memories of the past were vivid. Some things, after experiencing it once, did not want to experience it a second time. Wang Heng's talent back then was so powerful that it made people tremble. Wood that is too hard is easy to break, and wood that is too delicate can be destroyed by the wind. Perhaps the Wang family also thought of this, so they deliberately hid Wang Heng. Their purpose was to protect Wang Heng and let him grow safely. It's just Wang Heng. If I meet him in the ice progenitor's inheritance ground, I'll kill him with one sword. The giant sword cultivator said disdainfully. The man in black shook his head. I advise you not to be impulsive. Otherwise, don't regret it when your head is separated from your body. Brother, aren't you boosting his morale and lowering your own? The giant sword cultivator waved his giant sword, and sword aura swept out. Talent doesn't mean strength. Even if he has been cultivating in seclusion for countless years, so what? Cultivating in seclusion would never be as fast as sharpening oneself in a life-and-death battle. What's more, each new generation was stronger than the previous one. The great sword-wielding martial artist was confident he could contend against Wang Heng. Within the life-ancient realm, I fear no one. Even the top powerhouses of the 99 chosen have nothing to fear. Alas! Seeing this, the black-clothed martial artist with a folding fan sighed and stopped talking. The news of Wang Heng's return caused a huge uproar. Not only the Ice King city, but the entire Luobing continent and some of the nearby continents were also affected. The news spread like wildfire like a kite. Some people even suggested that Wang Heng should replace Wang Yun on the list of 99 sky prides. The so-called 99 Proud Sons of Heaven was a list that many martial artists had spontaneously compiled. There were only 99 names on the list. The requirements to be on the list were very simple. You had to be a top genius of any continent under the ancient Frigid sect to enter the list. Therefore, from a certain perspective, the 99 sky prides on the list represented the strongest sky prides on the 99 continents. After Wang Heng disappeared and was replaced by Wang Yun, he was in the limelight for a period of time. It was only natural for him to be ranked among the 99 geniuses. Furthermore, he was ranked 15th. Now that Wang Heng had returned, most warriors believed that Wang Heng had the ability to replace Wang Yun. Of course, there were also a small number of martial artists who opposed this suggestion. In short, the news of Wang Heng's return spread like wildfire. As for the main character, Wang Heng, he was in the city lord's mansion, ordering his subordinates to investigate the serial gun. Who is targeting Brother Fang? Wang Heng frowned. At this moment, the city lord of the Ice King city came in. City lord, is there any news? Wang Heng asked. Young master, the serial gun had come into contact with many people when he was alive. For the time being, we are unable to find out who ordered him to do this behind the scenes. The city lord said, however, I have thought of a way that might be able to find the target. What way? Activate the Ice King's telekinesis ball and check all the martial artists who have entered the Ice King city recently. The city lord said. Ice King's telekinesis ball? Hearing this, Wang Heng was a little surprised. He did not expect the city lord to use the Ice King's telekinesis ball. Don't worry. The energy reserve in the Ice King's telekinesis ball is enough to be used twice in a row. This time, it will be used once to find someone. The remaining time will be used in an emergency. The city lord smiled and said, After all, this is the Ice King city. No one will dare to cause trouble here. The Ice King's telekinesis ball was the core of the entire Ice King city. All the martial artists who entered the Ice King city would have their aura recorded by the Ice King's telekinesis ball and then be affected by it. This was the method that made the Ice King famous in the past. It was shocking. Okay, then I'll have to trouble the city lord. Wang Heng was very grateful. He knew that if it were not for him, the city lord would never use the Ice King's telekinesis ball. Buzz. The city lord shook his hand and a huge crystal ball appeared. The next moment, a huge amount of telekinesis emerged from the crystal ball. At the same time, a chaotic aura emerged continuously. Brother Fong, it's me. Wang Heng's voice came from the array. Creak. The array fluctuated and Wang Heng walked in from the outside. With a happy face, he walked quickly to Fong Chen's side. Brother Fong, I think the mastermind behind this has been found. Fong Chen looked at Wang Heng in surprise. Whoosh. Wang Heng flicked his finger and an illusion appeared in the void. Brother Fong, according to our investigation, among the countless martial artists who came to the Ice King city recently, only one of them came from the Despair continent like you. We strongly suspect that this person is behind this. Fong Chen stared intently at the illusory figure. He clenched his fists tightly and made cracking sound. So it's you. Fong Chen recognized this person. It was the Hand of Despair who escaped after being severely injured by the Empyrean Star Domain Lord. Thinking of this, Fong Chen felt ashamed and apologized. I'm sorry for suspecting the Wang family. Wang Heng waved his hand and said, Brother Fong, I should be the one apologizing. You are my savior and the Wang family owes you a favor. You came to the Ice King city and suffered such an assassination. I feel very guilty. Fong Chen patted Wang Heng's shoulder heavily. Everything was understood without words. In the dead of night, only the sound of wine glasses clinking could be heard. Wang Heng and Fong Chen raised their glasses and drank. Fong Chen felt apologetic towards Wang Heng, but the former didn't take it seriously at all. Brother Fong, you don't have to care. You just came here and have only seen me and City Lord Long Han. It's normal for you to suspect our Wang family. Wang Heng gulped down a glass of wine and said with a smile. Fong Chen shook his head and didn't say anything. Dong dong dong. After 3 rounds of wine, the two of them were almost done drinking and chatting with each other. At this moment, there was a hurried knock on the door. Fong Chen and Wang Heng's expressions changed slightly as they looked outside the formation vigilantly. I'll go take a look. Wang Heng got up and was about to go take a look, but he was stopped by Fong Chen. It's an old friend. With that, Fong Chen opened the formation and let him in. Ha ha, I knew Brother Tianshu would be here. When the person saw Fong Chen, he laughed and sat on the stone bench. He picked up the wine jug and gulped down the wine. Butian? Fong Chen recognized the person. It was the mysterious man who had participated in the Tao discussion of the sects, Butian. How did you find me? Fong Chen was very surprised. Back then, he had met Butian as Dubhe. Butian smiled mysteriously. These things are not difficult for me. I was thinking, should I call you Tianshu or Fong Chen now? Either is fine. It seems that I came at the right time. Let's drink. Although Fong Chen was very confused about Butian's origin, he still drank with him. He couldn't feel any malice from Butian. Wang Heng had never seen Butian before and was quite surprised by his origin. Butian brought a very important news. After hearing it, Fang Chen and Wang Heng were both shocked. There are many people who are spying on the Ice Ancestor's inheritor this time. I received news that the legendary Ice Demon is also here, Butian said mysteriously. What? Ice Demon? Wang Heng exclaimed on the spot. Chapter 28:18. The news of the Ice Demon's arrival shocked Wang Heng. Others only heard about it from hearsay, but his Wang family had a deep understanding of Ice Demon. Didn't he say that he would never step into Luo Bing continent again? Why did he come this time? Wang Heng asked in confusion. At the same time, a helpless look appeared on his face. Butian smiled mysteriously. Ice Demon swore that he would never step into Luo Bing continent again, but the Ice Progenitor's inheritance is extremely important to him, so it's not a big deal to give up his pride. But Wang Heng wanted to say something, but was stopped by Butian. As far as I know, the Ice Demon has a huge grudge against your Wang family. You shouldn't be thinking about why the Ice Demon is here. Instead, you should be thinking about how to deal with the Ice Demon if you meet him in the Land of Inheritance, Butian said. Wang Heng nodded with a heavy expression. He hurriedly got up and cupped his fists towards Fang Chen and Butian before leaving in a hurry. This news was too shocking. He had to report it to the Wang family as soon as possible. After Wang Heng left, Fang Chen and Butian looked at each other and smiled. Brother Fang, it's better if you don't get involved in the Ice Progenitor's inheritance, Butian said. Because of Ice Demon? Fang Chen shrugged. Butian shook his head. As a friend, I have to remind you that there are many experts who want the Ice Progenitor's inheritance. Ice Demon is only one of them. Fang Chen shook his head, not agreeing with Butian's words. There are two sides to everything. Experts at their level must have their own battles. Fang Chen said, as for us, as long as we are careful, it's not impossible to get the Ice Progenitor's inheritance. Fang Chen had more than 50 special bloodlines in his body, and one of them was an Ice-type bloodline. If he could get the Ice Progenitor's inheritance, it would have a huge impact on his strength. So, no matter what, he had to fight for it. Butian shook his head. Fang Chen thought too simply. Countless people will die in the opening of the Ice Progenitor's inheritance. I hope Brother Fang won't be impulsive. I'm here to bring good news to Brother Fang. Butian said mysteriously. What news? The more Fang Chen interacted with Butian, the more he felt that the latter was very mysterious. It was as if he knew everything. Why would such a person participate in the Tao debate on the continent of despair? It was truly incomprehensible. Apart from the inheritance left behind by the Ice Ancestor, there is also a very important treasure in the Ice Ancestor's inheritance ground. Butian said, that is the Ice Devil puppet that was famous in the past. Ice Devil puppet? Fang Chen frowned in confusion. The Ice Devil puppet is a super strong ice puppet. It was personally created by the Ice Ancestor. At its peak, its attack power could reach half of the Ice Ancestor's level. Butian slowly said. Hearing this, Fang Chen's head exploded. Who was the Ice Matriarch? He was a peerless expert like Bloodline King. If he was still alive, he would definitely be one of the top experts in the immemorial chaos. How strong was his combat strength? He could destroy the primordial chaos with a flip of his hand. This so-called Ice Devil puppet had half of his combat strength at its peak. Wasn't this too exaggerated? Fang Chen had some achievements in puppetry, but he could not imagine that the Ice Devil puppet could have such powerful combat strength. The Ice Devil puppet is no longer a secret. It was famous in the immemorial chaos. However, after the Ice Ancestor disappeared, the Ice Devil puppet also disappeared. Butian said, I received news that the Ice Devil puppet is very likely to appear in the Ice Ancestor's inheritance ground. Seeing the shock on Fang Chen's face, Butian explained, over the countless years, the ice demon puppet has consumed too much of its energy and is unable to replenish it. Therefore, the current ice demon puppet is definitely unable to reach its peak strength. Now that the Ice Ancestors' inheritance ground has opened, everyone's attention is focused on the inheritance. This is our chance, Butian said. You mean, you want to join forces with me to find the Ice Devil puppet? Fang Chen asked in confusion. Butian nodded and smiled. When I was in the continent of despair, I said that Fang Chen is a dragon among men. In the future, your name will definitely shake the immemorial chaos. My judgment will not be wrong. It will be difficult for me to obtain the Ice Devil puppet alone. However, if we join forces, the chances of obtaining it will be very high. Butian said, there are too many people who have their eyes on the inheritance. In addition, the Ice Devil puppet hates the Wang family of the Luobing continent. When the time comes, an earth-shattering battle will be inevitable. We may all be involved. Rather than that, why don't we secretly search for the Ice Devil puppet? Butian said. Fang Chen was a little tempted. According to Butian, if he could obtain the Ice Devil puppet, the Hand of Despair would be nothing. He could suppress it with a flip of his hand. I need to think about this matter. Fang Chen was not in a hurry to agree to Butian's request. He still needed to consider whether Butian's information was true. Moreover, what was Butian's intention for telling him such important information? Various thoughts appeared in Fang Chen's mind. This made him even more cautious. It's already morning. I won't disturb you anymore. I'll visit you another day. After saying that, Butian turned and left. Looking at Butian's departing figure, Fang Chen faintly felt a trace of strangeness in his heart. What's the origin of this Butian? Why does he know so many secrets? 3 days later, Wang Heng returned and told Fang Chen that after the exploration of the Wang family's higher-ups, the Ice Devil had indeed appeared on the Luobing continent. Moreover, not long ago, he had already fought with the Wang family's higher-ups. This time, the Ice Devil came aggressively. His goal was very simple, which was to obtain the Ice Progenitor's inheritance. So, Butian's information is true? Fang Chen asked. That's right. His information has been confirmed. Therefore, the Wang family's plan has changed this time. There will definitely be a fierce battle in the land of inheritance. At that time, Brother Fang, you have to be careful. Don't get involved, Wang Heng warned. The Wang family's plan was a little rushed. Wang Heng had to temporarily bid farewell to Fang Chen. Fang Chen fell into silence and did not speak for a long time. He did not know Butian's origin, nor did he know whether there was any force behind Butian. In short, his mind was in a mess. In a hidden courtyard in the southern suburbs of Ice King City, Butian sat on a stone bench and looked ahead with a smile. Will that guy agree? Suddenly, a bald old man appeared. The air around him instantly froze, as if time had been imprisoned. His eyes were very scary, but after seeing Butian, they became gentle. He will agree. Butian murmured, with my understanding of him, he should be investigating my identity right now. After saying that, Butian raised his head and looked at the bald old man. He asked puzzledly, Master, I don't understand. With your noble status, why are you helping a guy you have never met? Besides, even if you want to help, you don't have to do it secretly, right? With your strength, you can just capture him and go into seclusion for billions of years. It's enough for him to benefit. Butian shrugged and asked. The bald old man shook his head, as if he was unwilling to say. Consider it as returning the favor. Butian was speechless and did not ask the bald old man anymore. He knew that he was unwilling to say. In the entire territory of the ancient cold sect, the number of people who can be valued by Master can be counted with one hand. Butian thought to himself, could it be the ancient cold sect Master? Butian racked his brain. If Fang Chen was related to the ancient cold sect Master, his master would indeed spend a lot of effort on him. Forget it. When Master wants to say it, he will definitely say it. Tian, although you are following orders to get close to Fangchen, I still have to advise you. This boy has endless potential and will definitely become a great person in the future. When you befriend him, try to be as sincere as possible. I know, Master, Butian said impatiently. A few days later, Butian came again. What do you think? Seeing Fangchen, Butian directly asked. Fangchen said, I agree, but I want to know all the detailed information about the ice demon puppet. Butian grinned and took out a file from his chest. He handed it to Fangchen. I knew you would want to know. This file contains all the information I have about the Ice Ancestors' inheritance land. Most of it is about the inheritance, and only a small part is about the Ice Demon puppet. The information about the Ice Demon puppet was extremely important. Even Butian did not have much. Chapter 28:19. As the time approached, Fangchen felt that the atmosphere in Ice King City was extremely oppressive. Wang Heng had not appeared since the last time he came. It seemed that the Wang family attached great importance to the appearance of the Ice Demon. As the Ice Progenitor's land of inheritance was about to open, more and more martial artists poured into Ice King City. Their gazes were all focused on the Ice King mountain range, not far from the city. It had been almost half a year since Fangchen came to Ice King City. Dong. One day, a deafening sound came out of the Ice King mountain range. Immediately after, the entire Ice King City was in an uproar. Countless experts floated above Ice King City, staring at the Ice King mountain range in front of them. Rumble. From far away, they could vaguely see that there were signs of a volcano eruption in the Ice King mountain range. The volcano is erupting. The Ice Progenitor's land of inheritance is about to open. Someone shouted in surprise. Suddenly, a large crowd rushed out of Ice King City and entered the Ice King mountain range. On the streets of Ice King City, Fangchen and Butian walked side by side. Brother Fang, take care of yourself in the land of inheritance. I'll go first. Wang Heng followed the Wang clan people. Before he left, he sent a voice transmission to Fangchen. It seems that the appearance of the Ice Demon is a great enemy for the Wang family, Fangchen said with a smile. Ever since the Ice King died, the Ice Demon has always claimed to be the orthodox Ice Dao. He's too strong, so the Wang family doesn't dare to be careless, Butian said with a smile. Let's go. The experts have already entered the Ice King mountain range. While the two were talking, most of the martial artists in Ice King City had already left. The two of them were not in a hurry and slowly flew towards the Ice King mountain range. It's said that this mountain range was not called the Ice King mountain range back then, Butian explained as he walked in front of the Ice King mountain range. Oh! Fangchen was curious about the legendary story of the Ice Progenitor and the Ice King. The Ice King shattered the sacred land of the Ice race with a palm strike. With his absolute strength, he suppressed all the power of faith and changed it into a mountain range, Butian said. Butian said, over time, in order to commemorate the Ice King, people named this mountain range the Ice King Mountain Range. The Holy Land of the Ice Race? Fangchen was even more confused. The Ice King was also from the Ice Race, so why would he be able to destroy the sacred ground of the Ice Race? Before the Ice Matriarch, the Ice Race's Holy Land had always existed. At that time, the Ice Race's Holy Land was very powerful, but as the Ice Ancestor and the Ice King rose, the Ice Race's Holy Land gradually declined. In the Ice King's generation, he even declared that he was the true Ice Race's Holy Land. He destroyed the Ice Race's Holy Land with one palm strike. Butian said, back then, this matter shocked the entire immemorial chaos and even angered several peerless experts. But for some reason, those peerless experts didn't make a move against Ice King. Fangchen sighed. It seemed that there were still many secrets in the Luobing continent, and he knew too little. Although all the clansmen who believed in the Ice Race's Holy Land have died, the vast power of faith has not been completely cut off. There is still a small part of it left. Be careful when you go in. The remnant power of faith is very repulsive to martial artists with ice bloodlines, Butian said in a low voice. After speaking, Butian took a step forward and entered the Ice King mountain range first. Looking at his back, Fang Chen was even more confused. Who was this Butian? Why did he know so much? In the Ice King mountain range, towering trees stood horizontally and weeds grew everywhere. An icy aura covered the land. As soon as he entered, Fang Chen felt that the ice bloodline in his body suddenly changed. Fang Chen found that the icy aura in the air was crazily pressing towards him. Not good! Fang Chen shouted. The remnant power of faith in the Ice King mountain range sensed the icy aura in his body and was rejecting him. Crack! The power of faith was very mysterious. It directly targeted Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Whoosh! Fang Chen used the space-time escape technique. His body kept flashing, but he still couldn't get rid of the entanglement. Seeing this, Butian was also surprised. He immediately said, "Hide the power of the bloodline in your body." Hiding the power of the bloodline was easy to say, but difficult to do. It could only be done by using a rare treasure. Black Hole Bloodline. In a flash, Fang Chen activated the Black Hole Bloodline, forming a huge bloodline black hole in his body and swallowing more than 50 special bloodlines. Whoosh! Then, he felt the power of faith in the air dissipate. He breathed a sigh of relief and landed on the ground. Impressive! Butian gave Fang Chen a thumbs up. The latter didn't have time to think about this. He was thinking about the scene just now. Too powerful. Just a little bit of power of faith left could force him into such a mess. What if the ice race's sacred land was at its peak? It was unimaginable. Fang Chen was a little ashamed of the power of faith here. The Shura universe was at the top level among the billions of miniature universes in the ancient Saint Chaos. However, the power of faith still couldn't be compared to here. See? The Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance is ahead. Butian pointed to the depths of the Ice King mountain range. The wild spatial storm seemed to break the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky and the oppressive aura filled everyone's heart. The spatial storm was very chaotic. No one dared to barge in. The Wang family members stared at the spatial storm. On the other side, an old man in gray clothes was covered in ice and snow. He stood alone in a corner. No one dared to get close to him because his aura was too strong. The spatial storm is weakening, someone in the crowd said. The others were waiting with rapt attention. The spatial storm had a pattern and was weakening. According to this trend, the threat would be at its lowest in 3 days. Ice Demon. Fang Chen and Butian came to the crowd and saw Ice Demon standing alone in the corner. He looked very old and his eyes were cloudy. He seemed to be in his twilight years. However, no one dared to underestimate this person because he was Ice Demon. The Wang family seems to be afraid of Ice Demon. Fang Chen's eyes fell on the Wang family members. They were nervously on guard. At the same time, they saw Wang Heng. If Ice Demon starts a massacre, at least half of the Wang family will fall, Butian said. He had a high opinion of Ice Demon. Fang Chen's eyes moved away from Wang Heng. Suddenly, he saw a familiar figure in another corner. The Hand of Despair? When enemies met, their eyes turned red. When Fang Chen saw the Hand of Despair, rage surged in his heart. The Hand of Despair also saw Fang Chen. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. He raised his hand and gestured at his neck. He seemed to be telling Fang Chen that he would die when he entered the Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance. It's not certain who will win. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Rumble! A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The spatial storm surrounding the Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance finally weakened to its weakest point. Charge! A wild roar came from the crowd. Whoosh! Ice Demon's turbid eyes suddenly became clear. Then, His body turned into a cold light and disappeared into the spatial storm. Let's go. The Wang family members had already noticed Ice Demon's actions. They followed closely behind and rushed in. After that, countless martial artists swarmed toward the spatial storm like a swarm of bees. Let's go. Butian grinned. The show has just begun. A shocking sound came from the Ice King mountain range. It spread to the entire Luo Bing continent. In the distant sky, the bald old man stood with his hands behind his back. He witnessed everything with his own eyes. Kid, I hope you can seize this opportunity, the bald old man said with a chuckle. Boom. In the sky, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. The weakened spatial storm slowly strengthened. After a while, it returned to its original state. At a glance, dark clouds covered the sky. It was a terrifying storm. This time, if the Ice Demon obtains the inheritance, it will definitely lead to a war that will cause great suffering, the bald old man said. If Ice Demon obtained the inheritance, his strength would rise to another level. He would not be afraid of the Wang family. At that time, the situation of the Luo Bing continent could be imagined. However, compared to Ice Demon, the bald old man was more concerned about his disciple, Butian, and Fangchen. I'm old. I don't like to join in the fun. Chapter 28:20. To put it bluntly, the Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance was an independent space. Of course, it wasn't an ordinary independent space. It was created by the Ice Ancestor himself. The air was filled with a cold aura. At a glance, it was a vast expanse of whiteness. Ice Palace. Fang Chen redefined the Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance. It didn't look like an independent space. It was more like an ice palace. The Ice Ancestors' traces were too obvious in the vast ice palace. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a strange aura in the air. Then, Fang Chen was a little shocked. The power of faith? He widened his eyes and sensed carefully. The Ice Ancestor is indeed powerful. The Ice King mountain range was formed after him. However, the independent space he created can absorb the power of faith left in the Ice King mountain range. Butian said. No wonder. It seemed that Butian knew the Ice King mountain range very well. The Ice Ancestors' land of inheritance should be at the core of the Ice Palace. Let's not get involved. Butian said. He looked at Fang Chen and nodded gently. Then, they quickly rushed toward the Ice Demon skeleton according to the map. Not long after Fang Chen and Butian left, the void flickered and a figure appeared. Their aura still lingers in the air. They should have just left. The Hand of Despair said in a hoarse voice. He had been paying close attention to Fang Chen. You can't escape. The Hand of Despair's figure flashed and chased after him. Fang Chen and Butian were extremely fast. Along the way, they encountered all kinds of monsters. However, they just released their aura and scared the monsters away. After flying for about an hour, a few figures suddenly appeared in front of them. West Continent Sky Pride? Butian stared ahead. The leader had a special symbol embroidered on his collar. If Fang Chen remembered correctly, among the 99 Sky Prides, the West Continent Sky Pride, Mu Zhe, should be ranked the last. The West Continent was also the weakest continent among the 99 continents under the ancient Frigid sect. It was even weaker than the Despair continent. You killed the chain spear, right? Mu Zhe asked with a sinister smile. Fang Chen shrugged. He didn't expect them to be here for the chain gun. Get out of the way, Butian said in a low voice. Courting death. Mu Zhe growled and waved his hand. The West Choice Continent martial artists behind him quickly acted. Die! Butian's figure flickered, and even Mu Zhe could not catch a trace of him. Crack! A trembling sound echoed. A martial artist from the West Choice Continent was beheaded by Butian. Following that, another person fell to the ground. Who are you? At this time, Mu Zhe finally realized that something was wrong. Is it important? Butian's figure was like a ghost. He appeared behind Mu Zhe like a ghost and punched him in the head. Fang Qin saw that when Butian attacked, his fist was covered by armor. What is the quality of the armor? Fang Qin was surprised. A vast amount of power gushed out from the armor, constantly illuminating Mu Zhe's primordial spirit. A miserable scream came out from his mouth. He held his head with both hands and fell to the ground in pain. Just when Butian was about to kill him, he suddenly felt that someone was approaching. Let's go. Butian grabbed Mu Zhe and threw him into the distance, disappearing into the void with Fang Qin. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The hand of despair rushed over. Suddenly, an unknown object appeared in the void. The hand of despair's first thought was to throw a punch. Dong! When his fist hit Mu Zhe, it instantly detonated the huge power in Mu Zhe's body. The entire void trembled. The wild power formed a huge vortex, blocking the hand of despair's advance. Damn it! The hand of despair cursed. Rushing all the way, they finally got rid of the hand of despair's pursuit. Fang Qin breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want to meet the hand of despair for the time being. How far are we? Fang Qin asked. Just ahead. As they spoke, a mountain peak appeared in front of them. Fang Qin and Butian stepped out and climbed to the top of the mountain. Look carefully. Just when the two of them were looking for the ice demon puppet, the inheritance of the ice progenitor appeared, causing a huge battle. The ice demon attacked and fought against the Wang family with his own strength. Wang Heng was also fighting against the geniuses of various continents. The core of the ice palace was in chaos. Everyone was determined to get the inheritance of the ice progenitor and killed their enemies without caring about anything. In the blink of an eye, blood flowed like a river. Miserable cries could be heard everywhere. The battle between the ice demon and the higher-ups of the Wang family had also reached its climax. Ice demon, the inheritance of the ice progenitor belongs to my Wang family. You have no right to touch it. The Wang family's current patriarch shouted. Humph, I, the ice demon, am the orthodox ice Tao. Your Wang family is just a hypocrite. You don't have the right to have the inheritance of the ice progenitor. In midair, the ice demon punched out. Countless ice chunks whistled through the air, nearing the people of the Wang clan and exploding with a loud bang. Back then, the ice progenitor was a hero. I didn't expect his descendant to be like this. Today, I, the ice demon, will clean up the ice progenitor's family. The ice demon said with disdain. In the ice demon's eyes, the current Wang family had already broken away from the rules set by the ice progenitor. They didn't have the right to be called the orthodox ice Tao. Humph, as long as my Wang family is here, don't even think about getting the inheritance. The members of the Wang family set up a joint battle formation and surrounded the ice demon. Have a taste of my Wang family's 1,000 calamity ice formation. The Wang family patriarch said coldly. He immediately controlled the joint battle formation and attacked the ice demon. Below. Pucci, an expert ranked 99 geniuses, was split in half by the giant sword warrior. You dare to provoke me? The giant sword warrior said coldly. He scanned the battlefield and looked for Wang Heng. The black-clothed martial artist with a folding fan was surrounded by a black glow. No one could get close to him. Be careful. He saw that the giant sword warrior was a little impulsive and reminded him in a low voice. Don't worry, I know what to do. Then, he charged at Wang Heng with the giant sword in his hand. Wang Heng, let me see what you're capable of. After that, the giant sword warrior and Wang Heng engaged in a fierce battle. The flames of war spread throughout the ice palace. The air was filled with heat. Everyone participated in this shocking battle. Only Fang Qin and Butian were searching on a mountain far away from the core of the ice palace. Why can't I find him? Fang Qin was a little anxious. I can feel it. Butian closed his eyes, and a flickering mark appeared on his forehead. He formed a seal with his hands and his palms kept changing. The mark above his head also kept changing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Spots of light were released from the mark and scattered on the ground. Suddenly, the mark shook as if it was about to shatter. Butian opened his eyes and looked in the northwest direction. There. The mark flickered and came to the northwest direction in an instant. Then, it sank into the ground. Boom! A hole was blasted in the ground. Butian used all his strength and punched out continuously. Every punch landed on the hole. Crack! A crack appeared on the hole, and then a black light flashed. Go in. Butian jumped down and jumped into the darkness. Fang Chen pondered for a moment before following closely behind. Buzz! The two of them passed through a layer of powerful restriction and entered the underground. This was a secret chamber. Is this where the ice matriarch used to cultivate? Fang Chen exclaimed. It seemed that the ice demon puppet was most likely here. However, he was more shocked. What method did Butian use to find the ice matriarch's cultivation place? What was the mark that appeared on his forehead? Was it given to him by the force behind him? Otherwise, with his strength, how could he find the ice matriarch's cultivation place so easily? He shook his head hard and put these thoughts aside for now. He focused on finding the ice demon puppet. That's right. The ice matriarch used to cultivate here. Butian said, according to the information I received, the place where the ice demon puppet is placed must have a low temperature. Don't act rashly. Be careful. If you accidentally enter the place where the ice demon puppet is placed, your primordial spirit might be frozen, Butian said. It was definitely not an exaggeration. The ice matriarch's methods were too shocking. Fang Chen nodded and looked around carefully. He carefully sensed that the temperature in the southeast direction of the secret room was getting lower and lower. Fang Chen and Butian quickly walked over. The two of them looked at each other and stopped. Chapter 28-21. In the underground chamber, the atmosphere was heavy and the temperature was extremely low. If an ordinary martial artist were to come here, their primordial spirit would be instantly frozen. Fang Chen's body was surrounded by a halo of sword qi, resisting the corrosion of the cold air. The two of them looked at each other and then at the southwest corner of the chamber. This corner was ordinary, but there was a luminous pearl placed in the corner. Luminous pearl? Seeing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. The temperature here is at least a few thousand degrees below zero. Our primordial spirits can feel the tremors, as if they are being frozen. How can the luminous pearl be undamaged? Fang Chen voiced his doubts. A normal luminous pearl would definitely not be able to withstand the temperature of a few thousand degrees below zero. Even an ordinary life ancient realm martial artist would have their primordial spirit instantly frozen here. As they spoke, Fang Chen and Butian's bodies were already covered in ice and snow. The blood in their bodies flowed. Especially Fang Chen, who pushed his fire origin bloodline to the extreme to resist the cold air. This is indeed not a luminous pearl. Butian spoke. He seemed to be somewhat familiar with this transparent bead. If my guess is correct, this pearl should be known as the frost pearl in the outside world. Butian slowly said. Frost pearl. Fang Chen was puzzled. He had never heard of a treasure like the frost pearl. In the vast ancient primordial chaos there are countless treasures. Some of them are extremely mysterious. The frost pearl is one of them. It is said that the frost pearl can withstand temperatures of tens of thousands of degrees below zero. In low temperatures, the frost pearl can emit a unique aura that can envelop the surrounding space, forming a vacuum. Simply put, the frost pearl can provide an endless supply of cold air to protect the ice demon puppet from being eroded by time. After seeing the frost pearl, Butian was certain that the ice demon puppet was here. Brother Fang, there is only one ice demon puppet. Let's get it out first and then decide who owns it. Is that okay? Butian asked seriously. Fang Chen nodded. The ice demon puppet contained an extremely low temperature. Ordinary people would not be able to control it, therefore it was too early to say this. Alright, then I'll begin. Butian had come prepared. He took out an umbrella from his bosom. Suddenly, a bright light surged out. Brother Fong, when I collect the icy pearl later, use your flame energy to bombard the corner of the wall and force the ice devil puppet to appear, Butian instructed. Fong Chen nodded and entered a state of alert. Voila! The umbrella in Butian's hand was very special. He quickly opened the umbrella, and in an instant, a wild power exploded from the umbrella. Then, an extremely cold aura filled the entire sky. Fong Chen's body involuntarily took a few steps back. What kind of treasure is this? Fong Chen exclaimed in his heart. It seemed that this umbrella was also a frost-type treasure. Thinking up to this point, Fong Chen was even more curious about Butian's identity. Why did he know so much about the Ice Matriarch's inheritance ground? Moreover, he could casually take out such a supreme treasure. But for the time being, he threw these thoughts to the back of his mind. 1. The frosty aura released from the umbrella became denser and denser. In the end, it turned into a monstrous wave that rushed to the corner of the wall and swept up the icy pearl. The icy pearl was wrapped up by the umbrella without any resistance. Do it! Butian roared. Fong Chen opened his palms and a crazy flame spread out, enveloping the corner of the wall. Because he had the divine fire, the flame energy released from his body was even more powerful. Even Butian was a little surprised. But soon, an excited smile appeared on Butian's face. Crack! Under the impact of the huge sea of flames, the corner of the wall showed signs of cracking. Debris fell to the ground, and a white arm appeared in front of Fong Chen's eyes. Ice Devil Puppet? Fong Chen was overjoyed. He increased the power of the flames. The sea of flames surged and roared, rushing into the crack at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. The Ice Devil Puppet was in an ownerless state. It could only be attacked by the flames and would automatically rush out. Crack! Finally, after a series of attacks, an Ice Devil Puppet that was about the same size as Fong Chen appeared. Simply put, the Ice Devil Puppet was the same as an ordinary puppet. However, the one who refined it was the Ice Progenitor. He used a special method to inject the frosty aura into it, making it the Ice Devil Puppet that everyone feared. 1. When the sea of flames rushed towards the Ice Devil Puppet, it instantly stopped. No matter how violent the flames were, they couldn't get close to the Ice Devil Puppet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fong Chen put away the Ice Devil Puppet. At this time, Butian also took out the icy pearl from the umbrella. So cold! He held the icy pearl in his hand, his body shivering. This is the Ice Devil Puppet? Fong Chen opened his eyes wide and carefully sized up the snow-white puppet in front of him. Butian nodded and was very excited. Yes, this is the Ice Devil Puppet. I didn't expect the Ice Devil Puppet to be so well preserved after the baptism of time. Luckily, the Ice Devil Puppet's internal energy has been exhausted. Otherwise, with our strength, it would be wishful thinking to obtain the Ice Devil Puppet. Butian waved the icy pearl in his hand and smiled. Brother Fong, do you know the use of this icy pearl? What use? Fong Chen seemed to have realized something and stared straight at Butian. If we want the Ice Devil Puppet to fight for us, we have to charge it with energy. This icy pearl can provide energy for the Ice Devil Puppet, Butian said. Hearing this, Fong Chen's heart jumped. He squinted his eyes and looked at Butian. An extremely dangerous thought appeared in his mind. Could it be that Butian had been using him from the beginning? Otherwise, why would he personally take the icy pearl and let him use all his strength to force the Ice Devil Puppet out? Thinking of this, Fong Chen's heart jumped. As long as the Ice Devil Puppet devours the icy pearl, it will be able to explode with powerful combat strength, Butian continued. Now, we can discuss how to split the Ice Devil Puppet. Hearing Butian's words, Fong Chen was stunned. Then, he awkwardly looked at Butian. He thought that Butian would take the Ice Devil Puppet for himself. How do we split it? Fong Chen asked. How about this? Butian slowly said. However, when he was halfway through his words, he suddenly froze for a moment. Then, he immediately jumped and landed on the crack in the corner of the wall. That's, Butian involuntarily cried out. His eyes widened and he was extremely excited. A second ice devil puppet? In the corner there was a second ice devil puppet. Fang Chen and Butian worked together to get this ice devil puppet out. Now it's good. There are 2 ice devil puppets. We each get one. Butian grinned. Previously, he was also a bit worried. After all, these were ice devil puppets. No one was willing to give them up so easily. Okay. Fang Chen and Butian dripped their blood on the 2 ice devil puppets to become their masters. 1. After the blood merged with the ice devil puppets, it formed a ripple in the air and entered their minds. The 2 of them were stunned. They seemed to be connected to the ice devil puppet. Good stuff, Fang Chen said. After the blood binding, the 2 of them discovered an extremely shocking thing from the ice devil puppet's memory. Icy Pearl. The 2 of them controlled the ice devil puppets and completely broke through the wall. Instantly, a small warehouse appeared in front of the 2 of them. Inside there were countless transparent pearls. So many! The 2 of them were completely stunned. A single icy pearl could cause a huge commotion in the outside world. They didn't expect that the entire warehouse of the ice progenitor's cultivation ground was filled with icy pearls. That's right. The ice progenitor must have thought of this back then to be able to refine icy pearls at will. That's why he refined a large amount of icy pearls for the later generations to control the ice devil puppet. After the excitement, Butian analyzed. No matter what, they had really earned a lot this time. Let them fight for the inheritance. We only need the ice devil puppet. Butian was already impatient. He entered the warehouse and began to count the icy pearls. An hour later, Butian walked out of the warehouse. He smiled at Fang Chen and said, "Brother Fang, we really earned a lot. I didn't expect the ice progenitor to leave a total of 10,000 icy pearls for us." "Ha, that's great. We'll split 5,000 icy pearls each." Soon, the 2 of them had each collected 5,000 icy pearls. At this time, Butian placed the icy pearl he had obtained earlier into the ice devil puppet's mouth. Crack. Chapter 28-22. Bang. Boom. The chamber, which was already extremely cold, was suddenly covered in ice. Fang Chen felt his yuan spirit shake as if it was about to be frozen. "It hurts!" Fang Chen couldn't help but scream. His yuan spirit felt like it was being pricked by needles. It was too painful. At this moment, the originally motionless ice demonic puppet's snow-white body suddenly moved, releasing a monstrous aura from its body. Crack! The entire chamber was frozen, and the temperature was so low that Fang Chen couldn't bear it. If Butian hadn't held back, Fang Chen wouldn't have been able to withstand it. Crash! In the blink of an eye, the ice came into contact, and the cold aura in his yuan spirit quickly dissipated. "Amazing!" Butian said excitedly. "A frost pearl can only activate 20% of the ice demonic puppet's power. If you want to activate all of its power, you'll need to consume at least 5 frost pearls at once." 20% of its power? Fang Chen was dumbfounded. 20% of its power was already enough to make him wish he was dead. What if it was 100% of its power? Even an expert at the level of Tianshu Yuan wouldn't dare to face it head-on, right? The ice demonic puppet was definitely Fang Chen's trump card, and it was a super trump card. With this ice demonic puppet, the 2 of us can protect ourselves in this ice palace. Butian grinned and put away the ice demonic puppet, then said to Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. His heart was filled with shock, and he couldn't calm down for a long time. The power of the ice demonic puppet was too strong. Life ancient realm martial artists couldn't withstand it, and their yuan spirit would be torn apart in an instant. This is really good stuff. Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the calm void, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and then the figure of the Hand of Despair appeared. "Damn you, let's see how you escape this time." After several days of investigation, the Hand of Despair had already locked onto Fang Chen's position. "I'm the ruler of the Despair continent, but now I've fallen to this point. It's all because of you," Despair Hand said angrily. In his heart, his hatred for Fang Chen had reached its peak. He wanted nothing more than to tear Fang Chen to shreds. He raised his head and looked at the mountain peak in front of him. Then, with a leap, he arrived at the mountain peak. Boom! The Hand of Despair clenched its hand into a fist and punched the ground. "Get out here!" The voice of the Hand of Despair was like a thunderous roar spreading across the place. Rumble! The secret chamber swayed and dust flew, as if it would collapse at any moment. What happened? Butian was a little surprised, but he soon discovered the Hand of Despair on top of the mountain. "Get out!" Butian and Fang Chen put away their ice devil puppets and walked out of the secret room one after another. Hand of Despair. When he saw the Hand of Despair, Fang Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Ever since he came to the city of Ice King, the latter had been targeting him. After entering the Ice Palace, he had pursued him relentlessly, wanting to kill him. Now that he had the Ice Devil puppets, it was time to settle their personal grudges. "Kid, I will take back what I lost 100 times over today," the Hand of Despair said coldly. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability." Fang Chen shrugged his shoulders with a look of disdain. Butian, who was at the side, looked at the scene with interest. He had no intention of interfering. He could feel that the other party's aura was strong, but he was fearless. With the Ice Devil puppets, so what if the other party was an ultimate expert? "You're courting death." The Hand of Despair was furious. He stretched out his hand and grabbed at Fang Chen. If this claw were to hit Fang Chen, the latter would die instantly. "You're dead." The Hand of Despair's body flashed and his hand whizzed forward. It was about to grab Fang Chen's head. Until then, Fang Chen still did not move. It was as if all this had nothing to do with him. The Hand of Despair's eyes were filled with sarcasm. It was as if he could already see Fang Chen dying in his hands. "Kill." The Hand of Despair's palm emitted a torrential aura of despair. The aura of despair gathered together and corroded the sky. "I've said it before. You've missed the best opportunity." 1. As he spoke, a snow-white puppet appeared before Fang Chen. Then, Fang Chen sent a frost pearl into the Ice Devil puppet's mouth at lightning speed. Boom! An extremely cold aura was released from the Ice Devil puppet. The entire world seemed to be frozen at this moment. The Ice Demon puppet's every move was so shocking. "What's this?" Seeing this, the Hand of Despair cried out. At the same time, he felt that the surrounding air was too cold. His body trembled, and his primordial spirit seemed to be frozen. Heart of Despair. Instantly, the Hand of Despair made a decision. He gritted his teeth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a bright red palm print appeared in the sky. On the palm print there was a Heart of Despair. This was the trump card of the Hand of Despair. In order to cultivate this secret skill, he had absorbed the energy of countless sky prides. But now that his cultivation level had dropped, he could only barely activate it. Gotcha! The Heart of Despair quickly merged into the palm print. Then, he slammed the palm into the air, shattering the ice seal. The cold aura released by the Ice Devil puppet was instantly broken. "What else can you do now?" After breaking Fang Chen's attack, the Hand of Despair laughed wildly. He forcefully controlled the Heart of Despair and attacked Fang Chen. "I see." Fang Chen sneered. He could roughly guess the reason why the Hand of Despair's cultivation level had dropped. That was just an appetizer. The real attack is coming next. Fang Chen said softly. Then, he sent 5 frost pearls into the Ice Devil puppet's mouth. 1. The Ice Devil puppet released a boundless cold aura. Instantly, the space was frozen. The heart of despair that the hand of despair was proud of was also frozen. No! The hand of despair could only shout this word. In the next moment, his primordial spirit was frozen. With a crack, it shattered. Then, his body shattered in the cold aura. Boom! The hand of despair's body suddenly exploded. An expert of a generation had fallen. Whoosh! 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 The frozen sky had regained its calmness. Only the cold aura in the air indicated that a great battle had just taken place. As for the ice devil puppet, it had been kept by Fang Chen in Immortal Cave Mountain. The ice devil puppet's full power is too strong. Fang Chen thought to himself. Butian, who was beside him, opened his mouth wide in disbelief. The hand of despair did not know what kind of attack Fang Chen had used. He had originally wanted to take revenge, but he had died in the hands of Fang Chen. At the core of the ice palace, blood flowed like a river and corpses piled up like a mountain. The ice devil and the upper echelons of the Wang family fought for several days, but there was still no clear winner. However, during this period, the Wang family had suffered heavy losses. Many experts had died at the hands of the ice devil. Ha ha! I can still take the ice ancestors' inheritance after killing everyone in the Wang family, the ice devil said crazily as he smashed the head of a Wang family disciple. Seeing this, the expressions of the Wang family members changed. What should we do? The current Wang family head tried his best, but he could not stop the ice devil. After countless years, the ice devil's methods were different. If he had not used the treasure left behind by the Wang family's ancestor, it would have been very difficult for him to fight against the ice devil. Damn it! The current head of the Wang family cursed with a gloomy voice. Boom! The battle started again. The experts of the Wang family joined forces to attack the ice devil. Below, the battle between the younger generation was nearing its end. Many years later, Wang Heng returned. At this moment, he exploded with unprecedented power and killed more than 30 of the 99 prodigies. Among them, there were even the top 10 prodigies. This caused many of the geniuses to feel intimidated. Let's join forces and kill Wang Heng, one of the prodigies suggested. Immediately, the other prodigies nodded. This was a battle between the younger generation. Even if they could not obtain the ice ancestors' inheritance, they could not watch so many prodigies die at the hands of Wang Heng. Kaboom! In an instant, Wang Heng was attacked fiercely. His figure flashed and dodged the most powerful attack. You're courting death. Wang Heng's face was cold. Just as he was about to attack, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. It was as if his body had been struck by lightning. Crack! Behind him, a figure appeared in the void. He held a black dagger in his hand. A few drops of blood dripped from the dagger. Yin Xian. Chapter 28-23. F***CK. Yin Xian was the strongest among the 99 Sky Prides. He was so strong that no one could compare to him. It was said that he was already one step away from becoming the mayor of Tianshu Yuan. He was known as the strongest life ancient realm Sky Pride in the 99 continents of the ancient Frigid sect. There were even rumors that Yin Xian was valued by the ancient Frigid sect. The ice ancestor's inheritance was a trial for him. If he performed well, he could join the ancient Frigid sect and soar to the sky. Therefore, Yin Xian had been active since he entered the ice palace. When he encountered an enemy, he would crush them with lightning speed. This time, more than half of the 99 Sky Prides had died in the face of the arrogant Wang Heng. However, he had been hiding in the dark, waiting for an opportunity. Just a moment ago, he finally got the chance to strike. He executed the strongest assassination technique that he was so proud of and wounded Wang Heng. The black dagger contained a strong poison. Even a life ancient realm martial artist would lose their ability to fight for a short time if they were poisoned. Wang Heng. Yin Xian stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. He looked down at Wang Heng with a faint smile on his face, as if he was mocking Wang Heng. Kill him! Wang Heng was seriously injured. The sky prides that he had offended earlier roared with righteous indignation. Some of them even rushed toward Wang Heng. Wang Heng's eyes flickered as he kept retreating. At this moment, the Wang family's experts were busy dealing with the ice demon. They had no time to save him. He was in a situation where he would die. Damn it! Wang Heng cursed in his heart. If Yin Xian hadn't come at the critical moment, he would have been able to crush the 99 sky prides. But now, the poison in his body was spreading. In just a short while, he had no strength left. He couldn't even stand steadily. What should I do? Wang Heng kept retreating in the face of the numerous sky pride's attacks. Yin Xian sneered. This was a situation where he would die. Even if Wang Heng had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to survive. Am I really going to die? Wang Heng looked at Yin Xian with a ferocious expression. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he noticed 2 figures flying at high speed in the distance. One of them was his savior, Fang Chen. Brother Fang. Upon seeing this, Wang Heng's face was filled with excitement. He knew Fang Chen's strength better than anyone else. If Fang Chen was willing to help him fend off these sky prides, he would be able to focus on expelling the poison. Once the poison was expelled, it would be time for him to take his revenge. Whoosh! A shocking sword light descended from the sky, forcefully splitting the void apart and slashing the bodies of the geniuses who were charging towards Wang Heng. Crack! An unimaginable power burst forth from the sword radiance, cleaving one of the sky prides at the forefront into 2. Some of the sky prides at the back also felt a huge impact. Boom! One sword strike had forced all the geniuses to retreat. When the sword light dissipated, Fang Chen came to Wang Heng's side. Are you all right? Fang Chen glanced at Wang Heng and asked in a low voice. Brother Fang saved me again. Wang Heng smiled bitterly. If it weren't for Brother Fang's timely arrival, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to see Brother Fang again. It's good that you're all right. Fang Chen patted Wang Heng's shoulder gently and said with a smile. He's the one who killed Serial Spear. What? Serial Spear was killed by him? Son of a bitch, how dare you poke your nose into other people's business? You're dead meat. The remaining sky prides cursed angrily. As for Yin Xian, he narrowed his eyes and stared at Fang Chen. Even he felt his heart palpitate when he saw Fang Chen swing his sword. Who are you? I don't think there's anyone like you in the 99 continents under the ancient Frigid sect, Yin Xian asked in a deep voice. Fang Chen from the Despair continent. You're from the Despair continent? A complicated expression appeared on Yin Xian's face. The Despair continent was a barbarian land. How could such a dazzling sky prides appear in such a place? No matter who you are, you'll die if you enter, Yin Xian said coldly. The remaining sky prides prepared to charge towards Fang Chen. Are you sending them to their deaths? Fang Chen pointed at those sky prides and said disdainfully, If I were you, I wouldn't send them to their deaths even though I know they're strong. Let me guess, what's your motive? You saw the sword I just used and felt that I'm unfathomable. Even if you use your full strength, you don't have 100% confidence in defeating me. So, you want them to exhaust my strength and see through my strength. Am I right? You're talking nonsense. Yin Xian roared angrily. After being exposed by Fang Chen, he flew into a rage out of humiliation. I wanted to let you live a little longer, but there's no need for that now. Yin Xian opened his palm and a black dagger could be vaguely seen. Wang Heng looked at Yin Xian solemnly. Butian, who was beside him, crossed his arms and said with disdain, I'm not trying to discourage you, but even if there were 10 of you, you wouldn't be a match for Brother Fang. If I were you, I'd scram. Maybe Brother Fang would be in a good mood and let you live. Humph, shameless boasting. Obviously, Yin Xian didn't believe Butian's words and was even more annoyed. I don't even need to use my full strength to deal with you. Fang Chen shook his head and waved the hidden star sword. The sky-breaking sword was instantly displayed. A huge sword shadow swooped down between the heavens and the earth. Crash! At this moment, Yin Xian's figure disappeared like a ghost. Be careful, Yin Xian's strongest skill is assassination. Wang Heng hurriedly reminded. Assassination? Fang Qin muttered to himself. The thing I'm least afraid of is assassination. What a joke. Although the Bone Progenitor was the founder of Spacetime Dao, he was the one who brought Spacetime Dao to greater height. So what if Yin Xian's concealment skills were strong? Fang Qin could see through him at a glance. Swoosh! Yin Xian's figure was faintly discernible, and even many sky prides couldn't catch him. Fang Qin held the hidden star sword and stood on the ground with a calm face. At this moment, spatial ripples flickered behind him, and Wang Heng exclaimed, I've been waiting for you. Almost without any hesitation, Fang Qin slashed out with his sword. The sword of heaven and earth whizzed out, carrying a fierce and overbearing power, fiercely slashing the void. Crack! Blood spurted out and a pair of arms fell from the void. Crash! Yin Xian's figure emerged, his body covered in blood. How did you find me? The black dagger fell to the ground, and he looked at Fang Qin in shock. I've said that I'm least afraid of assassination. Swoosh! After saying that, Fang Qin's figure hid in the void. How is this possible? Yin Xian couldn't believe that he couldn't find Fang Qin's trace, even though he was so accomplished in the Void Dao. Where is he? Yin Xian continued to search, but he didn't find any clues. I'm here. Fang Qin's voice could be heard all of a sudden. Crack! The hidden star sword pierced into Yin Xian's body, and the latter widened his eyes in disbelief. Boom! Yin Xian's body exploded and the wild power spread rapidly, affecting many sky prides. How is this possible? The remaining sky prides cried out in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. Yin Xian, who was ranked first among the 99 sky prides, actually ended up like this. Run! They subconsciously scattered in all directions, their hearts filled with fear. All of you, stay here. Butian attacked and killed all the sky prides who were fleeing in all directions. The battle between the younger generation had come to an end. Many experts who were in the midst of a fierce battle above were also shocked when they saw this scene from the corner of their eyes. Who is this guy? Why is his swordsmanship so profound? The Wang family experts were the happiest. Wang Heng was the hope of the Wang family. How could they not be happy that he was out of danger? Roar! The ice demon looked up to the sky and let out a furious roar. After such a long battle, Ice Demon finally couldn't help but use his trump card. Crash! With Ice Demon as the center, everything within 1,000 miles was covered in ice and snow. Oh no! The Wang family experts screamed and tried their best to block the attack. From now on, the Wang family will disappear from the Luobing continent. The wild laughter of the ice demon spread rapidly. Wang Heng's face changed drastically when he saw this. If Ice Demon obtains the inheritance, the Luobing continent will be flooded with blood. Fang Qin and Butian looked at each other and understood what each other meant. Chapter 28-24. Butian was different. Even if he exposed the Ice Demon puppet, he wasn't afraid. After the battle for the Ice Progenitor's inheritance ended, he would leave the Luobing continent with his master. Even if many people wanted the Ice Demon puppet, they wouldn't dare to do it openly. Fang Qin was different. The latter had no backing. After he and his master left, he would be in greater danger. Wang family head. Fang Qin looked up and sent a voice transmission to the Wang family head. My brother has a method that can temporarily trap the Ice Demon. Can you use this opportunity to severely injure the Ice Demon? The Wang family head, who was thinking about how to deal with the enemy, suddenly heard Fang Qin's voice in his mind. He looked down and found that the person who spoke to him was the young man who had saved Wang Heng. The Ice Demon has used his trump card. Even we can't block it directly. Your brother is just at the life ancient realm. How can he do it? The Wang family head shook his head. He obviously didn't believe Fang Chen's words. Since the situation is already very chaotic, why not try? Fang Chen asked. Family head, let's try. At the critical moment, Wang Heng also spoke. His intuition told him that Fang Chen was most likely telling the truth. The Wang family head considered the big picture and quickly understood. He nodded and said, "How long can you trap the ice demon?" 1 minute. A stunned expression appeared on the Wang family head's face. He was obviously surprised, but he quickly nodded. If you can really trap the ice demon for 1 minute, we can work together to severely injure him. Butian nodded and didn't say anything else. Wang family be destroyed. The ice demon laughed wildly and pushed his trump card to the extreme. He froze 1,000 miles and imprisoned the void. Crack. However, just as he was laughing maniacally, cracks suddenly appeared in the frozen void. What's going on? The ice demon's expression changed drastically. Not good. All of a sudden, he felt a bone-piercing cold coming from below. He dodged subconsciously. Crack. Butian pushed the ice demon puppet to its full strength and slammed his palm. The ice that the ice demon had frozen shattered. That's the ice demon puppet? After seeing the ice demon puppet, the Wang family's expression changed drastically. Do it. Butian closed his eyes and urged the ice devil puppet with all his strength. The 5 icy pearls were quickly used up. He quickly threw in another 5 pearls and continuously released an extremely cold aura that surrounded the ice devil. Damn it, it's the ice demon mantis. The ice demon roared furiously. He clenched his fist and punched out. Dong. Around him, the icy aura formed an invisible barrier, binding him. Attack together. When he saw the ice demon puppet, the Wang family head completely believed Fang Chen's words. With the ice demon puppet, it was possible to bind the ice demon for 10 minutes, let alone 1 minute. Kill. Many experts of the Wang family joined forces and unleashed a powerful attack. The attacks from the sky crashed onto the ice demon's body. Dong. Ice demon's body flew out like a cannonball. The ice demon let out a miserable shriek. His heart was filled with unwillingness. However, he did not have the courage to continue fighting against the ice devil puppet. I will definitely come back. The ice demon used the ice escape technique and burned his blood essence to escape from the ice palace. Phew! Butian heaved a sigh of relief and kept the ice demon puppet. His forehead was covered in sweat. In just a short while, he had used up 30 icy pearls. It was enough to show how powerful the ice demon was. The gazes of everyone from the Wang clan were all focused on Butian. Their eyes were filled with complex emotions. The ice demon puppet was personally refined by the ice ancestor. It originally belonged to the Wang family, but now it was in the hands of an outsider. Little brother, the Wang family head stepped forward and cupped his fist as the Wang family head landed on the ground. However, before he could finish his sentence, he felt his head shake. Following that, his expression changed. He looked at Butian with a serious expression. "Thank you, little brother, for your help," the Wang family head said with a smile. There was a 180-degree change in his attitude. If you had not used the ice demon puppet to bind the ice demon, it would have been too difficult to defeat the ice demon. The people behind the Wang family head were surprised, but they did not say a word. All right, let's open the inheritance first. After we get out, we will treat these 2 little brothers well. In the following time, the Wang family head led many experts to open the ice ancestor's inheritance. Buzz. A crack appeared in the void and an icy aura spread out. Following that, a snow-white ball of light floated out from the crack. Wang Heng, the Wang family head called out. The clan leader of the Wang clan called out. Wang Heng nodded and leaped up, arriving before the snow-white ball of light. Accept the inheritance. The experts of the Wang family surrounded Wang Heng and protected him. Wang Heng sat cross-legged in the void and began to accept the inheritance wholeheartedly. As expected, Only the bloodline of the Wang family is most compatible with the Ice Ancestors' inheritance, Butian said. He then turned to Fang Chen and said, Brother Fang, the battle for the Ice Matriarch's inheritance has come to an end. It's time for me to leave. If fate allows it, we will definitely meet again. Brother Butian. Fang Chen nodded and watched Butian leave. Master. Outside the Ice King mountain range, in the clouds, Butian walked in front of the bald old man. Not bad, you have obtained the ice demonic puppet. You have completed the initial test that I set for you. The bald elder smiled. Next, I will strengthen your training. Master, what about Brother Fang? Butian asked. He also obtained an ice demonic puppet and has the power to protect himself. As long as he doesn't provoke strong enemies, he can do whatever he wants on the 99 continents under the ancient frigid sect. The bald elder said, Fate has come to an end. It is time to leave. After that, the bald elder and Butian disappeared from the Luobing continent. In the Ice Palace, Wang Heng's bloodline was the strongest after the Ice Ancestor. Therefore, his acceptance of the Ice Ancestor's inheritance was very smooth. In just 3 days, he had completely absorbed the inheritance. Whoosh! Wang Heng opened his eyes. The experts of the Wang family were overjoyed. How is it? Fortunately, I did not disappoint. I have completely accepted the inheritance. I have a feeling that if I fully comprehend the ancestors' inheritance, I will be able to take the final step, Wang Heng said. Good, very good. My Wang family's chance to rise again is here, the Wang family head said excitedly. Wang Heng's gaze fell on Fang Chen. This time, I have to thank Brother Fang for helping me. Wang Heng cupped his fists and thanked him. Fang Chen had saved him at 2 critical moments. He was equivalent to his second parent. The Wang family head was also very polite to Fang Chen. He said with a smile, Young friend, since you have come to the Luobing continent, how can my Wang family not be a good host? The Ice Palace closed, and the Ice Ancestors' inheritance came to an end. After the news spread, everyone was amazed. They did not expect that even the Ice Demon would fail. It seemed that the Wang family's foundation was very deep. Fang Chen also became famous because of this battle. He had killed many geniuses with his sword and crushed Yin Xian. This battle record was enough to surpass the younger generation of the 99 continent. Moreover, his true cultivation was only in the Star Ancient realm. Most importantly, he did not use his full strength to kill Yin Xian. If he had used his full strength, with the help of the Ice Demon puppet, no one in the Wang family could stop him. However, all of this was Fang Chen's secret. Besides Butian, no one knew. In the Wang family residence, a banquet was held to celebrate Wang Heng receiving the Ice Ancestors' inheritance. Wang Heng was the main character of the banquet. No matter where he went, there would be thunderous applause to welcome him. Many elders of the Wang family personally raised their cups to toast him. The Wang family head had a smile on his face all night, as if he had already seen Wang Heng take the last step. He was very happy. On this day, an elder of the ancient frigid sect suddenly arrived. So it's an elder of the ancient cold sect. Sorry for not coming out to meet you. The head of the Wang family welcomed the elder of the ancient cold sect with a smile. Elder, your arrival really brings light to the Wang family's humble dwelling. The elder of the ancient frigid sect had a noble aura. His arrival caused the noisy Wang family mansion to fall silent. His gaze fell on Wang Heng, and he nodded in satisfaction. The Ice Ancestors' inheritance is extraordinary. Seize the opportunity, the elder said. Thank you, elder, Wang Heng said. Then, the ancient cold sect elder's gaze swept across the crowd and landed on Fang Chen. Chapter 28-25. It was supposed to be a celebration banquet, and Wang Heng was the most dazzling star. However, the arrival of the ancient cold sect elder attracted everyone's attention. The primordial chaos was boundless, and there were countless top forces. The fact that the ancient cold sect could be ranked as one of the top forces showed how deep their foundation was. There were 99 continents under the ancient cold sect. Although each continent was affiliated with the ancient cold sect, the ancient cold sect never took the initiative to interfere with the internal affairs of the continents. Everyone had some guesses about the arrival of the ancient cold sect elder. For example, Wang Heng's excellence had attracted the upper echelons of the ancient cold sect. This elder was here to take Wang Heng away. The ancient cold sect elder's gaze paused on Fang Chen for a moment, then he looked at the Wang family head and said, "Wang family head, I will not beat around the bush. I am here to bring Wang Heng to the ancient cold sect to cultivate. I wonder if the family head is willing?" Hearing this, the countless Wang family disciples at the banquet were excited. Even the elders were unable to contain their excitement. After so many years, the Wang family finally had a disciple who was qualified to join the ancient cold sect. Of course I am willing. It is Wang Heng's fortune to be able to join a sect like the ancient cold sect. The Wang family head was stunned for a moment, then he hurriedly cupped his fists and said. The ancient cold sect elder was satisfied with the Wang family head's performance. He nodded lightly and looked at Wang Heng. Whoosh! Wang Heng instantly became the focus of attention. If he joined the ancient cold sect, he would be able to soar to the sky. If he continued to stay in the Luobing continent, he could still cultivate, but compared to the ancient cold sect, it was like heaven and earth. Disciple Wang Heng greets the elder. Wang Heng said cleverly. Ha ha ha, good. The elder of the ancient frigid sect stroked his beard and laughed. Instantly, everyone greeted Wang Heng and congratulated him for joining the ancient cold sect. Wang Heng's potential is unparalleled, and his bloodline is the closest to the Ice King. Now that he has obtained the Ice Ancestor's inheritance, his future achievements will definitely not be too low. He might even surpass the Ice Ancestor. The ancient cold sect elder was very optimistic about Wang Heng. Thank you, elder. The Wang family cupped their fists to thank him. The elder of the ancient frigid sect waved his hand, indicating for everyone to be quiet. Then, he slowly walked forward to a corner of the banquet. Everyone was surprised. What did the elder of the ancient cold sect mean? Did he take a fancy to Fang Chen? When Wang Heng saw this, a smile appeared on his face. With Fang Chen's strength, he could definitely join the ancient cold sect. When the elder of the ancient frigid sect walked over to Fang Chen, everyone's eyes fell on him. Fang Chen still kept his head down, as if everything had nothing to do with him. Your name is Fang Chen? The elder of the ancient frigid sect stared at Fang Chen and asked, Are you from the continent of despair? Hearing the voice, Fang Chen slowly raised his head, stood up from the corner, and nodded at the ancient cold sect elder. Do you know who Yin Xian is? Originally, everyone thought that the elder of the ancient cold sect had taken a fancy to Fang Chen's strength and wanted to bring him to join the ancient cold sect. But when they heard the name Yin Xian, their hearts tightened. Especially Wang Heng. His expression changed, and he opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. Ranked first among the 99 geniuses, Fang Chen said indifferently. Then do you know that before the inheritance of the Ice Ancestor appeared, Yin Xian was already considered half a disciple of our ancient cold sect? The inheritance of the Ice Ancestor was a test for him. The elder of the ancient cold sect said in a deep voice, his tone full of displeasure. But you killed him. Fang Chen frowned as he stared at the ancient frigid sect elder. Although Yin Xian's strength was not good enough, he deserved to die in your hands. But even if he was a good-for-nothing, you are not qualified to kill a disciple of the ancient cold sect, the elder said coldly. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Elder, the situation was forced. Brother Fang also wanted to save me, Wang Heng wanted to explain, but the elder waved his hand to stop him. No explanation can change the fact that Yin Xian was killed by him. If you provoke the ancient cold sect, you must be prepared to pay a heavy price. The elder's aura suppressed Fang Chen. Fang Chen clenched his fists, and his primordial spirit moved slightly, secretly controlling the ice demon puppet. As long as the elder of the ancient cold sect made a move, he would not hesitate to attack, even if it meant exposing the ice demon puppet. However, just when everyone thought that the elder of the ancient cold sect was going to attack Fang Chen, the latter changed the topic. However, seeing that your strength is not bad, I can spare your life, but you have to come back to the ancient cold sect with me. The elder said, with your strength, you are qualified to be a sparring partner for the many disciples of the ancient cold sect. Sparring partner? At the banquet, everyone was discussing. The head of the Wang family also had a bitter smile on his face. Their Wang family was the ruler of the Luobing continent, but in front of the ancient cold sect, they were nothing. Wang Heng was very anxious, but there was nothing he could do about the elder of the ancient cold sect. Brother Fang, don't resist. Otherwise, if you anger the elder of the ancient cold sect, you will definitely die. Wang Heng transmitted his voice to Fang Chen. Agree to it first. It's okay to be a sparring partner. After entering the ancient cold sect, I will help you think of a way. According to Wang Heng's idea, where there was life, there was hope. As long as he didn't die, everything could start over. But once he died, everything would turn into an illusion. Don't underestimate the sparring partners of the ancient cold sect. As long as you are strong enough, you can also be a sparring partner for the top geniuses. The treatment is not worse than the ordinary disciples of the ancient cold sect. In the 99 continents, there are countless people who want to be a sparring partner but can't, the elder said slowly. From his tone, he didn't give Fang Chen any leeway at all. As long as Fang Chen didn't agree, he would immediately attack. Sparring partner? Fang Chen pondered for a moment, then raised his head and looked at the elder. Okay, I agree. Fang Chen made this decision because of two reasons. First, he didn't want to expose the ice demon puppet at this stage and offend the ancient cold sect. Although he could temporarily escape from the Luobing continent with the ice demon puppet, if he was chased endlessly by the ancient cold sect, with his strength, the only outcome would be death. Before he became stronger, he had to endure everything. Second, he also wanted to see how strong the geniuses of the ancient cold sect were. From the elder's words, the stronger the sparring partner, the better the treatment. He was now eager to get cultivation resources to increase his strength. The banquet continued. The elder of the ancient cold sect sat at the head of the table, while Wang Heng accompanied him and poured wine for him. After the banquet, the elder of the ancient cold sect brought Wang Heng and Fang Chen back to the ancient cold sect. Along the way, Wang Heng comforted Fang Chen, but the latter didn't show any dissatisfaction. On the contrary, there was a hint of eagerness in his eyes. Although Fang Chen had left, his legend was still circulating in the Luobing continent. He killed many geniuses with his sword and established his title as the strongest genius of the 99 continent. Unfortunately, in the end, he became a sparring partner of the ancient cold sect. Ha ha ha, this damn guy got his retribution. Humph, Yin is the future of our clan. He killed Yin, and now the ancient cold sect is taking revenge. He's dead meat. That's right. Being a sparring partner of the ancient cold sect isn't something that ordinary people can endure. After hearing the news, the people of Yin clan were overjoyed. Many forces that were dissatisfied with Fang Chen also expressed their opinions. I heard that even a star Venerable who becomes a sparring partner will die in the end. That's right. He's just an ancient god. I bet he can't last a month. Being a sparring partner of the ancient cold sect is like being a sparring partner for those geniuses. In an instant, the entire Luobing continent was in an uproar. However, Fang Chen didn't care at all. 3 months later, the three of them finally returned to the ancient cold sect. The 99 continents under the ancient cold sect were extremely vast. The headquarters of the Ancient Cold Sect was located in the Ancient Cold Continent. The Ancient Cold Sect occupied an entire continent. It was too shocking to look at from afar. "We're here," the elder of the Ancient Cold Sect suddenly said. The Ancient Cold Continent appeared in front of them. "There are many rules in the Ancient Cold Sect. Don't run around after entering the Ancient Cold Continent. Otherwise, you'll be responsible for any problems," the elder said in a deep voice. Chapter 28-26. The Ancient Cold Continent was the largest continent among the 99 continents under the Ancient Cold Sect. The headquarters of the Ancient Cold Sect occupied the entire continent. When they were close to the Ancient Cold Continent, the elder brought Fang Chen and Wang Hing down from the sky and onto the continent. The Ancient Cold Sect has a strict hierarchy. The stronger you are, the higher your status. The elder introduced the continent to Wang Hing. "There's a huge array above the Ancient Cold Continent. Even supremacy gods can't fly there." Supremacy gods were the realm above the ancient gods. Like the ancient gods, it was also divided into 3 subrealms: Star Supremacy, Holy Supremacy, and Tribulation Supremacy. In the immemorial chaos, an immemorial god expert was considered a top expert. As for those above them, they could be called peerless experts. For example, Fire Demon True Monarch and Dead Star Sector Lord. The former ruler of the Despair Continent, Hand of Despair, was a holy supremacy. As for the Tianshu Yuan and the head of the Lin family, they were both star supremacies. That was why Hand of Despair was able to suppress the two and dominate the Despair Continent. Unfortunately, he was severely injured by Dead Star Sector Lord and was killed by the Ice Demon Puppet. Most of the disciples in the Ancient Cold Sect are in the Life Ancient Realm. Only a few of them are Supremacy God. The elder continued, "With your strength, you can be considered a core disciple in the Ancient Cold Sect. However, you still need to work hard. Otherwise, you'll be eliminated." The competition in the Ancient Cold Sect was fierce. There were limited resources and many disciples. This made the competition even more brutal. What a powerful array! Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and looked at the array before him. He muttered, "The person who set up this array is definitely an unparalleled expert." "You know about arrays too?" The Ancient Cold Sect elder looked at Fang Chen in surprise and asked. "A little," Fang Chen said. "That's right. This array is called the Ancient Cold Array. It was set up by a good friend of the sect master to guard the Ancient Cold Sect," the elder said. "Although supremacy gods can't fly, it can't stop world gods from flying. Of course, even a universe god can only fly once trapped in the Ancient Cold Formation." World god? Fang Chen's heart stirred slightly. After coming to immemorial chaos, he knew too little about cultivation realms. Now, he learned from the elder of the ancient Frigid sect that above the ancient gods was the eminent god, and above the eminent god was the world god. What about those above world god? Fang Chen couldn't help but murmur when he thought of the bloodline monarch, absolute star world overlord, and the others. Above world deity? The elder of ancient cold sect snorted coldly, ignorant. Universe gods are already considered to be the top existence in immemorial chaos. Those who have reached the level of universe god are peerless experts who can easily destroy immemorial chaos. I have cultivated for 10 billion years and I have never heard that there is a higher realm above universe god. Are universe gods the strongest? Wang Heng asked curiously. Hearing Wang Heng's voice, the ancient cold sect elder's expression eased a little. That's right. There are strong and weak universe gods too. The weak universe gods are only slightly stronger than sect master. As for the top universe gods, it is said that they can control the supreme rules. Hearing that, Wang Heng was dumbfounded and his heart trembled. It is too difficult to become a universe god. There hasn't been one in hundreds of millions of years, the elder of ancient cold sect said. Until now, there hasn't been a universe god in ancient cold sect. After a brief introduction of the ancient cold sect, The elder brought Fong Chen and Wang Heng into the ancient cold sect. Elder Tian Han, you are back? As soon as they entered the mountain gate, an elder quickly walked over and asked with a smile. I wonder if Yin Xian passed the test? The elder asked anxiously. Elder Tian Han spread his hands helplessly and said, Yin Xian didn't pass the test. He was killed in the land of inheritance of ancestor eyes. What? Hearing that, the elder's expression changed drastically. He couldn't believe it. Yin Xian's strength is the best among the geniuses of the 99 continents. It is hard to find a match for him in the same realm. Moreover, even star venerables would fall victim to his assassination technique if they weren't careful. Who killed him? The elder asked in a deep voice. Could it be a venerable god expert from another continent? Elder Tian Han shook his head and said, No, he is the one who killed Yin Xian. When the elder saw Fong Chen, his eyes were filled with shock. Star Ancient Realm? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Although he is in the Star Ancient Realm, his fighting power is hard to defeat even Life Ancient Realm experts, Elder Tian Han said. Humph, Yin Xian is a disciple of Ancient Cold Sect. The elder was displeased. Although Fong Chen had great potential, Yin Xian was a disciple that he had brought in. Now that Yin Xian was dead, he was naturally displeased. Elder Chang, don't be angry. I will bring him back to Ancient Cold Sect, and let him be a sparring partner. As for whether he can persevere, it will depend on his luck, Elder Tian Han said with a smile. Hearing that, killing intent flashed in Elder Chang's eyes. He flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Wang Heng smiled bitterly at the side. He could imagine that Fong Chen would have a hard time in the future. He glanced at Fong Chen. The latter looked as if nothing had happened. His face was calm. As a disciple, Wang Heng naturally received great treatment. After Elder Tian Han settled him down, he brought Fong Chen to the sparring area. This will be your residence in the future. Without my orders, you are not allowed to leave the sparring area, Elder Tian Han said. At a glance, the sparring area was huge. It almost took up an entire city. However, the environment here was very bad. There were many sparring partners and very few rooms. These are the rules of Ancient Cold Sect. Take a good look. Elder Tian Han threw a small booklet to Fong Chen and turned to leave. There were a total of 100 courtyards in the sparring area. Each courtyard was occupied by someone. The courtyard's environment was the best. The heavenly energy was dense, and there were even servants to serve them. Outside the courtyards there were group rooms. Many people were squeezed together to sleep. Just looking at it made one speechless. Little brother, are you a new sparring partner? Just as Fong Chen was thinking about where he should go, a voice suddenly rang out. Fong Chen turned his head and saw a skinny man walking over with a smile. Fong Chen nodded. The latter said, I am a very enthusiastic person. I will bring you to find a place to stay. Fong Chen followed behind this person and came to a corner of the group rooms. Here, this will be your residence in the future. As he spoke, this person stretched out his hand and said with a faint smile, 10 star stones. Fong Chen did not understand. What did this mean? This person's face instantly darkened. Brat, don't play tricks with me. I brought you here to find a place to stay. Shouldn't you give me some reward? I am already being merciful by only asking for 10 star stones. If it were someone else, I would have asked for at least 50 star stones. Fong Chen finally understood. Seeing that he was a newcomer, he wanted to bully him? I don't have any star stones. Fong Chen spread out his hands. Do you want to die? This person emitted a strong aura that was close to Fong Chen's. His face was ferocious as he said fiercely, Let me tell you, the most worthless thing in the Ancient Cold Sect is the life of a sparring partner. Even if I kill you, the Ancient Cold Sect will not blame me. They will only blame you for being too weak. So, if you don't want to die, hand over the star stones. Fong Chen shook his head. No matter where he went, He would meet such people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. I really don't have any star stones, Fang Chen said calmly. Good, very good. You think that I, Sun Han, am easy to bully? As he spoke, Sun Han clenched his fist and gathered all the strength in his body on his fist. He suddenly punched towards Fang Chen. Dong! Fang Chen stood still and took Sun Han's punch head-on. Buzz! The halo of sword chi revolved around his body, easily blocking Sun Han's punch. Dang, dang, dang! The strong rebounding force forced Sun Han's body back. After he stabilized his body, he stared at Fang Chen. I didn't expect you to be so smart. However, do you think that this will make me stop? You are wrong. Sun Han sneered. I, Sun Han, have seen many hotheads like you. You won't live for more than 3 days. Boom! Sun Han attacked again. This time, his fist was stronger. However, the result was still the same. Fang Chen looked at Sun Han with a smile. There were no injuries on his body. You! Sun Han was shocked. Chapter 28-27. At best, Sun Han's strength was only that of an ordinary life ancient realm cultivator. In the outside world, he wouldn't even be able to enter the ranks of the 99 geniuses. With such strength, how could he injure Fang Chen? Even if Fang Chen stood still, the chaotic origin sword body would be enough to block Sun Han's attack. Humph, you're courting death. Sun Han's anger rose when his 2 punches were blocked. He felt that he was being mocked by this newcomer. Boom! However, before Sun Han could react, he felt a fist the size of a sandbag land squarely on his body with a bang. A vast amount of energy rushed into his body like a torrent, destroying his body. Dong! A deafening sound rang out. Sun Han's thin body was heavily smashed to the ground, causing cracks to appear on the floor. Poochie! Dust flew. Sun Han quickly got up from the ground, trying his best to stabilize his internal organs. He spat out the dust in his mouth and glared at Fang Chen. Brat, as a newcomer, you actually dared to take the initiative to attack. I think you're tired of living. Sun Han raged. Although it was his first time here, Fang Chen had already figured out the rules of the sparring area from Sun Han's words. Whoever had the biggest fist was the rule. Bang! As soon as Sun Han's voice fell, he was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. I'm going to tear you to pieces. Sun Han raised his head to the sky and roared furiously. Bang, bang, bang! However, what followed was the sound of his body hitting the ground and his miserable shrieks. Fang Chen's fist landed on Sun Han's body again and again. Of course, he didn't kill him. Otherwise, with his strength, Sun Han wouldn't be able to withstand a single punch. As a newcomer, he didn't want to become the target of public criticism. After a long while, Fang Chen kicked Sun Han's body. The latter didn't move at all, like a dead pig. His head was swollen, his clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in wounds. Get up. It's not over yet, Fang Chen said. Sun Han pretended to be dead. He swore that he would never bully a newcomer again. What the hell was going on? How could a newcomer with a cultivation of the star ancient realm be so strong? With such potential, why would he be a sparring partner? He would be good enough to be a disciple. Pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. That was the only thought in Sun Han's mind. He hated Fang Chen's guts, but he didn't dare to say anything. Stop pretending. This strength isn't enough to take your life, Fang Chen said. Sun Han revealed a helpless expression. He slowly crawled up from the ground and said with a bitter expression, Big brother, please spare me. Didn't you just ask me for star stones? Fang Chen asked. Sun Han hurriedly waved his hand and said, How could I dare to ask Big brother for star stones? You're simply a freak. You're clearly only in the star ancient realm, but your strength is so strong. At this moment, Fang Chen stretched out his palm. Sun Han was stunned when he saw this. Hand it over. Sun Han hesitated and said weakly, Big brother, I... Cut the crap. You should have been prepared when you asked for star stones. Fang Chen scolded. Sun Han didn't dare to say anything. He opened his spatial ring and took out some star stones. Take them all out. Fang Chen's body was full of sword qi. He used his aura to pressure Sun Han. The latter was scared and didn't dare to play tricks. He quickly handed over all the remaining star stones. I've worked hard to accumulate all of these, Sun Han said helplessly. Big brother, can you leave me a few star stones to cultivate? Fang Chen checked. There were a total of 300 star stones. He grabbed 10 star stones and threw them to Sun Han. This is for you. With that, Fang Chen turned around and left, leaving behind Sun Han with a bitter smile. Although the sparring area was large, there were only 100 individual courtyards. Simply put, only the strong could live in individual courtyards. This group of residences isn't a place for people to live in. I should find an individual courtyard to live in. Fang Chen stretched lazily and walked towards the 100th courtyard. He had his reasons for choosing the 100th courtyard. Firstly, he had just arrived and didn't want to be in the limelight. He also didn't want to attract too much attention. Secondly, he just wanted a quiet place to cultivate. Even the 100th courtyard was fine. Since that was the case, he naturally had to choose a relatively weak sparring partner. I'm sorry, Fang Chen said apologetically. There was nothing he could do about it. This was reality. He was also doing this to survive. Dong dong dong. Fang Chen gently knocked on the door of the 100th courtyard. Who is disturbing my cultivation? A rough voice came from the courtyard. With a thud, the door opened and a fat man weighing at least 150 kilograms walked out from inside. Were you the one knocking on the door? The fatty angrily asked. Fang Chen nodded. Sorry, I'm new here and don't have a place to stay. I want to live in your courtyard. I wonder if you can part with it? Hearing this, the fatty laughed. You want me to give you my courtyard? The fatty pointed at his own nose and said, Are you sure, newcomer? Fang Chen nodded. Yes, that's what I meant. You're courting death. The fatty was thoroughly enraged. His thick fist fiercely smashed towards Fang Chen. This time, Fang Chen didn't passively defend. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. Whoosh! With a flick of his finger, a ray of light shot out and easily pierced through the fatty's fist, knocking his huge body to the ground. Damn fellow, I'll tear you to shreds. The fatty struggled to get up from the ground and roared with incomparable anger. However, Fang Chen didn't give the fatty any chance. He spoke with his fist. Bang bang bang! The fatty screamed miserably. Under Fang Chen's continuous bombardment, he didn't even have the chance to resist. In the end, the fatty directly begged for mercy. Sir, please spare me. I'll immediately give you my courtyard. Hearing the fatty's words, Fang Chen finally stopped attacking. Wouldn't it have been better if you did this earlier? Fang Chen said something that made the fatty feel helpless. He swaggered into the 100th courtyard. Fatty quickly thought about it for a moment, then quickly followed in. Why are you still coming in? Fang Chen frowned and said with some displeasure. Plop. The fatty knelt on the ground and hurriedly said, Big brother, my respect for you is like the endless water of the Yellow River. From now on, I, the fatty, will follow you. No matter what you ask me to do, I, the fatty, will not blink an eye. Fang Chen wanted to refuse, but then he thought about it. After all, he didn't know much about the ancient cold sect. Having such a person as his subordinate would save him a lot of trouble. What's your name? Asked Fang Chen. I'm called Fatty Da, said the fatty. Good. From now on, you can live here. Without my orders, you are not allowed to disturb me. Thank you, sir. The news of Fang Chen entering the 100th courtyard quickly spread through the sparring area. Many sparring partners were discussing it. Just where did this person come from? He had just arrived, but he had already entered the 100th courtyard. Damn, isn't he a bit too powerful? Hearing this explosive news, Sun Han's jaw almost dropped. At the same time, he was secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, Fang Chun had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have lost his life. Sun Han, have you heard? A new sparring partner has entered the 100th courtyard. Suddenly, several people walked over. Sun Han nodded and was about to speak when one of them said disdainfully, "Humph, that idiot Fatty can't even defeat a newcomer? He really is a disgrace to our sparring area." I also heard that Fatty knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He's willing to be that person's servant. I don't believe a newcomer can be that strong. These sparring partners mocked Fattyda and even looked down on Fang Chin. Sun Han didn't say a single word. He looked at them like they were idiot. The trash in their eyes was someone who could casually take their lives. Of course, Sun Han wasn't so kind as to warn them. It had to be known that some of these people had tried to extort him when he had first arrived. He was happy to see them run into a wall. Idiots, it's best if they rush over and provoke him. Then there'll be a good show to watch. Sun Han thought to himself. Just watch. It won't be long before someone can't resist going to teach him a lesson. A newcomer won't be able to jump around for long. That's right. I don't believe those people who are on par with Fattyda will be able to endure it. Chapter 28. Sparring partners had the lowest status in the ancient cold sect. Their lives were also the most worthless. They were casually ordered around by others, and the ancient cold sect disciples would do their best to fight. Every time a sparring session ended, it would be the happiest thing for them if they were still alive. Li Mo, quickly go to the disciples' area and be Li Tianxiang's sparring partner. Elder Cold Sky's voice reached the sparring area, and many cultivators shook their heads. As for Li Mo, who was happily chatting with others, he was instantly dejected. This was because he knew that it would be difficult for him to return alive. Many sparring partners walked over and patted him on the shoulder to comfort him. Li Mo left and never came back. That night, news of Li Mo's death spread. The entire sparring area instantly fell silent. Although sparring partners had to be prepared for death, everyone would feel fear when they were close to death. As for those sparring partners who had a bad relationship with Li Mo, they also mourned for him at this moment. When facing the ancient cold sect, all the sparring partners in the sparring area were like a family. In the 100th courtyard, "Master, Li Mo is dead." The fat general reported the news to Fang Chen. When Fang Chen heard this, he was slightly stunned. Is this what happens to sparring partners? Hearing Fang Chen's words, the fat general said, "It's very difficult for sparring partners like us to have a good ending. However, there are still countless cultivators in the 99 continents who crazily think of ways to enter the ancient cold sect as sparring partners. This is because they use sparring partners as a springboard to achieve their goals. However, almost all of them died in the ancient cold sect after becoming sparring partners. Has no one ever succeeded?" Fang Chun continued to ask. "Yes, but it's a pity that they were 1 in a million prodigies." The fat general said, 10,000 years ago, a peerless prodigy appeared in the sparring area. During his sparring career, he killed a total of 100 prodigies in the ancient cold sect. There were even peak prodigies among them who were at the peak of the life ancient realm. In the end, he was accepted by the ancient cold sect and his status changed. He became a high and mighty prodigy. After that, he unleashed all of his hidden potential and became the top disciple of the ancient frigid sect, becoming famous throughout the world. Of course, this kind of thing rarely happens. In the past 10,000 years, there has only been one person like this. Fatty smiled bitterly. If it were that easy, they wouldn't be here as sparring partners. Oh! Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He was curious about this genius who had killed 100 disciples of the ancient frigid sect. Next, Fatty began to explain some of the rules of the ancient cold sect to Fang Chen. After listening, Fang Chen finally understood. It turned out that being a sparring partner was not completely hopeless. The ancient frigid sect would also examine prodigies with monstrous potential and nurture them. Of course, once he was determined to be a sparring partner, it was almost impossible for him to make a comeback. Unless the upper echelons of the ancient frigid sect thought highly of him and were willing to step forward. This method was too difficult, and no one dared to ask for it. Apart from that, there was another method, which was to become a disciple of the ancient frigid sect by killing 100 disciples like the genius from 10,000 years ago. This was the most likely chance of success for many sparring partners in the sparring area. In that case, the upper echelons won't say anything if I kill a disciple of the ancient frigid sect as a sparring partner? Fang Chen asked hurriedly. Fatty nodded. That's right. The ancient frigid sect is different from other sects. It's relatively crueler. Only after passing through layers of selection can one be considered a core disciple of the ancient frigid sect. If you die in battle as a sparring partner, you can only say that you're not qualified to be a disciple of the ancient frigid sect. One had to know that prodigies would appear in the 99 continents all the time. Therefore, the ancient frigid sect never lacked prodigies. Fang Chen nodded and had a plan in his heart. A few days later, a group of sparring partners gathered outside the 100th courtyard. Fang Chen, get out here. The leader of the sparring partners had a scar on his face and exuded a terrifying aura. He was also quite famous in the sparring area and was believed to be the cultivator most likely to defeat Fatty. His name was Jin Xian. A mere newbie dares to be so arrogant. He's courting death. That's right. Fatty is a servant of a newbie. He's simply an embarrassment to our sparring area. Get out of the sparring area. Around Jin Xian, many sparring partners cursed Fang Chen in order to curry favor with him. Creak. The door opened and Fatty walked out. My master said that none of you are qualified to make him fight, Fatty said. Hearing this, Jin Xian was even more furious. Get him out here if you have the ability. Watch how I kill him. Fatty shook his head and closed the door without saying anything else. Damn it, he's too arrogant. He doesn't even give face to brother Jin Xian. Fatty is just like a dog. Many sparring partners roared angrily. However, at this moment, Elder Tianhan's voice rang out again. Fang Chen, quickly go to the disciple area and be Li Tianxiang's sparring partner. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of discussion could be heard. Many people were secretly delighted, and their faces were full of mockery. Let him continue acting. Now, a newbie going up against Li Tianxiang is simply courting death. Ha ha ha, brother Jin Xian doesn't need to do anything. He definitely won't be able to walk back to the sparring area alive. Idiot, go to hell. Countless mocking voices could be heard in the courtyard. Fang Chen shook his head and walked out of the courtyard. Immediately, the noise disappeared and everyone's eyes fell on him. Brat, you're Fang Chen? Jin Xian asked arrogantly. As sparring partners, it's fine if you don't work together, but you even have internal strife. I really feel sorry for you. Leaving behind those words, Fang Chen walked away. Everyone looked at each other. Only Jin Xian bared his teeth, wishing that he could personally tear off Fang Chen's head. Stop pretending. I'd like to see how you'll survive from Li Tianxiang's hands. Li Tianxiang was an official disciple, and his cultivation base was at the Life Ancient Realm. However, his strength was far from Wang Heng's. Fang Chen soon arrived at the disciples' area. A black-robed man stood in the square with his hands behind his back. A breeze blew, causing his robes to flutter. He had a very strong confidence and a mocking smile on his face. Are you new? Li Tianxiang asked when he saw Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. Elder Tianhan, why did you send me a new sparring partner? Although this person's cultivation base is at the Star Ancient Realm, his combat strength is comparable to the Life Ancient Realm. He's a strong opponent. Don't underestimate him, Elder Tianhan reminded. Unfortunately, Li Tianxiang was arrogant and disdainful. He didn't put Fang Chen in his eyes at all. One move. Li Tianxiang said, I only need one move to kill you. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at Li Tianxiang seriously. Then, he suddenly asked, Did you kill Liemo? Are you talking about that trash? He couldn't even take one move from me. What qualifications does he have to be a sparring partner? What a waste of our ancient frigid sex resources. Li Tianxiang sneered. Fang Chen shook his head. It's all for survival. Why do you have to be so ruthless? Who do you think you are? How dare you point fingers at me here? Li Tianxiang said angrily. That's right. I'm sure you have a certain understanding of me. You know that I never leave anyone alive. Li Tianxiang thought that Fang Chen knew that he couldn't leave alive, so he didn't care about anything else. Don't worry. I'll give you a quick death. Li Tianxiang said, since you care so much about Liemo, I'll immediately send you to see him. As soon as he said that, a wild aura spread out from Li Tianxiang's body. He wanted to suppress Fang Chen with his monstrous aura. Unfortunately, his wishful thinking was wrong. You keep saying that others are trash. Who would have thought that in my eyes you're trash too? Fang Chen murmured as Li Tianxiang's attack came towards him. Then, he punched out. In the sparring area, many people, including Jin Xian, were waiting for good news. Why hasn't there been any news yet? Jin Xian asked. I think that guy is being killed by Li Tianxiang. That's right. Brother Jin Xian, don't be impatient. Li Tianxiang never leaves anyone alive. He's dead for sure. It's fine if a newcomer doesn't know the rules, but he still dares to be arrogant. Many people were extremely dissatisfied with Fang Chen. However, just as everyone was waiting for the news, a figure approached from afar and returned to the sparring area. Looking from afar, that figure was so imposing and so shocking. Some of the sparring partners had sharp eyes and immediately saw Fang Chen. Chapter 28-29. Fang Chen's return caused quite a stir. Could it be that this guy survived Li Tianxiang's attack? Some people found it inconceivable. They were well aware of Li Tianxiang's strength. Impossible, absolutely impossible. My guess is that he ran away before the battle, Jin Xian said. For a moment, everyone was shocked. Running away before the battle was a severe punishment. Even the sparring partners in the sparring area would be punished. Thinking of this, everyone was even more dissatisfied with Fang Chen. Is this guy trying to get us killed? That damned guy, it seems that we really need Brother Jin Xian to teach him a lesson. I suggest that everyone attack together and suppress him. Then we'll hand him over to Elder Tianhan. This way, our sparring area might be able to avoid punishment. I agree. I also agree. With Jin Xian in the lead, many sparring partners became restless. Fang Chen had just approached the 100th courtyard when he was surrounded by the crowd. Seeing everyone glaring at him, Fang Chen shook his head and sneered. His eyes were filled with mockery. Brat, running away before the battle is a great taboo. Are you trying to get us all killed? If you surrender obediently, you might be able to escape this calamity. That's right. If you wait for us to attack, you'll be dead. With Jin Xian in the lead, many sparring partners said coldly. A bunch of idiot. Fang Chen was too lazy to argue with them and prepared to leave. You want to leave? It won't be that easy. Jin Xian stretched out his hand and stopped Fang Chen. Fang Chen's expression gradually became serious. He looked at Jin Xian and said, if this was before Li Mo's death, you would have already lost your life by blocking me like this. Li Mo's death had also affected Fang Chen. He believed that sparring partners were all for the sake of standing out. There was no need to argue, so he didn't want to attack Jin Xian and the others. At this point, you're still putting on an act. I think you won't give up until all hope is gone. Jin Xian sneered and looked at Fang Chen mockingly. Elder Tianhan sent you to be Li Tianxiang's sparring partner, but you were afraid of death and ran away at the last moment. You dragged us down, so? Before Jin Xian could finish speaking, Fang Chen interrupted him. Who said I ran away? Isn't that so? If Li Tianxiang made a move, would you still be able to come back alive? Jin Xian shrugged and said with a look of disbelief. I've already killed Li Tianxiang. Fang Chen said word by word. As for you guys, since you're all training partners, I'll let you go. If there's a next time, don't blame me for being rude. After saying that, Fang Chen entered the 100th courtyard. For a moment Jin Xian was stunned. He was frightened by the look in Fang Chen's eyes. What a terrifying gaze. Jin Xian took a deep breath as he recalled the scene from before. Brother Jin Xian, are we just going to let him go like this? A sparring partner's voice pulled Jin Xian back to reality. Damned fellow. Jin Xian instantly regained his confidence and prepared to make trouble for Fang Chen. Boom! A powerful aura spread out in the air, and soon after, Elder Tianhan appeared. He was expressionless as he looked down at everyone. It's over. There was only one thought in everyone's mind, and that was that they were done for. Elder Tianhan's anger was too terrifying. Damned fellow, he dragged us all down. At that moment many people were cursing Fang Chen. They lowered their heads and waited for Elder Tianhan's punishment. However, after waiting for a long time, Elder Tianhan did not say anything. He just looked at them quietly. Jin Xian was a little surprised. He raised his head and cupped his fist. Elder Tianhan, sparring partner Fang Chen killed Li Tianxiang. After saying that, Elder Tianhan disappeared into the air. What? The crowd below instantly exploded. They were all dumbfounded. Elder Tianhan's words were still echoing in the air. Could Elder Tianhan have made a mistake? How could Fang Chen kill Li Tianxiang? A sparring partner did not believe it. Bang! Jin Xian sent him flying with a slap. How dare you question Elder Tianhan? Are you tired of living? Li Tianxiang was killed? Heavens, Fang Chen really killed Li Tianxiang? Only now did everyone realize that Fang Chen really did say that he killed Li Tianxiang. However, they did not believe it at all. Now that they thought about it, their scalps turned numb. It was simply unimaginable that a newbie sparring partner could kill Li Tianxiang in his first attack. This news spread like a kite in the sparring area. Aside from the sparring partners in the individual courtyards who were cultivating in a race against time, the other sparring partners were all shocked. This fellow is too strong. Sun Han shamelessly came to the 100th courtyard. He did not want to leave no matter what and begged Fang Chen to take him as a servant. Looking at Sun Han, Fang Chen had a helpless expression. In the end, he said, "All right, you can stay here and help me take care of the daily matters." "Thank you, sir," Sun Han said emotionally. The next morning, many sparring partners formed a long line in front of the 100th courtyard. Being able to kill Li Tianxiang was enough to prove that Fang Chen's strength far surpassed the fatties. That also made Jin Xian and the other sparring partners feel terrified. If Fang Chen was dissatisfied with them, he could kill them with a wave of his hand. Creak! The door opened and Sun Han walked out. He said, "Sir is very busy right now and doesn't want to see you. You can all return." "Brother Sun Han, please say a few good words in front of Sir." Everyone clamored, hoping that Sun Han would help them. Jin Xian was especially regretful. "What kind of status does Sir have? How could he lower himself to your level? We're all sparring partners, so there's no need for internal strife." "You can all return," said Sun Han, pretending to be Fang Chen. Seeing his shameless appearance, Jin Xian really wanted to punch him in the face. If it was before, he would have already done so. But now, he didn't dare. "Right, Sir has been cultivating recently and is a bit tight on money," said Sun Han with a smile that wasn't a smile. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but then they all understood. They took out star stones and handed them to Sun Han. "I'll thank you on behalf of Sir." Although they were a bit unwilling, there was nothing they could do. In order to obtain Fang Chen's forgiveness, what was a mere star stone? After everyone left, Sun Han looked at the star stones piled up like a mountain, and a smile bloomed on his face. Within the courtyard, "Sir, these are the star stones they sent over." "There's a total of 8,000, said Sun Han honestly. Fang Chen nodded and took out 2,000 star stones. He handed them to Sun Han and Fatida, 1,000 each. Thank you, sir. Fatida and Sun Han were delighted. They were now even more certain that their decision was correct. Fang Chen put away the remaining 6,000 star stones. He casually grabbed a star stone. Then, he used his mind to absorb the energy inside the star stone. Crack! The star stone turned into powder and scattered with the wind. 6,000 yuan. It won't take long, Fang Chen muttered. Star stones were a kind of currency in the ancient Chaos era. Of course, cultivators could also use them to cultivate. Strictly speaking, star stones were the same as spirit stones in the ancient Sword continent. However, the energy contained within was far from what spirit stones could compare to. Life Ancient Realm cultivators could absorb the energy within star stones to speed up their breakthrough. The 300 star stones he had obtained from Sun Han had already been used up by Fang Chen. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen continued to absorb star stones. Disciples area. A blue-clothed man stood quietly in the square. There was a corpse at his feet. It was Li Tianxiang's. Interesting. A new sparring partner was actually able to kill Li Tianxiang. The blue-clothed man's lips curled up, revealing a sinister smile. There were no external injuries. His internal organs were shattered. This guy's strength is pretty good. He found Li Tianxiang's weakness and killed him in one blow. The blue-clothed man said, "It's been a long time since an official disciple was killed by a sparring partner. This is getting more and more interesting." After inspecting Li Tianxiang's corpse, the blue-clothed man believed that Fang Chen was a body-refining martial artist, and his mystic technique was most adept at restraining body refinement martial artists. "I hope you can withstand my attacks. If that's the case, I can have some fun too." The blue-clothed man turned around. "Arrange a time for me. I want to personally face this sparring partner." "Yes." Soon, Elder Tianhan sent Fang Chen to the square. He was very efficient. Chapter 28:30. The sparring area was in an uproar. If Fang Chen's killing of Li Tianxiang was a fluke, then his killing of Lan Xiu was definitely a manifestation of his strength. Even the sparring partners in the individual courtyards were paying attention to Fang Chen. He had only been in the sparring area for a few days, but he had already caused such a huge commotion. Many people were investigating who Fang Chen was. They wouldn't know if they didn't investigate, but once they did, they were shocked. When they learned that Fang Chen was just a peak star ancient realm cultivator, their hearts were in turmoil. They didn't dare to imagine how a star ancient realm cultivator could be so strong. A star ancient realm cultivator can actually kill Li Tianxiang and Lan Xiu. Isn't this potential too monstrous? Every step forward in the ancient god realm was extremely difficult. Otherwise, Fang Chen wouldn't have been stuck at the peak of the star ancient realm for so long. The difference between each small realm was like 1,000 miles. Anyone who could fight above their realm was practically a proud son of the heavens. In such a large sparring area, there were quite a few sparring partners who could kill Li Tianxiang. However, they were all in the life ancient realm, the same realm as Li Tianxiang. But now, a peak star ancient realm cultivator had appeared and easily killed Li Tianxiang and Lan Xiu. How could they not be shocked? Soon, they came to a conclusion. Fang Chen's potential was no weaker than an official disciple of the ancient Frigid sect. With his strength, he even had the chance to become a core disciple. They couldn't understand why such a monstrous genius would be sent to the sparring area. Could it be that this kid offended the ancient Frigid sect? In the individual courtyards, some sparring partners were secretly thinking. In short, Fang Chen became a famous figure in the sparring area. Of course, this was nothing. In the following half a month, he consecutively killed 8 official disciples. Including Lan Xiu and Li Tianxiang, a total of 10 official disciples had died at his hands. This news not only caused a stir in the sparring area, but also in the official disciple area. Many sparring partners gathered in front of the 100th courtyard. Heavens, it's been a long time since so many sparring partners gathered. Yeah, I saw the top 10 sparring partners. Ha ha, this feels great. A talent has finally appeared in my sparring area. Could it be that the scene from 10,000 years ago is about to reappear? The ordinary sparring partner who was watching from afar said excitedly. Creak. The door opened and Sun Han walked out. Everyone, please come in. Those who came today were basically the top 20 sparring partners. They were already considered the top warriors in the sparring area. This was because among the 10 official disciples that Fang Chen had killed, there were disciples whose strength was comparable to the top 20 sparring partners. Therefore, many sparring partners had already regarded Fang Chen as a sparring partner on the same level as them. Ha, I've heard a lot about Brother Fang. It's like thunder in my ears. It's really like thunder in my ears. Many sparring partners greeted Fang Chen one by one. Sit. Fang Chen nodded one by one and took the lead to sit on the stone bench. The other sparring partners also sat down one after another. Brother Fang, as sparring partners, we're on the same boat. So, let's not beat around the bush. Today we're here to persuade you, a man with sword-like eyebrows said. The other sparring partners also focused their eyes on Fang Chen. In half a month, you've killed 10 official disciples, which has already aroused public anger. I advise you to keep a low profile in the future. Otherwise, the official disciples have 10,000 ways to kill us. The other sparring partners nodded, their faces full of helplessness. Even if I keep a low profile, will the official disciples really let me go? Fang Chen shrugged and said. He glanced at everyone and said slowly, What's your purpose in coming here? Is it because of time that the passion in your heart has been washed away? What happened to your lofty ambitions and aspirations? Fang Chen's voice suddenly became louder. Every sparring partner who comes here is not willing to be a sparring partner for the rest of their lives. However, what I see now is racking your brains to think about how to survive in the hands of the official disciples. It's really sad. For a moment, the courtyard was silent. More than 20 sparring partners fell into silence. Fang Chen did not say anything else. He looked at everyone quietly. After a long time, the man with sword-like eyebrows spoke again. We also want to stand out, but it's too difficult. Difficult? How do you know it's difficult if you haven't tried? If you hadn't been afraid every time you fought with the official disciples, you wouldn't have been unable to kill one official disciple, right? Treat every battle as the last battle of your life to stimulate your potential, Fang Chen said. Everyone's hearts trembled, as if they had realized something. They all looked at Fang Chen. People can't have no goals, Fang Chen said. With a goal, there will be motivation. Fang Chen stood up and said slowly, To tell you the truth, my goal is to kill 100 disciples, leave the sparring area, and recreate the miracle from 10,000 years ago. After saying that, Fang Chen signaled Sun Han to see them out. Many sparring partners were shocked. They didn't know how they left Fang Chen's independent courtyard. Fang Chen's words were very effective. From that day onwards, these sparring partners got rid of the previous haze. Every time they tried their best, even at the risk of losing their lives, to fight with the official disciples. For a time, the official disciple area suffered heavy losses. This scene attracted the attention of the higher-ups of the ancient Frigid sect. At the same time, many of the official disciples in the official disciple area hated the sparring partners to the extreme. Damn it, it's all because of that damn guy. Ever since he killed 10 of our disciples, those sparring partners fought with us as if they didn't care about their lives. This can't go on. We have to kill that guy. After they lose their spiritual leader, they will be in a mess. Many of the official disciples began to plan how to kill Fang Chen. Until one day, the third-ranked official disciple came out of seclusion and asked for Fang Chen's sparring partner. In the sparring area. What kind of joke is this? They simply don't treat us sparring partners as humans. No matter how strong Fang Chen is, can he defeat Gung Kai? That's right. Gung Kai is the third-ranked official disciple. Even in our sparring area, there aren't many people who can defeat him. It must be because the official disciples have suffered heavy losses recently. They want to kill Fang Chen as a warning to others. After Elder Tianhan gave the order, Fang Chen prepared to go. Sir, you can't. Sun Han stopped him. Beside him, Fatty also quickly shook his head. Do you think we have the right to refuse? Fang Chen shrugged. Besides, I might not lose. When Fang Chen left the sparring area, all the sparring partners came to send him off. I'll be back. After saying this, Fang Chen plunged into the official disciple area. In the square of the official disciple area. When Fang Chen arrived, Gung Kai had yet to appear. He waited quietly while the surrounding disciples pointed at him and whispered among themselves. He's that Fang Chen? I heard that he's been quite arrogant recently. That's right. He's quite ruthless. He specifically targeted us official disciples. He's courting death. He killed 10 official disciples in a row. He's quite brave. Unfortunately, he still died in the end. Those sparring partners are simply idiots. They actually tried to use this method to soar to the top. What a joke. Many disciples were full of ridicule towards Fang Chen. They thought that he would definitely die this time. Humph. Look at how calm he is. I really want to go up and slap him. He's just putting on an act. When senior brother Gung Kai comes, he'll probably be scared to tears. Can he withstand senior brother Gung Kai's punch? In the void, Elder Tianhan and Elder Chang stood side by side and looked down. Do you think this guy can withstand Gung Kai's attack? Elder Tianhan asked. Who does he think he is? Withstand Gung Kai's attack? What a joke. Elder Chang said in disdain. Even Wang Heng can't compare to Gung Kai's strength. If not for his unparalleled potential and the inheritance of the Ice Matriarch, how could he become a core disciple the moment he entered? Elder Chang's words were obvious. Fang Chen's strength was not even comparable to Wang Heng's. How could he compare to Gung Kai? He's lucky to still be alive after killing so many official disciples. It's a pity that he met Gung Kai this time. Elder Chang was still brooding over Fang Chen's killing of Yin Xian. Elder Tianhan smiled but did not say anything. Chapter 28:31. In the square, Fang Chen stood with his hands behind his back, facing the mockery around him indifferently. Gung Kai hadn't arrived yet. It seemed that he was purposely trying to intimidate Fang Chen, but Fang Chen didn't care about this. Between him and Gung Kai, only one of them could survive. Therefore, this battle was destined to be a fight to the death. He wouldn't hold back. A mere Gung Kai was nothing in his eyes. Time ticked by, and Gung Kai appeared amidst the exclamations. His golden robe fluttered in the wind. Gung Kai's appearance directly caused an uproar in the entire official disciple area. All the disciples were shouting wildly. Normally, it was rare to see an official disciple ranked in the top 10. Therefore, Gung Kai's appearance caused quite a stir. Dong. Gung Kai stood in the square, looking at Fang Chen with a smile and said, "You are Fang Chen?" Fang Chen didn't speak. Gung Kai was a little unhappy. He frowned slightly and said, "It seems that you are prepared to die. You talk too much nonsense." Finally, Fang Chen spoke. Hearing this, Gung Kai's face was completely gloomy. He clenched his fists, making the sound of his bones cracking. His whole body exuded a terrifying killing intent. He roared in a low voice, "Good, very good. I haven't seen such an arrogant sparring partner in a long time." When Gung Kai was preparing to challenge Fang Chen, he had already made his decision. Die. Gung Kai's figure flashed. His body was like a cannonball, directly rushing towards Fang Chen. Whoosh, whoosh. In the sky, lightning flashed. Gung Kai's body turned into a golden light, exploding out. Everyone exclaimed. Gung Kai's strength was stronger than before. How could a mere sparring partner resist such a Gung Kai? Too strong. I didn't expect Gung Kai's strength to be so strong. Yes, the stronger senior brother Gung Kai is, the less chance the sparring partner has. A mere sparring partner dares to provoke senior brother Gung Kai. He is courting death. Just watch. Senior brother Gung Kai won't kill him easily. He will definitely torture him until he wishes he was dead. In an instant, countless voices of discussion came from the square. Too weak. Fang Chen raised his head and stared at Gung Kai with his dark eyes. He clenched his fists, and the aura around him shook. Seeing that Gung Kai was about to arrive, he quickly punched out. Dong! It looked like a simple punch, but it carried a shocking power. When his fist collided with Gung Kai's, a thunderous sound exploded. When Elder Tianhan and Elder Chang saw this from the clouds, their expressions changed drastically. Impossible! Elder Chang cried out in disbelief, unable to believe what he was seeing. Below, in the square, a rainbow light flashed. The incomparably powerful Gung Kai was actually sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. Crack! With a crisp sound, Gung Kai's fist broke in an instant. Blood spurted out and his flesh was badly mangled. A miserable cry came out of Gung Kai's mouth. Dong! His body smashed heavily onto the ground, causing cracks to appear on the ground. He crawled up from the ground with great difficulty. His entire body was covered in blood, and both of his arms were crippled. How is this possible? In the huge square, countless people cried out in surprise. They were all dumbfounded. Was all of this real? Just how strong was this sparring partner? Even senior brother Gung Kai couldn't kill him? Oh my god, what did I just see? This guy only exchanged one punch with senior brother Gung Kai and he crippled both of his arms. Isn't he a little too strong? The disciples who were originally disdainful of Fang Chen were shocked. They couldn't imagine that Gung Kai, who was ranked third among the official disciples, would be defeated by a sparring partner with a single punch. Brat, you've succeeded in infuriating me. Gung Kai looked up to the sky and roared in anger. At the same time, his eyes were scarlet and filled with killing intent. Buzz! A powerful black aura emerged from Gung Kai's body. This black aura instantly covered his entire body. At the same time, a fat and ferocious beast shadow condensed behind Gung Kai. Roar! The ferocious beast shadow let out a deafening roar, and a wild power quickly spread out. Senior brother Gung Kai has used his trump card. He's too strong. It's unimaginable. This was Gung Kai's trump card. He didn't intend to use it at first. But with just one punch, both of his arms were crippled. Gung Kai was furious. You're dead. As soon as Gung Kai finished speaking, he stomped his foot and rushed out. The ferocious beast shadow behind him opened its mouth and wanted to devour Fang Chen. Get lost. Fang Chen punched again and sent Gung Kai's body flying. At the same time, he took the full blow of the ferocious beast shadow. Dang dang dang! His body kept retreating. What? In the square, the crowd exclaimed one after another. Gung Kai's trump card couldn't even be killed by this guy? Most importantly, he only took a few steps back after taking the attack of the ferocious beast shadow. Not good. Everyone seemed to have realized something. They subconsciously cried out, "Oh no!" However, Fang Chen, who had stabilized his body, stomped his foot and jumped up to counterattack. Swoosh! Dazzling sword radiance fell from the sky and pierced the body of the ferocious beast shadow at lightning speed. Crack! The ferocious beast shadow kept struggling and finally dissipated in the air. After the ferocious beast shadow disappeared, Gung Kai instantly lost his ability to fight. His face was ashen and he kept retreating. His eyes were filled with fear. Poochie! The hidden star sword fell from the sky like a shooting star and pierced his head. Gung Kai's eyes were wide open. He died with his eyes wide open. However, all of this was not important. What was important was that he became Fang Chen's background. Silence, the square was as silent as death. All the official disciples looked at Fang Chen in fear and slowly retreated. At this moment their hearts gave in. Fang Chen was too strong. Even if they joined forces, they were no match for him. In the clouds, Elder Tianhan was shocked. Elder Chang, who was beside him, flung his sleeves and turned to leave. Fang Chen was like a god, standing quietly in the square. At this moment, he was so tall in everyone's eyes. The ancient frigid sect and even the entire primordial chaos believed that the strong were respected. Although Fang Chen was a sparring partner, he won respect with his iron fist. After a while, a deafening sound rang out in the square. Many official disciples were shouting Fang Chen's name. He broke Gung Kai's arms with one punch and killed Gung Kai with one sword. News of this matter spread like wildfire. In the sparring area, everyone was waiting anxiously. Suddenly, they saw a figure appear in the distance. Immediately, a wild smile appeared on their faces. When the news spread to the sparring area, everyone felt that it was unbelievable. At the same time, they also thought that the sparring area was going to rise again. Fang Chen seemed to be going down the path of the genius from 10,000 years ago. All the sparring partners were convinced by Fang Chen. Even Gung Kai was killed by him. Who else in the official disciple area could be his match? Unknowingly, Fang Chen had become the absolute leader of the sparring area. The height of his prestige had already reached an unimaginable level. After Gung Kai's death, there was no more news from the official disciple area. It was said that the first and second-ranked disciples had come out of seclusion. However, when they heard about the battle between Gung Kai and Fang Chen, they shook their head. They didn't have the courage to challenge Fang Chen at all. After all, the gap between the top 3 disciples was very small. If Fang Chen could defeat Gung Kai, he could also defeat them. Suddenly, the sparring area was very lively. The higher-ups of the ancient frigid sect also called for an emergency meeting because of Fang Chen's strong performance. Everyone, what do you think about sparring partner Fang Chen? The elder who spoke was in charge of the official disciples and sparring partners of the ancient frigid sect. He had a high status and was highly respected. Fang Chen's strength is very strong. He can be ranked as a core disciple. I think we should make an exception and take him in, an elder said. That's right. Our ancient frigid sect created the sparring area for this purpose. Naturally, we should take in those with outstanding talent, the other elders echoed. Of course, these were all voices of agreement. There were still some voices of opposition, such as Elder Chang. Chapter 2832. The ancient frigid sect was huge and filled with geniuses. Under the strong opposition of Elder Chang and the others, they didn't accept Fang Chen in the end. Their reason was simple. If they wanted to become a disciple of the ancient frigid sect through sparring, they would have to put in 10 or even 100 times more effort. Fang Chen didn't know that they were talking about him. Of course, even if he knew, he wouldn't consider becoming a disciple of the ancient frigid sect for the time being. That was because he realized that in the process of fighting with the ancient frigid sect disciples, although they were all insta-killed, he was still able to gain some insight. The ancient frigid sect is indeed a big sect. Although the strength of their official disciples is average, their secret techniques are unheard of. Fang Chen muttered to himself in the 100th courtyard. Through the supreme ancestral eye, he could barely capture the Taoist rhyme of Gung Kai and the others' secret technique. He could then analyze them and absorb them as his own insights to improve his cultivation. There was a gap between the Star Ancient Realm and the Life Ancient Realm. Even a genius like Fang Chen couldn't easily cross it. He was accumulating. When he accumulated to a certain extent, success would follow naturally. He wasn't in a hurry. He had already made a rough plan. He would use the ancient frigid sect as a springboard to reach a higher level of the world. The ancient frigid sect's misty peak. This was the highest peak in the ancient frigid continent. It was also the main peak of the ancient frigid sect. Only the upper echelons of the ancient frigid sect were qualified to climb this peak. Today, the misty peak was shrouded in mist. Under the nebula there was a chessboard. Two old men were playing chess with relish. Ancestor Han. Suddenly, an old man in a Taoist robe stretched out his fingers, picked up a sirocco, and gently placed it on the chessboard. He raised his head and looked across, his eyes full of respect. I'm confused. Why can a star ancient realm cultivator attract your attention? The old man in the Taoist robe asked, puzzled. As the sect master of the ancient frigid sect, he had seen all kinds of geniuses in the 99 continents under his command. However, he couldn't understand why Ancestor Han would pay so much attention to such an ordinary guy. In his memory, Ancestor Han didn't care about anything. He didn't even appear on the day of the last sect master election. What do you think of him? Ancestor Frost asked with a smile. Ancient Cold Sect Master was a little confused, but he still made a comment on Fong Qin. This boy has only cultivated for a short period of time, but he can crush life ancient realm cultivators with a star ancient realm cultivation base. Even in the primal chaos, he can be considered a genius. His potential is good, but unfortunately, ancient frigid sect leader paused and looked at Cold Ancestor. Cold Ancestor signaled him to continue. Ancient frigid sect leader continued, strong potential doesn't mean anything. Since ancient times, ancient frigid sect has produced many geniuses, but only a few of them have been able to mature. Speaking of the geniuses of the ancient frigid sect, the ancient frigid sect leader was also very proud. Since ancient times, the ancient frigid sect had countless geniuses. And now, there were even some geniuses who were about to reach his level. This made him feel very gratified. In this region, the ancient cold sect had maintained absolute dominance. There was an endless stream of geniuses, which made the ancient cold sect famous in the immemorial chaos. Ancient Cold Sect Master was a tribulation supremacy and a great tribulation supremacy. He was only one step away from becoming a world god. Once he reached that level, the ancient Cold Sect would usher in earth-shaking changes. Hearing this, Cold Ancestor shook his head gently, obviously not agreeing with ancient Cold Sect Master's comment. Obviously, you don't really know him. Cold Ancestor smiled. If you knew that he broke the record set by Gu Tianhua and Lin Qian, I wonder how you would feel? What? As expected, ancient Cold Sect Master's expression changed drastically. His heart was in a stormy sea, and he couldn't believe it. After a long time, he calmed down and said slowly, "Is that true?" Cold Ancestor nodded. "You know me. I usually don't pay attention to these things. But not long ago, Empyrean Star Realm Lord came to me and said that this boy is his good brother. He asked me to take care of him. At that time I learned of such a person and I was very surprised. Who was he to be able to call Empyrean Star Realm Lord a brother? Then I immediately started to investigate him. If he didn't investigate, he wouldn't know. But once he did, he was shocked. This news was obtained from the mayor of Tianshuyuan. Cold Ancestor personally came, and the news was accurate. After learning the news, Cold Ancestor had a deeper understanding of Fong Qin. He believed that Fong Qin was a peerless monster, and if he was nurtured well, his future achievements wouldn't be any weaker than him and ancient Cold Sect Master. Empyrean Star Realm Lord's brother? Ancient Cold Sect Master was shocked. Even he was like an ant in front of Empyrean Star Realm Lord. However, a sparring partner was Empyrean Star Realm Lord's brother. This, for a moment, ancient Cold Sect Master didn't know what to say. Empyrean Star Realm Lord doesn't want his brother to be in danger, but he also doesn't want me to have to do everything. So, he told me that if he encounters danger, I can just help, Cold Ancestor said. Ancient Cold Sect Master finally understood why Cold Ancestor suddenly came out of seclusion. Then, should we take him in as a core disciple? Ancient Cold Sect Master asked. After all, this guy was related to Empyrean Star Realm Lord. If he continued to be a sparring partner, it wouldn't be the same. Cold Ancestor waved his hand and said, "No need for now. Let's follow the rules. If he can pass the test, it won't be too late to let him become a core disciple." Saying this, Cold Ancestor stood up. "Oh right, don't let anyone know about this." Ancient Cold Sect Master's heart trembled as he looked at Cold Ancestor's disappearing figure. He was just a Tribulation Paragon expert, but he could already rule over a region and become the master of a sect. As for Empyrean Star Realm Lord, he was a famous expert among world deities. The sparring area was very quiet. After being stimulated by Fong Chen, everyone went to cultivate. In the 100th courtyard, Fong Chen sat cross-legged, comprehending his unparalleled sword Dao. "Who?" After a long time, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and a smile appeared on his face. "After coming to Ancient Cold Sect, my harvest is not small. It's a pity that the sparring area has too little resources," Fong Chen murmured. Most importantly, no official disciple was his opponent. He couldn't wait to fight against the core disciples. Deng deng deng. Sun Han hurriedly walked in from the outside with a solemn expression. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Fong Chen asked. "Lord, something happened." Sun Han said in a low voice, "Fatty died." "What?" Fong Chen stood up and asked with a frown, "What happened? Tell me clearly." "Not long ago, Fatty and I were ordered to go to the official disciple area to be sparring partners. Fatty had already defeated his opponent, but who would have thought that a core disciple would suddenly appear? He was extremely dissatisfied with Fatty's performance and attacked him forcefully. Fatty was no match for him and was killed instantly. Recalling everything that had happened before, Sun Han's scalp went numb. Fatty. Fong Chen's heart was filled with killing intent. No matter what, Fatty was his servant and a core disciple of Ancient Cold Sect. Attacking him in public was a blatant provocation. "Who?" Fong Chen suppressed the anger in his heart and took a deep breath. He said slowly, "Don't worry, I will take revenge for Fatty." "Lord," Sun Han wanted to say something but stopped. "Speak." "After that core disciple heard about your recent deeds," he scoffed. "The reason why he asked me to come back was to pass a message to Lord." Sun Han said. "He said that Lord must bring 100,000 star stones to apologize to him within a month. Otherwise, he wouldn't mind killing Lord." Crack! Fong Chen clenched his fist and a crisp sound rang out. Huge ripples appeared in the surrounding space. An oppressive aura spread out. Even Sun Han felt extremely oppressive. "Interesting, really interesting," Fong Chen said coldly. "I just wanted to cultivate quietly, but you came to provoke me." Of all things, she shouldn't have placed her attention on him. "Pass the message that I, Fong Chen, will bring 100,000 star stones to him in a month," Fong Chen said. Sun Han nodded and turned to leave. After the message was sent out, the core disciple laughed wildly. A sparring partner is still a sparring partner. He doesn't dare to not lower his head in front of me." Chapter 2833. The status of core disciples in the Ancient Cold Sect was extremely high. They were above the official disciples, and were considered the true elite disciples of the Ancient Cold Sect. They were also the future hope of the Ancient Cold Sect. Among the core disciples of the Ancient Cold Sect, there had been countless experts. And now, a core disciple had issued an ultimatum to Fong Chen, causing a huge commotion. Especially in the sparring area, all the sparring partners were fiercely resisting. They felt that this was against the rules. "Let's go find Elder Tianhan together. I don't believe that a core disciple can do whatever he wants." "That's right, we're not convinced. Although we're sparring partners, we're also living people." For a moment, the sparring area was filled with anger. However, at this critical moment, Elder Tianhan suddenly arrived. He came to tell Fong Chen that there was a mission assigned to him. "Mission?" Fong Chen was a little stunned and asked in confusion. "That's right. Strictly speaking, every once in a while, I'll fight for a mission for the sparring area. Although it's called a mission, It's actually an opportunity. Elder Tianhan looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. If he still had any enmity towards Fang Chen when he first saw him, the enmity in his heart had already disappeared without a trace after interacting with him for such a long time. Although Yin Xian's potential was strong, he was still not an official disciple of the ancient cold sect. Elder Tianhan had also thought it through. Even if he lived in seclusion, he was probably not as good as Fang Chen. Moreover, he had a faint feeling that with Fang Chen's strength, it was very likely that he would create a miracle. It was a miracle that had never happened before in the sparring area. Even the genius from 10,000 years ago did not perform as well as Fang Chen. As the elder in charge of the sparring area, he naturally had to protect all the sparring partners. Because of this, he often quarreled with Elder Chang. However, Fang Chen did not know about this. With your current strength, you're already the undisputed number one in the sparring area. Therefore, this mission has landed on you, Elder Tianhan said. That's right. This mission is a little difficult. Therefore, after a discussion among the higher-ups, they've decided to send 2 official disciples to complete the mission with you. Fang Chen listened attentively. What kind of mission was it? Some members of the Fiend Blood tribe have appeared in the Wisdom Cloud continent under the ancient cold sect. Your mission is to kill all of them. Elder Tianhan said, according to the information we have, the Fiend Blood tribe of the Wisdom Cloud continent is basically all at the Life Ancient realm. Fiend Blood clan? Upon hearing this, Fang Chen's expression changed. He recalled that when he first went to Luobing continent, he had destroyed the Fiend Blood tribe's plan. He did not expect to encounter the Fiend Blood tribe again after such a long time. What kind of race is the Fiend Blood race? Fang Chen could not help but ask. Just by hearing the name, one could tell that this was an evil tribe. However, Fang Chen was puzzled. Since the ancient Han sect was so powerful, why hadn't the Fiend Blood tribe been exterminated? It's a long story, Elder Tianhan said. All you need to know is that the Fiend Blood tribe is an extremely evil tribe. They live on the blood of human warriors. Then why did the ancient cold sect allow them to grow? Do you think that the ancient cold sect doesn't want to exterminate them? The Fiend Blood tribe has the support of other big sections. Moreover, it involves a lot of benefits. A slight move in one part will affect the whole situation. Before they have enough confidence, the ancient cold sect does not want to act rashly, Elder Tianhan explained. Alright, it's enough for you to know this. As for the Honorable God, you don't have to worry about it at all. The people of the Fiend Blood tribe will release a powerful Fiend Blood aura all the time. The stronger they are, the more obvious the Fiend Blood aura will be. Once the Honorable God appears, the ancient cold sect will be the first to discover it. Elder Tianhan knew about Fang Chen's worries, so after saying a few simple words, he turned around and left. Fang Chen had not expected that the people who were going to the Wisdom Cloud continent with him would be the first and second disciples among the official disciples. Fan Zhe and Fan Ming. He had not expected them to be brothers. The next day, Fang Chen and the 2 brothers gathered at the official disciple square. The 2 of them nodded gently at Fang Chen. Although they looked calm, their hearts were in turmoil. Alright, I have told you the details of the mission. You can set off now, Elder Tianhan said. Then, Fang Chen and the other 2 took the teleportation formation and left the ancient cold sect. The Wisdom Cloud continent was not too far away from the Luobing continent. However, the environment here was very different from the Luobing continent. Whoosh! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen and the other 2 suddenly appeared in a city. Ha ha ha, the 3 supreme talents of the ancient cold sect have arrived. Excuse me for not going out to meet you. The city master immediately appeared to welcome Fang Chen and the other 2. City master, we are here to exterminate the Fiend Blood tribe, Fan Zhe said. Fiend Blood tribe. Hearing this, the city master was overjoyed. He hurriedly said, the 3 of you have come at the right time. Peradversity City has been harassed by the Fiend Blood Tribe. I have even fought with them several times. Speaking of the Fiend Blood Tribe, the city master felt a little helpless. Buzz. Just as everyone was talking, a soft sound suddenly came from the void. There were some complicated sounds in the sound. Fiend Blood Tribe, Fanja said in a low voice. Immediately, he shot up into the sky and exuded a vast aura. He then rushed out of the city. When Fanja saw this, he followed closely behind and left. Just as Fong Chen was about to leave, he found the aura of the Fiend Blood Tribe in another place. Let's go. He used the space-time escape technique and chased after the aura. Fong Chen intercepted the Fiend Blood Tribe on the back mountain deep in Peradversity City. Die. With a flick of his wrist, the hidden star sword whizzed out and the invincible sword principle was instantly displayed. The Fiend Blood Tribe's body turned into a thick blood mist. However, it was still unable to withstand Fong Chen's powerful attack. Foolish human, you will pay for your recklessness. The evil voice reverberated between heaven and earth. Hiss. Fong Chen opened his palm and activated the black hole bloodline. In an instant, the blood mist in the sky was sucked dry. After the blood mist entered his body, it was wrapped up by the black hole bloodline. In the blink of an eye, it was refined and turned into ashes. The bodies of the Fiend Blood Tribe are formed by the blood mist. After they die, the blood mist that escapes from their bodies is highly toxic. Even Ancient Realm martial artists will be poisoned if they are not careful. Fong Chen muttered. This was the second time he came into contact with the Fiend Blood Tribe. He understood them better. Elder Tianhan said that the Fiend Blood Tribe infiltrated the Xian continent this time because they seemed to be looking for the weapon that a venerable god had lost. Fong Chen recalled what Elder Tianhan had said to him. That was the weapon that a venerable god had lost. If he could obtain it, his strength would increase greatly. Buzz. The hidden star sword trembled and let out a loud sword chime. It seemed to be very interested in the weapon that was the venerable god's consciousness. My partner, don't worry. I will not abandon you. If I obtain the weapon that the venerable god had lost, I will refine it into your body, Fong Chen said with a smile. Thank you, master. A soft voice came out from the hidden star sword. The hidden star sword was nurtured by Fong Chen with his blood and sweat. Now that it had been nurtured by more than 50 special bloodlines, its attack power had become even stronger. Moreover, as time passed, the hidden star sword mutated. Its intelligence grew rapidly and it could control the hidden star sword on its own. Peradversity City, City Governor's Mansion. Ha ha ha, the three of you are indeed the geniuses of the ancient cold sect. You have just arrived and you have already won a battle. The Peradversity City Governor was very happy. He raised his cup and drank to his heart's content. Fan Ming and Fan Zhe looked at each other. There was a complicated look in their eyes, but they quickly returned to normal. Peradversity City Governor, we will go and rest first. If there is any news about the Fiend Blood Tribe, inform us immediately. After saying that, the two of them turned and left. Looking at the backs of Fan Zhe and Fan Ming, Fong Chen frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with the two of them after they killed the Fiend Blood Tribe. However, he could not pinpoint what was wrong. Could they have been poisoned? Fong Chen suddenly thought. However, he quickly dismissed the idea. Given their strength, if they were poisoned, it would be impossible for them to suppress it. I must be overthinking. He shook his head hard to get rid of the complicated thoughts in his mind. The Fiend Blood Tribe, the venerable god's lost weapon. Fong Chen muttered to himself. Chapter 28:34. The Fiend Blood Tribe was very cunning. Ever since Fong Chen and the other two had killed a few of them, the Fiend Blood Tribe seemed to have disappeared. However, the more it was like this, the more uneasy Fong Chen felt. He felt that this was the prelude to a storm. The Fiend Blood Tribe was accumulating strength. Once they were done accumulating strength, they would give him a blow. He could not wait. He had to take the initiative to attack. It had been 7 days, but there was no movement from the Fiend Blood tribe. Fan Ming and Fan Zhe were not in a hurry. Instead, they were cultivating in the city governor's mansion. The per-adversity city governor was also grinning from ear to ear. Now that the Fiend Blood tribe had stopped attacking, the pressure on him had lessened. After Fang Chen told the per-adversity city governor about his thoughts, he left the city alone. Fang Chen moved quickly on the vast plain. He was constantly sensing the Fiend Blood aura in the surrounding air. Nothing. After traveling for about 2 hours, Fang Chen was anxious that he had not found a single Fiend Blood tribe member. Crash! Just as he was about to rest, a black shadow flashed across the mountain range in front of him. Immediately after, Fang Chen caught a glimpse of the Fiend Blood aura. Fiend Blood tribe. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. In an instant, he came to the mountain range. You want to leave? It was not easy to find the Fiend Blood tribe member. How could he let him go so easily? Fang Chen stretched out his hand and launched a thunderous attack. A vast amount of energy gushed out from his palm. The entire mountain range was covered by dark clouds that covered the sky. When Fang Chen's hand pressed down, a cracking sound could be heard in the air. Boom! The Fiend Blood tribe member was suppressed by Fang Chen's hand and turned into a cloud of blood fog. He then refined it. There must be a Fiend Blood tribe member here. Fang Chen's royal spiritual consciousness spread out and covered the entire mountain range. As expected. Soon, he found traces of the Fiend Blood tribe and chased after them. Deep in the mountain range, 3 Fiend Blood tribe members, who were at the peak of the ancient life realm, looked at the scene coldly. Damn it! Just as Fan Zhe and Fan Ming said, he is difficult to deal with. Just now, they had sent one of their clansmen to lure Fang Chen out. Who would have thought that the latter would kill him with lightning speed? If it's a one-on-one fight, we're no match for him at all. That's right. Such an expert is only a sparring partner in the ancient frigid sect. It's a pity that we've set up an inescapable net and are just waiting for him to walk right into it. While the 3 members of the Fiend Blood tribe were talking, Fang Chen approached them. An air-rending sound was heard as Fang Chen approached them from afar. Fiend Blood clan! Fang Chen shouted, his voice echoing throughout the mountain range. Foolish human, how dare you ruin the plan of our Fiend Blood tribe? You are dead meat. That's right. If you surrender obediently and surrender to the Fiend Blood tribe, you might still be able to live. Dong! A deafening sound was heard, and rich evil blood power surged out from the 3 evil blood clans. They were ready for battle. Courting death. Fang Chen sneered and leaped onto the mountain peak. He waved his sleeve and the hidden star sword flew out automatically. He displayed the invincible sword principle calmly. However, at that moment, the 3 evil blood clans laughed wildly from the mountain peak. Buzz! A dazzling triangular light suddenly appeared on the mountain peak and restrained Fang Chen's body. Fang Chen was shocked to find that his body had been restrained and he could not move. What's going on? Freeze! The 3 evil blood clans joined forces to activate the triangular light and restrained the hidden star sword in the void. Lad, this is the bloodline skill of our Fiend Blood tribe. You don't have to struggle. Let's end this quickly and kill him. Apparently, the 3 evil blood clans were afraid that a long delay would lead to trouble. They wanted to end this quickly and kill Fang Chen. Boom! A wild evil blood aura spread out from the mountain peak. Fang Chen was restrained and could not move. He could only watch as the attacks of the 3 evil blood tribes landed on him. Bloodline skill. Fang Chen muttered anxiously. Let's give it a try. At that moment, he had no choice but to take the risk. At that thought, Fang Chen activated the black hole bloodline in his body. At the same time, more than 50 special bloodlines erupted. The colorful special bloodline power formed a colorful scene around Fang Chen. Dong! Fang Chen took the attacks of the 3 evil blood clans and spat out a mouthful of blood. Crack! The black hole bloodline was too powerful. It used more than 50 special bloodlines as its foundation to launch its strongest attack to shake the triangular light. Under the strong attack of the black hole bloodline, a crack appeared on the triangular light. There's a chance. Fang Chen was delighted and he continued to attack with greater strength. Seeing this, the three evil blood clans' faces changed. Kill him! The three of them roared and attacked Fang Chen in a frenzy. Boom! However, just as Fang Chen had a clue, he suddenly felt a vast power coming from behind him. It was as if his body had been struck by lightning. With a bang, he smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. He was smashed into the ground. It's you? The moment he turned his head, he saw two familiar faces. Instantly, he was furious. However, under the restriction of the three evil blood clans' bloodline skill, he could not fend off the attacks of Fan Zhe and Fan Ming. Die. After Fan Zhe made his move, Fan Ming followed up with a strong attack. He used his trump card and hit Fang Chen's head, causing him to enter a state of serious injury. Is he dead? On the mountain peak, the three evil blood clans and the two brothers looked down at Fang Chen's battered body and asked softly, "This guy is tough. Only when his primordial spirit is completely destroyed can he be considered dead," Fan Zhe reminded them. "Don't worry. Leave it to the three of us." The three evil blood clans used their bloodline skill again, wanting to destroy Fang Chen's primordial spirit. Pain filled his body and his strength was depleted. Fang Chen felt that he was so close to death for the first time. "Am I going to die?" Fang Chen's lips were pale as he asked in a hoarse voice. Buzz! A sword radiance came down from the sky and pierced through the bloodline skill of the three evil blood clans. Vast sword chi shrouded Fang Chen. Swoosh! Immediately after, Fang Chen's body disappeared from the big hole. "Oh no!" Fan Zhe shouted. He wanted to stop Jian Wushuang, but it was too late. In the blink of an eye, Fang Chen had disappeared from the sky. There was a faint sadness in the air. Isn't he just a guy in the Star Ancient Realm? His primordial spirit was severely injured by our bloodline skill. Even if he managed to survive, his cultivation will not be able to progress. That's right. If he survives our bloodline skill, he will become an idiot. Don't worry. Although we did not kill him completely, we will keep our promise. Having said that, the three evil blood clans waved their hands and threw a file over. They said, "We have some clues about Her Eminence's lost weapon. The area has been sealed off by the evil blood clan. After we take the weapons away, the two of you can go ahead on your own. You can take whatever we leave behind. Don't worry. We are only interested in Her Eminence's lost weapon. We are not interested in anything else." Fan Zhe and Fan Ming nodded. The two of them looked at each other and nodded. They then quickly returned to Po Adversity City. "Big brother, what are we doing?" Fan Ming asked carefully. "As long as Fang Chen is dead, who will know that we are cooperating with the evil blood clan?" Fan Zhe said. "Moreover, it is only a cooperation. We each take what we need. Moreover, we want to borrow the evil blood clan's help to kill Fang Chen." Fang Chen had suppressed the official disciple area with his strength and killed Gung Kai. This was a slap in the official disciple area. The two of them knew that they were not strong enough to kill Fang Chen. Therefore, they had been enduring and waiting for an opportunity. Previously, when they left Po Adversity City to chase after the evil blood clan, they had reached an agreement with the evil blood clan. But Fan Ming still felt guilty. If the higher-ups of the ancient cold sect knew about this, they would definitely die. Don't worry. You have heard that Fang Chen's primordial spirit was severely injured by the evil blood clan's bloodline skill. Even if he managed to survive, he is just a walking corpse, Fan Zhe said with a smile. Fan Ming nodded and did not say anything else. Ha ha ha. What did the two supreme talents gain? The Po Adversity City Governor came out to welcome them. Chapter 28:35. Fan Zhe and Fan Ming did not say anything. They just nodded and returned to their residence. When the poor adversity city governor saw this, he fell into deep thought. Soon, news spread that a great battle had taken place outside Po Adversity City. The Fiend Blood Tribe had appeared. When the poor Adversity City governor thought that Fan Zhou and Fan Ming must have been involved in this battle. It doesn't matter. As long as the two of them are here, the Fiend Blood Tribe will not be able to do anything. After thinking for a while, the Po Adversity City governor flung his sleeves and left. After all, Po Adversity City was not the only city in the intelligent cloud continent. There were countless cities, and every city could be invaded by the Fiend Blood Tribe. As the Po Adversity City governor, he only needed to ensure the safety of Po Adversity City. Poison City was not too far away from Po Adversity City, but it was not close either. Now that the Fiend Blood Tribe had invaded, the martial artists in Poison City were on tenterhooks. A few days ago, the Fiend Blood Tribe had attacked, and the Poison City governor had died on the battlefield. For a time, Poison City was without a leader, causing chaos. The Fiend Blood Tribe had hidden in the dark to sow discord. In short, in just a few days, Poison City had fallen into a sorry state. In a hidden courtyard in the western suburbs of Poison City, a white-robed man sat quietly on the ground with his legs crossed. His face was pale, and his clothes were covered with blood. Dazzling and colorful bloodline power emerged around his body. These bloodline powers were rapidly refining the heavenly energy in the air, thereby healing his injuries. Whoosh! After a long time, his injured internal organs gradually stabilized. He suddenly opened his eyes and spat out a mouthful of turbid air. The bloodline power around him was instantly withdrawn. Cough, cough. Just as he was about to speak, he coughed violently, and his body trembled violently. When he looked at his body, his face was gloomy. I will take revenge for this. At this moment, Fong Chen was filled with anger. Even when he was trapped by the Fiend Blood Tribe's bloodline technique, he was not as angry as he was now. However, at the critical moment, the two official disciples of the ancient cold sect had colluded with the Fiend Blood Tribe to sneak up on him. He had to take revenge no matter what. It had to be said that Fan Zhou and Fan Ming's plan was perfect, and they also took advantage of Fong Chen's underestimation of the enemy. The bloodline techniques that the three Fiend Blood clans used were very unique. However, Fong Chen was still confident that he could deal with it. He just needed time. At that time, the situation was urgent, and he could only barely resist. He did not expect Fan Zhe's sneak attack at all. He was caught off guard, and Fan Zhe attacked with all his strength. Furthermore, Fan Zhe had used a taboo secret technique to shatter his internal organs through his own body. If it weren't for the fact that the Black Hole bloodline had played an extremely powerful role at the critical moment, it was very likely that he would have died. Half a month had passed since that battle, but Fong Chen's injuries still hadn't healed. My internal organs are damaged, my meridians are broken, and my dantian is showing signs of damage. Fong Chen murmured with a complicated expression on his face. This was the most serious injury that he had ever suffered since he started cultivating. He had almost died in the intelligent cloud continent forever. However, it was fortunate that he had survived. Even Fan Zhe and Fan Ming would not have thought that he would be able to survive such a situation of certain death, right? The day that I recover from my injuries will be the day that all of you die. In the following time, Fong Chen began to devote himself to healing his injuries. Time passed quickly, and the 1-month deadline that the core disciples of the ancient cold sect had given to Fong Chen had arrived. Today, the ancient cold sect's official disciple square was very lively. Countless official disciples had arrived early to see if Fong Chen would really give in and hand over the 100,000 star stones. Just as everyone was talking about it, the core disciple arrived. He was wearing a black robe, and his body exuded a terrifying aura. He jumped up and landed from the void. His pitch-black eyes swept across the surrounding crowd at lightning speed. After which, he asked in a deep voice, "Where is Fong Chen?" Senior brother, Fang Qin went out to do a mission a month ago, a disciple replied. What? The black-robed core disciple's face instantly darkened, and then he said, Today is the last day of the 1-month deadline. I will wait for him here. If he doesn't come, he will bear the consequences. After that, the core disciple did not say anything else. He closed his eyes and waited. Many of the official disciples who were watching had different expressions. After the core disciple's words reached the sparring area, many sparring partners were extremely anxious. What should we do? Fang Qin went out to do a mission. He definitely won't come back today. Then what should we do? Are we going to break the appointment? Everyone looked at each other with complicated expressions in their eyes. They knew better than anyone how important it was for a core disciple to break the appointment. Let's go and explain it to him. The top 10 sparring partners in the sparring area suggested, and it was seconded by many other sparring partners. Soon, they arrived at the official disciple square. Everyone thought that Fang Qin had come. Who would have thought that after searching through everyone, Fang Qin was nowhere to be seen? Where is Fang Qin? Someone asked. Senior brother, Elder Tianhan sent Fang Qin out to do a mission. Senior brother Fan Zhe and senior brother Fan Ming are also with him. They can testify. Senior brother, can you give us some more time? A sparring partner said while cupping his fist. The core disciple remained motionless and did not open his eyes. However, a few official disciples pointed at them angrily and cursed. You are just sparring partners. Without our orders, what right do you have to come to our official disciple area? You can't even protect yourself, and you still dare to plead for others. You are courting death. Leave quickly, or don't blame us for being impolite. A few official disciples raised their palms and emitted a powerful aura. They were ready to attack. Senior brother. A sparring partner wanted to explain, but he was answered with a simple punch. Crack! The core disciple suddenly opened his eyes and threw out a punch as fast as lightning. With just one punch, the sparring partner was killed. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I will kill all of you. The core disciple said gloomily. Core disciples cannot be humiliated. If Fang Qin does not bring 100,000 star stones here today, he will definitely die. The core disciple made his stand, and the sparring partners' hearts sank. Under the watchful eyes of many official disciples, they suppressed the anger in their hearts and left the official disciple area. In the end, Fang Qin did not appear. The core disciple revealed a sinister smile and said, I have already given him enough face. He is courting death. Don't blame me for being impolite. From today onwards, if Fang Qin dares to take half a step into the ancient frigid sect, I will tear him into pieces. Whoosh! The core disciple flicked his finger, and a resplendent finger light shot out, creating a big hole in the ground. Then, he disappeared. Many official disciples looked at each other in dismay. The news spread like wildfire in the sparring partner area and the official disciple area. Many martial artists had their own thoughts. As for Fang Qin, who was the main character, he had already forgotten about this matter. He was focused on cultivating. In a courtyard in the western suburbs of Poison City. Sir, I have already inquired about the news you asked for. The waiter stood beside Fang Qin and reported with a smile, although Poison City is very chaotic, the poison disaster elixir contest is still going on as scheduled. What about the Fiend Blood Tribe? Fang Qin asked. The higher-ups of the Poison Disaster Elixir Contest have come out to suppress the Fiend Blood Tribe temporarily. They do not dare to act recklessly. The waiter continued, the rewards for this Poison Disaster Elixir Contest are very generous. It is said that the winner will be rewarded with a Poison Disaster Elixir. The waiter handed a file to Fang Qin, took some star stones from him, and left the courtyard. Poison Disaster Elixir Contest? Fang Qin's lips curled up, revealing a smile. His injuries had basically stabilized, but there was still a long way to go. But now, there was a way to heal his injuries quickly, and that was the poison disaster elixir. The records of the ancient Frigid sect are indeed correct, Fang Qin said with a smile. Although the poison disaster elixir contest has already declined and is no longer what it used to be, their foundation is still extremely deep. The legendary poison disaster elixir has attracted the attention of countless martial artists. In the eyes of the world, the poison disaster elixir was the fiercest and most domineering poison elixir. Even life ancient realm martial artists and star venerables did not dare to touch it casually. However, in Fang Chen's eyes, it was a holy healing medicine. Chapter 2836. At its peak, the Poison Adversity Pill Association was comparable to the ancient Cold sect. In the ancient times, when the Poison Adversity Pill Association rose, the ancient Cold sect was still a very weak sect. At that time, the Poison Adversity Pill Association had developed to its peak, and there were countless powerful alchemists in the sect. They could refine all kinds of heaven-defying elixirs. According to legend, the territory of the Poison Adversity Pill Association was many times larger than the current ancient Cold sect. Many people thought that the Poison Adversity Pill Association was very likely to be one of the strongest sects in the primordial chaos. However, because of an unforeseen event, it suddenly declined. Until now, no one knew what caused the decline of the Poison Adversity Pill Association. After countless years, as the powerful alchemists of the Poison Adversity Pill Association died or were injured, their territory continued to shrink. Until now, they were just holed up in the Poison Adversity City of the Wisdom Cloud continent to make a living. Fang Qin sighed. They were so powerful back then, but now they had fallen to such a state. However, even if they had fallen, their foundation was still there, and no one dared to underestimate them. According to the historical records, the Poison Adversity Pill Association's most powerful item was the Poison Adversity Divine Pill. People had always been looking for it, but no one could get it. According to the Poison Adversity Pill Association, if the pill existed, the person would exist. But now, the Poison Adversity Pill Association was holding a Poison Adversity Pill competition at such a critical moment, and the reward for the first place was the Poison Adversity Divine Pill. This was incredible. It seems that the Poison Adversity Pill Association can't hold on anymore. Fang Qin analyzed that it might be related to the invasion of the Fiend Blood Tribe. Speaking of the Poison Adversity Divine Pill, it was definitely an epic-level elixir. Fang Chen's injuries were mainly caused by the Fiend Blood Tribe's bloodline technique, and then by Fan Zhe's forbidden secret technique. The combination of these two methods caused enormous damage to his internal organs and blood vessels. In fact, he even showed signs of being poisoned. This was the so-called Poison Adversity Fusion. Things that were not poisonous by themselves would become highly poisonous when they were combined. With Fang Chen's strength, he could completely force the poison out of his internal organs and blood vessels, but it would take too long. The second method was the Poison Adversity Divine Pill. Fighting poison with poison, the Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill was one of the most poisonous divine pills in the world. Using it to fight the poison in one's body, it could completely cure the disease. Looks like I need to make a trip to the Poison Adversity Pill Association. The Poison Adversity Pill Association's headquarters was located in the center of Adversity City. The dazzling 9-story pavilion was exceptionally dazzling. It could be seen from far away. Normally, countless martial artists would gather in front of the Poison Adversity Pill gathering. However, it was Adversity Pill Association headquarters. On the 9th floor of the pavilion, there were more than 10 old men sitting there. They were all the upper echelons of the Poison Disaster Pill Association. Poison Adversity Pill Association. The Poison Adversity Pill Association Association. Poison Adversity Pill Association. President, are we really going to give the Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill away? An elder asked. The president closed his eyes and asked, Adversity adversity pill association, pill adversity pill sect pill. The once glorious poison adversity pill association was finally disbanded. The Fiend Blood Tribe is attacking the Poison Disaster City on a large scale. Their target is very clear. They are here for the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. The president coughed and continued, although my Poison Adversity Pill Association has fallen, as long as we have a successor, we will rise again one day. The Poison Adversity Divine Pill is our only hope. There's no hope for us old men. That's why we're holding the Poison Disaster Pill competition. We'll choose a genius of alchemy to give away the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. That's the only way to preserve a glimmer of hope. When the other elders heard the president's words, they felt even more bitter. So quiet? Fang Chen was somewhat astonished. The huge 9-story pavilion was exceptionally quiet. That's right. I guess it's because of the influence of the Fiend Blood Tribe. Apart from the people who signed up for the Poisonous Adversity Pill competition, no one dares to walk around. Fang Chen entered the main hall. A staff member inquired about the reason for his visit. The staff member's expression instantly changed. He then said, "Please wait for a moment, I will inform the elders immediately." Soon, an elder came to Fang Chen's side. "Young man, do you want to sign up for the elixir competition?" "Do I have any requirements?" Fang Chen asked. "At least you can refine a good grade pill," the elder said with a smile. He then pointed at the alchemy platform beside him. Fang Chen did not say anything and walked directly to the alchemy platform. He had already prepared all the herbs needed for the alchemy platform. He immediately started to refine the pill, and a scorching flame appeared in his palm. At first, the elder was a little careless. However, when he saw Fang Chen's manipulation technique, his expression gradually became solemn. Interesting. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. Fang Chen refined the pill in one go. After watching, the elder stared at Fang Chen with his eyes wide open. "Young man, do you have a master?" Fang Chen shook his head. He had learned all his alchemy skills by himself. He had never had an orthodox master. "Can I participate in the Poison Disaster Pill competition?" Fang Chen asked. "Yes, of course. Just come back here in 3 days," the elder said with a smile. Looking at Fang Chen's back view, the elder hurried back to the 9-story pavilion. "Elder He, how is the person who just signed up?" an elder asked. "This guy has only cultivated for a short period of time. However, his alchemy technique is very unique. He even has the shadow of an alchemy master from the Antiquity Age. The pills that he refined are also of high quality. The color and quality are perfect," Elder He said. "Most importantly, he does not have a master. He has been self-studying." What? After hearing Elder He's words, everyone was curious about Fang Chen. In a hidden mountain outside Poison Disaster City, the surroundings were filled with a strong evil aura. The people of the Fiend Blood Tribe had gathered here. The Poison Disaster Pill competition will begin in 3 days. Our people have successfully sneaked in. Humph, is the Poison Disaster Pill Guild finally unable to hold on? This time, not only will we get the Divine Pill, but we will also destroy the Poison Disaster Pill Guild. Don't worry. Although Man Shui's alchemy skills are not the best, in this small Poison Disaster City, he is above everyone else. Be careful. Don't fall. The people of the Fiend Blood Tribe started to discuss how to destroy the Poison Disaster Pill Guild after they got the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. Sha sha sha. After Fang Chen returned to his courtyard in the western suburbs, he said to the empty space, "You have been following me for so long. Why are you still not coming out?" As soon as he finished speaking, a figure suddenly walked out with shifty eyes. "Your spiritual consciousness is too powerful. You can actually find me." The person nodded at Fang Chen and said, "I followed you here to inform you of something." "What is it?" "If I am not wrong, You have also signed up for the poison disaster pill competition. So what? Unfortunately, my master is also very interested in the poison disaster divine pill. He hopes that you can give up on the competition, the person said. Hearing this, Fang Chen frowned and stared at the person. Everything depends on one's ability. If your master defeats me in alchemy, then I have nothing to say, Fang Chen said. Your Excellency, do you know who my master is? The person frowned slightly. He was very dissatisfied with Fang Chen's words. My master is the famous master of the Wei family. If you offend him, it will be difficult for you to walk in the Wisdom Cloud continent. What? Your master is afraid of losing the competition, so he is secretly threatening all the contestants? Fang Chen sneered. So, you do not agree? Since you are a lackey, I will not kill you. If you continue to talk nonsense, I will twist your head off, Fang Chen said coldly. The person was furious, but in the end, he restrained himself. You will regret it. After saying that, the person turned and left. Fang Chen sighed. The poison disaster divine pill was too attractive. The news had not spread completely yet. It had only spread around the poison disaster city. One could imagine that if the news spread completely, the entire Wisdom Cloud continent and even the ancient cold sect would be shocked. Time is of the essence. Chapter 28:37. 3 days later. The poison disaster elixir competition was held as scheduled. All the martial artists in the huge poison disaster city came to watch. In front of the dazzling poison disaster elixir gathering, there was an endless stream of people and carriages. Countless martial artists surrounded the square of the elixir competition. There were more than 10 contestants in the square. They were all martial artists who were qualified to sign up after the preliminaries. Everyone's potential in alchemy was beyond the reach of ordinary people. Fang Chen stood in the last position. He felt that someone was looking at him with malicious eyes. He turned around and saw a man in armor with a trace of anger in his eyes. Looks like this guy should be the young master of the Wei clan. Fang Chen could feel that this person had ill intentions towards him. Around the square, everyone was discussing. I wonder who will emerge victorious in this alchemy competition. No matter the result, the poison disaster elixir gathering should be disbanded. Yeah, who would have thought that the elixir of the poison disaster elixir gathering would be given to someone else? If I can get the poison disaster elixir, I'd be willing to be your slave. Don't even think about it. The poison disaster elixir. The voices that came one after another represented their confusion and shock. However, in general, among the 10 or so alchemists, the one that everyone thought the most highly of was the young master of the Wei clan. The Wei clan was considered an overlord force in the entire Xian continent. The young master of the Wei clan had loved alchemy since he was young. He had been cultivating to this day and his alchemy skills were superb. Today, the young master of the Wei clan was determined to get the poison disaster elixir. However, he was worried that a dark horse would appear and disrupt his plan. Therefore, he ordered his subordinates to secretly threaten those who signed up. Now, it seemed that the effect was not bad. The remaining 10 or so people ignored his threat. Wait until I get the poison disaster elixir. All of you will die. The young master of the Wei clan thought to himself. His cold gaze swept across everyone. Where are the others? At the front of the square, the president and the others were already seated. However, the other contestants did not come. Did they give up? Elder Black asked. The president shook his head and said, Let's not wait. Let's begin. Elder He immediately stood up and roughly explained the rules of the poison adversity pill competition. Everyone, the rules of this poison adversity pill competition are very simple. There are no rules. What we are looking at is the final result. Whoever concocts the highest grade pill will be the final winner. Elder Black said loudly. The winner will be bestowed with our Poison Adversity Pill Association's Sect Guarding Pill, the Poison Adversity Divine Pill. At the same time, He will be conferred the title of the association's new president. Below, there was an uproar. Countless martial artists were excited. Fang Chen, on the other hand, was rather shaken. However, he sighed inwardly. Who would have thought that an ancient superpower would end up like this? Thinking of this, Fang Chen clenched his fists and became even more determined about the path he wanted to take. Pursue the peak of martial arts and protect family and friends. I must get the poisonous disaster divine pill. Fang Chen swore to himself. Soon, more than 10 alchemists were already in place. In front of each of them was a pill refining platform with a complete set of materials. The refining time is only 30 minutes. Let's start now. After Elder Black announced the start of the competition, more than 10 alchemists quickly immersed themselves in refining pills. Only Fang Chen was not in a hurry to start. Instead, he carefully selected the materials. It seemed like he had to check every material carefully. Seeing this, the president and the others on the rostrum nodded in satisfaction. He is not in a hurry. This lad is rather calm. The president gave a high evaluation. He felt that it was rare to see an alchemist as calm as Fang Chen among the younger generation. After spending some time, Fang Chen finished selecting the materials and began refining pills. This lad is interesting. He did not choose the dark dragon grass. Seeing this, many elders and the president on the rostrum had the same question in their minds. Among the herbs they had prepared, the dark dragon grass was the most precious and important herb. If they wanted to refine a higher grade pill, they had to use the dark dragon grass. However, this lad had given up on the dark dragon grass and chose some more common herbs. What was he trying to do? After pondering for a while, some information appeared in the president's mind. Could it be the president's expression gradually turned serious, and even his breathing became hurried? If his guess was correct, Fang Chen was undoubtedly the best successor of the Poison Adversity Pill Association. I hope my guess is correct. The president's eyes were fixed on Fang Chen. He was getting more and more interested in Fang Chen. In the blink of an eye, half of the incense stick's time had passed. 2 alchemists finished refining the pills as fast as they could. Phew! The 2 of them heaved a sigh of relief and presented the pills to Elder Black for him to evaluate. Elder Black took the pills and examined them carefully. He shook his head and said, "It took the shortest time. However, there are many flaws in the pills. The quality is not perfect and the color is a little bad." Hearing this, the 2 great alchemists turned pale. This was already their best level, but they didn't expect that they would still fail. The poison adversity pill must be mine. Young Master Wei observed the situation around him as he refined the pills. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Flames burned in young Master Wei's palm. Humph. This is the cold flame unique to my Wei family. How can you compare to it? On the main stage, many elders nodded. Cold flame of the Wei family was indeed a step ahead of others in alchemy. Young Master Wei's cold flame is well controlled. I wonder how he is in alchemy. Elder Black said with a smile. Although cold flame is strong, I don't think young Master Wei has a good temperament. The result is not out yet. It could be anyone. Amidst the discussions of the elders, the young master of the Wei clan skillfully controlled the cold flame, continuously burning the pills. When 2/3 of the incense stick was burned, young Master Wei put away the cold flame. He was only 1 step away from completing the refinement. However, at this moment there was a sudden change. An alchemist who was close to young Master Wei suddenly stomped his feet, causing the square to tremble. Crack! The pills in front of young Master Wei shattered instantly. No. Young Master Wei gritted his teeth and his eyes turned red. He abruptly turned his head and stared at the alchemist beside him. Damn you! How dare you trick me? Young Master Wei immediately thought of how the alchemist had secretly transferred the energy to his pills and caused his refinement to fail. I will kill you! Failing the refinement meant that he wouldn't be able to obtain the legendary poisonous calamity divine pill. This made young Master Wei go crazy. Just as he was about to make his move, the fellow who had plotted against him had already walked over to Elder He with the medicinal pill in hand. The color and quality are perfect. It is a superior pill, Elder Black commented. The alchemist turned his head and looked at young Master Wei provocatively. Young Master Wei clenched his fists and his heart was filled with anger. You won't be able to leave the intelligent cloud continent alive. When the time was up, everyone else had finished their refinement. Fang Chen followed behind everyone and gave the pills to Elder Black for evaluation. The quality isn't perfect. The color is too bad. Several medicinal pills were rejected by Elder He. Finally, it was Fang Chen's turn. When he handed the medicinal pill to Elder He's expression changed, and he hurried over to the president. The president whispered a few words into his ear. Then, Elder Black turned around and looked at everyone. The first place of this poisonous calamity pill competition is this little brother. Elder Black pointed at Fang Chen and said, "What?" Even the person who had schemed against the Wei clan's young master was somewhat astonished. His own pill was clearly a superior pill, so why was Wei clan's number one? Impossible! There must be a conspiracy! The alchemist shook his head and shouted. "Shut up!" Elder Black scolded loudly. The president personally appraised the pill. How can it be fake? At this moment, the president stood up and waved his hand for everyone to be quiet. Perhaps you all have doubts about this poisonous calamity pill competition. Now I will clear your doubts one by one. Chapter 28:38. Everyone stared intently at the president. They wanted to know how Fang Chen was able to win. Logically speaking, their pills should be of the same grade and color, but why did the poison adversity elixir gathering choose this young man's pill? The president pointed at Fang Chen and said, "Because he used the most common ingredients to refine the same pill, while the other person used more precious ingredients. Can't you see whose alchemy skills are better?" At this moment, everyone was enlightened and hurriedly looked at Fang Chen's alchemy table. Sure enough, the dark dragon grass was lying there quietly. How is this possible? The person who had tricked the Wei clan's young master was disappointed and could not believe what had happened. "I don't believe it!" He suddenly shouted with a ferocious look on his face. Swoosh! At this moment, a cold fist radiance shot toward him. "We haven't settled the score between us yet." The person who spoke was the young master of the Wei clan. Although Fang Chen had obtained the final victory, the young master of the Wei clan was even more infuriated by the fact that this person had first taken care of him and then secretly killed Fang Chen. Get lost! He had been confident and thought that he could get the poisonous adversity divine pill, but who would have thought that it would end like this? When he saw the Wei clan's young master attacking him, he shouted angrily. "Poochie!" The Wei clan's young master forced the person back with a punch. Suddenly, an evil aura flashed across his body. Fiend Blood Tribe. Seeing this, the higher-ups of the poison adversity elixir gathering were furious. The Wei clan's experts who had been hiding in the dark also suddenly appeared. How dare the Fiend Blood Tribe sneak into the poison adversity city? You are courting death. Under the siege of so many people, the person was unable to resist and died instantly. After taking his revenge, the Wei clan's young master turned to look in the direction of Fang Chen and suddenly found that he was nowhere to be seen. What happened? He had searched the entire poison adversity city but could not find any trace of Fang Chen. He snorted and looked at the president. "I didn't expect the Fiend Blood Tribe to sneak into the alchemy competition to get the poisonous adversity divine pill," the president said coldly. "President, we don't know where the first place went in the chaos. Should we restart the competition?" The Wei clan's higher-ups asked. "Let us discuss this for a few days," the president said apologetically. The president said apologetically, "I'm sorry, everyone. Something like this happened during the alchemy competition. Please return. The higher-ups of the Poison Adversity Elixir Association entered the 9-story pavilion, leaving behind the helpless crowd. In a hidden mountain outside Poison Adversity City. Damn it, we are to be discovered. Humph, this idiot. Even if we lose the competition, there's no need for us to expose ourselves. Now, the Poison Disaster Pill Association is already on guard against us. There's also the Wei clan eyeing us from the side. Our plan is even more obstructed. Let's not act rashly for now. Our main goal is that weapon. After we obtain the weapon, we will forcefully break into the Poison Disaster Pill Assembly and seize the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. After this battle, the Fiend Blood tribe gradually quieted down. Under the pitch-black night sky, Fang Chen stood alone on a mountain peak, gazing off into the distance at the waning lights of Poison Disaster City. He suddenly understood. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Then, a figure walked out of the darkness. It was the president of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. President. Fang Chen cupped his fist. He was about to explain, but the president waved his hand to stop him. I know you are worried about the Wei clan's revenge. I understand, the president said with a smile. I can die in peace now that I have discovered such a genius in alchemy like you. The president could see that Fang Chen's alchemy skills were similar to the alchemists of the ancient times. He was even more convinced that Fang Chen would be the best candidate to be the next president of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. The president took out a jade box and handed it to Fang Chen. This is the legendary Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill. Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill. Fang Chen was overjoyed. He opened the box and looked at it. There were complicated patterns on the black pill. It gave off an ancient aura. Strictly speaking, this pill cannot be called the Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, the president said. Why? That's because the real Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill had already been eaten by the previous president in the ancient times. The Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill in your hands right now is merely an imitation of the Poisonous Calamity Divine Pill that was refined later on. The president said, however, even if it is a fake Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, its effect is still beyond your imagination. This pill has been passed down to the present day, and has been passed down by every guild master. From today onwards, you will be the 79,000th president of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering, the president said. He asked for Fang Chen's name and then sent a mark into Fang Chen's forehead. This was the experience of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering over the countless years. It was a peerless alchemy recipe that everyone envied. Fang Chen, are you willing? The president asked. I am willing. Fang Chen nodded. Since he had obtained the Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, he naturally had to do something for the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. Your task is to go into hiding. When you are strong enough, you will rebuild the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering, the president said. The president warned, but don't be anxious. You must wait until you are strong enough to reveal your identity. Otherwise, your enemies will kill you. Definitely. All right, take the pill and leave this place quickly. The president and Fang Chen talked for a long time. They talked about the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering in the ancient times until dawn. That night, Fang Chen learned a lot about the secrets of the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering. Before dawn, Fang Chen bowed deeply to the president 3 times and then turned to leave. I hope I did not misjudge you. The president laughed. After Fang Chen obtained the Poisonous Adversity Divine Pill, he left Poison Adversity City and went into hiding. Not long after, there was a fierce battle in Poison Adversity City. The Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering took the initiative to attack and started a life-and-death battle with the Fiend Blood tribe. In the end, the Fiend Blood tribe defeated the Poison Adversity Elixir Gathering with an overwhelming advantage. It was said that the Wei family was involved in this. They hated the poison adversity elixir gathering and wanted to get their hands on the poisonous adversity elixir gathering. In the end, they joined the battle and destroyed the poison adversity elixir gathering. After that, the Fiend Blood tribe left Poison Adversity City. From then on, the Poison Adversity City was completely under the control of the Wei family. In a hidden mountain range, Fang Chun clenched his fists so tightly that his veins popped out. The Wei family and the Fiend Blood tribe. Fang Chen's heart burned with rage. He would engrave these two forces into his memory. One day, he would take his revenge. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He then took out the poisonous adversity elixir. Splash! The poisonous adversity elixir melted in his mouth, and its effect spread instantly. The strong venom instantly spread all over Fang Chen's body. His lips turned purple. It was enough to show how strong the poisonous adversity elixir's toxicity was. Crush! Fang Chen was prepared. He activated the poison in his internal organs and fiercely with the poisonous adversity elixir. CSISI. It was a one-sided battle. The poison could not pose any threat to the poisonous adversity elixir. After that, Fang Chen used the same method to burn the poison in his blood. Finally, the medicinal effect of the poisonous adversity elixir spread to his limbs and bones. After a while, Fang Chen let out a sigh of relief. The imprint on his forehead flickered and his lips regained their original color. Even though it is not the true poisonous adversity elixir, it is strong enough. In just an hour, his injuries were healed. If he relied on his own efforts to expel the poison, it would take him at least 10 years. The medicinal effect of the poisonous adversity elixir had perfectly fused with his chaotic origin sword body. This allowed his body to become a true poison body. The current me should be immune to poison, right? Fang Chen laughed happily. Not only were his injuries healed, he was immune to poison. Furthermore, he had obtained the accumulation of the poisonous adversity elixir association over the years. His harvest was huge. The only thing that made him sad was that the poisonous adversity elixir association was completely destroyed. The association master and others died on the battlefield. There will be a day when I rebuild the poisonous adversity elixir association. At that time, the world will be shocked. Fang Chen stood up and looked up at the sky. He muttered to himself, with the powerful accumulation of the poisonous adversity elixir association, Fang Chen's path of concoction could be said to be a meteoric rise. Even an alchemist who had cultivated for 1 trillion years could not compare with him. In the future, a powerful alchemist was destined to rise in the immemorial primal chaos and shock the entire primal chaos world. But now, he was too weak and needed to keep a low profile. Chapter 2839. The effect of the poisonous calamity divine pill was far more than that. On the third day after swallowing the divine pill, Fang Chen's body shook. The heavenly energy in the void crazily poured into his body. The entire mountain range fell into chaos. His primordial spirit felt that the power of the void seemed to be integrating into his primordial spirit. Dong! His mind shook and his body began to transform. Fang Chen was pleasantly surprised because he knew that the bottleneck that had troubled him for a long time had finally disappeared under the effect of the poisonous calamity divine pill. Now, he was breaking through to the life ancient realm. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen was very excited, but he still suppressed it. He took a deep breath and calmly absorbed the heavenly energy in the void. Breaking through from the star ancient realm to the life ancient realm was a fundamental change. After reaching the life ancient realm, one could change one's fate, and the primordial spirit would completely transform. Fang Chen's primordial spirit had long reached the emperor realm, far surpassing other martial artists in the same realm. Therefore, the process of breaking through was easier. It took almost no effort to break through to the life ancient realm. After a long while, the mountain range returned to calm. A terrifying vortex appeared around Fang Chen's body, and the vortex emitted extremely rich, heavenly energy. Huff! Fang Chen took a deep breath. With a thought, the heavenly energy around him surged into his body. At the same time, he felt the power of faith in the Shura universe crazily pouring into his mind. Ancient Saint Chaos, Shura universe. Since Fang Chen's avatar was captured, the bone progenitor had been sitting here. Suddenly, he felt the change in the Shura universe. After thinking for a moment, he was overjoyed. He knew that Fang Chen must have broken through. What a spectacular scene! The bone progenitor murmured, "My disciple must have broken through to an extraordinary realm." At the same time, the Shura universe had also undergone earth-shaking changes. Before this, the Shura universe was already considered the top among the many miniature universes. Now, after the metamorphosis, the Azura universe's laws had undergone a tremendous change. The most important change was the increase in heavenly energy. As a result, the god realm of the Shura universe was completely different from the miniature universes such as the Milky Way universe. Simply put, the deity world of the Azura cosmos could give birth to Cosmos God. It was unlike other miniature universes where there would not be a single Cosmos God in a million years. Dong! Fang Chen's body shook. After absorbing all the power of faith, he suddenly opened his eyes. I made a breakthrough. Fang Chen felt relaxed. After breaking through to the life-ancient realm, his strength had once again increased. Now, I can even fight against a star Venerable, Fang Chen said confidently. By relying on his invincible sword Dao and his emperor-class nascent divinity, he had become the most powerful and invincible life-ancient expert in all of history. He stood there proudly, looking up at the void. The Lost Mountain Range was a mysterious mountain range. The Fiend Blood Tribe had launched a large-scale attack to search for the weapon left behind by the Saint God in the Lost Mountain Range. It's time for revenge, Fang Chen muttered to himself as he stepped into the Lost Mountain Range. He did not conceal his aura. His emperor-class nascent divinity spread out, and his huge divine sense instantly covered the entire mountain range. He immediately discovered that many Fiend Blood Tribe members had gathered together to search for the weapon. Deep in the mountain range. Brother Shan, is the weapon really here? Yes, we've been searching for it for a long time, but we still have no clue. The Poison Disaster Pill Association has been destroyed, and the Poison Disaster Divine Pill is nowhere to be found. Now we can only do our best to search for the weapon. The members of the Fiend Blood Tribe were very anxious. The leader of the Fiend Blood Tribe was called Shueshan. He was the commander of this attack on the Wisdom Cloud continent. His cultivation had reached the limit of the life-ancient realm, and his combat power was comparable to a star Venerable. Under the premise that the Saint God did not dare to make a move, his attack power was enough to sweep across the Wisdom Cloud continent. It's not that easy to find the weapon of the Saint God, Shueshan said in a deep voice. Just as he was about to continue speaking, he suddenly felt a vast aura in the air. Shueshan frowned and stared ahead. Through the towering tree, he saw a human warrior walking toward him. A human warrior? Brother Shan, he's just a human warrior at the life-ancient realm. There's no need to be afraid of him. That's right. Let me kill him. During this period of time, many members of the Fiend Blood Tribe had been searching for the weapon, and they had been feeling very lonely. Now that they saw a human warrior making a move, they immediately attacked. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Fiend Blood Tribe member appeared in front of Fang Chen. Stupid human! Why didn't you take the right path to heaven? Why did you have to come here to die? Boom! The Fiend Blood Tribe member attacked directly. An extremely powerful force emerged in the air, and the extremely evil Fiend Blood aura condensed into a long spear. It whistled as it shot toward Fang Chen. Seeing this, Fang Chen's face was calm. There was no trace of fear on his face. You're dead meat. The Fiend Blood Tribe member sneered and increased his attack power. Oh no. Shui Shan's eyelids twitched. He seemed to have realized something, and he quickly shouted. Unfortunately, it was too late. Fang Chen had already attacked. With a simple punch, not only did he shatter the Fiend Blood Tribe's long spear, but he also killed the Fiend Blood Tribe member. Crash! Many members of the Fiend Blood Tribe were completely shocked. They stared at Fang Chen, dumbfounded. Only Shui Shan's face darkened. He knew that this person was not ordinary. After killing the Fiend Blood Tribe member, Fang Chen acted as if nothing had happened. He continued to move forward. Human, are you courting death? Shui Shan scolded coldly. Courting death? Fang Chen shrugged his shoulders. If you can kill me, I'll admit defeat. Human, you're too arrogant. Fang Chen's words angered the members of the Fiend Blood Tribe. Many of them attacked him together. Boom. They were too weak. They could not withstand Fang Chen's powerful force. When he threw out a punch, the heavens and the earth shook. Dong. The entire earth shook and the space was distorted. Corpses fell from the sky, and blood stained the earth. Fang Chen lifted his head and looked at Shui Shan. Are you still not going to attack? Who the hell are you? Shui Shan's heart was filled with emotions. He could not imagine what kind of monster this guy was. He was only at the early life ancient realm, but the strength that he had displayed was too strong. Damn it. Shui Shan was stunned for a moment. When he came back to his senses, his face darkened. He cursed, You killed my people. So what? Even you will die in my hands, Fang Chen said calmly. Ha ha ha, stupid human. This is the most ridiculous thing I've heard since I started my cultivation. Shui Shan laughed crazily. He had regained his confidence. If your human gods came, I might be afraid. But you want to kill me? Dream on. Facts have proven that arrogant people die earlier than others, Fang Chen said. Shui Shan was enraged. He stomped his feet, and a terrifying aura exuded from his body. You shouldn't have angered me, Shui Shan. Shui Shan said coldly. Now that you've forced me to make a move, you'll only have death awaiting you. Shui Shan looked down at Fang Chen from above with an invincible aura. Although I'm only at the life ancient realm, I can fight against early star venerables. You're just an ant in front of me, Shui Shan said disdainfully. Fang Chen shook his head. No matter how strong you are, you're just a life ancient realm martial artist. What was invincible in the life ancient realm? Fang Chen's next move had truly illustrated this point. Shui Shan was monstrous enough, but under Fang Chen's attack, he had no power to fight back. In the blink of an eye, Shui Shan had the thought of escaping. Bang! Unfortunately, he had only taken a few steps when he was kicked back by Fang Chen. You can only fight against early star venerables, but I can kill them. After Fang Chen said this, he brandished his sword and attacked. Gulp! Shui Shan's head was cut off, and his primordial spirit was shattered. At this point, all the Fiend Blood Tribe that had infiltrated the Xian continent were dead. This is just some interest. One day, I'll destroy your Fiend Blood Tribe with my own hands, Fang Chen said softly as he looked at Shui Shan's corpse on the ground. Shui Shan wasn't weak, but unfortunately, he met Fang Chen, who had broken through to the life ancient realm. This was fate. In other words, it was the cycle of karma. Chapter 2840. The Fiend Blood Tribe had invaded the Xian continent in order to retrieve Her Eminence's lost weapon and destroy the Poison Disaster Pill Association to take the Poison Disaster Divine Pill. Their plan was about to succeed, but Fang Chen's appearance had completely disrupted their plan. Shui Shan's death had completely announced the failure of the Fiend Blood Tribe's plan. Fang Chen stepped over Shui Shan's corpse and looked into the depths of the mountain range with his dark eyes. The void there was chaotic, as if everything was unusual. Her Eminence's lost weapon? Fang Chen murmured. After being in the Xian continent for so long, he had asked around in detail. Her Eminence's lost weapon was most likely in this mountain range. Where is it? Fang Chen's divine sense spread out and covered the entire mountain range. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary life ancient realm martial artist's primordial spirit was at the peak of the king realm. His primordial spirit was at the emperor realm, so it was very powerful. With a thought, the entire mountain range was in his sight. Soon, he found that something was wrong. The void in the depths of the mountain range was somewhat chaotic, and the heavenly energy there seemed to be a little thin. Let's go and have a look. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he jumped and came here. It seems that something is secretly absorbing the heavenly energy. Fang Chen was certain that Her Eminence's lost weapon was here. It was also the weapon that was secretly absorbing the heavenly energy. However, what puzzled Fang Chen was where the weapon was hidden, and why his divine sense could not find it. "Master, I can feel it!" An excited voice came from the hidden star sword. Hearing this, Fang Chen's face lit up. "Where is it?" Whoosh! The hidden star sword left Fang Chen's hand and soared into the sky. A dazzling sword light burst out from the sword's body. When it soared into the sky, it changed its direction and the tip of the sword pointed downwards. It swooped down at lightning speed. Whoosh! The sword light instantly shrouded the chaotic void below. The entire void was trembling as if it would be shattered by the sword light at any time. Fang Chen, who was not far away, suddenly understood the meaning of the hidden star sword. "Force it out," Fang Chen murmured. Sure enough, the hidden star sword had the same idea as him. It used its powerful sword qi to cut off the surrounding heavenly energy, oppressing the void and making it appear. Crack! After cutting off the power of the heavenly way for only a quarter of an hour, signs of an explosion suddenly appeared in the void, and cracks spread out. Then, a wild aura spread out from it. Whoosh! The vortex was born, and a vast amount of energy revolved around it. A long sword gradually emerged from the vortex. A speck of starlight lingered on the tip of the sword, giving it an imposing aura. "Your Eminence's lost weapon?" Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. He could clearly sense that the sword seemed to contain a trace of Her Eminence's aura. "The owner of the weapon is at least a holy venerate," Fang Chen said confidently. Judging from the aura emitted by the sword, the owner of the weapon was definitely not an ordinary god. 1. At this moment, the hidden star sword issued a resonant sword cry. At the same time, it frantically urged its own sword Dao power to suppress the longsword. Boom! The long sword started to resist, and tangled with the star-hidden sword. Condense! Fang Chen activated his supreme ancestral eye, and the power of his ancestral eye surged out crazily. It instantly wrapped around the long sword and froze the void. Although the longsword's grade was much higher than the hidden star sword, it had been lost here for a long time. Therefore, it was caught off guard and was frozen by Fang Chen's supreme ancestral eye. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the hidden star sword suppressed the longsword with a powerful force. Dong! A surging force came out of the longsword. Fang Chen's palms danced quickly, forming one complicated seal after another, completely sealing the longsword. Phew! When the longsword stopped resisting, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. The longsword fell from the void, and Fang Chen stretched out his hand and grabbed it. 1. Suddenly, he felt a cool aura passing through his palm and into his body. He felt extremely comfortable. He looked at the longsword seriously and found that there were complicated runes on the body of the sword. At the same time, there were two bold and powerful words. Ancient Blade. Fang Chen muttered these two words. This must be the name of the longsword. The name of the sword was Ancient Blade, and it was extremely sharp. After that, Fang Chen threw the longsword into Ming Cave Mountain and did not pay much attention to it. Don't worry. When we return to the ancient frigid sect, I will let you devour it. Fang Chen comforted the excited hidden star sword. When the longsword heard this, it became silent. Po-Adversity City. What? The Fiend Blood Tribe is attacking Po-Adversity City? When Fan Zhe and Fan Ming heard this, their faces changed. Soon, they made a decision. The Fiend Blood Tribe has been forced to retreat. This is the best opportunity. Fanja smiled. Yes. After we destroy the Fiend Blood Tribe, we will look for Honorable God's lost weapon. At that time we can go back and report back. Fan Ming said. The poor Adversity City governor did not say anything. Soon, Fanjur and Fan Ming left Po Adversity City and headed to the mountain where Honorable God's lost weapon was. A few days later, a huge mountain appeared before Fanjur and Fan Ming's eyes. According to the information that we have, it should be here. Fan Ming said. Let's go. Fanja said in a low voice. The two of them, one after the other, quickly entered the mountain range. At that moment, Fong Chen, who had gained a lot, had checked the entire mountain. After confirming that there were no mistakes, he was ready to leave. Suddenly, his spiritual consciousness moved and he found Fanjur and Fan Ming. What are they doing here? Fong Chen was puzzled. Are they here for the ancient blade? When he thought of this, Fong Chen's face showed a sinister smile. He took out the ancient blade and stabbed it into the ground. Suddenly, the ancient blade released a powerful sword chi that wreaked havoc in the surrounding void. Swoosh! Fong Chen's body faded into the void. Fanjur and Fan Ming were searching when they suddenly felt a sharp and overbearing sword chi. Did you feel it? Fanjur asked. Fan Ming nodded. Such a powerful sword chi. Could it be the lost weapon of the Honorable God that we are looking for? The two of them looked at each other excitedly. Their bodies flashed and they shuttled through the void. They quickly rushed in the direction of the ancient blade. In the blink of an eye, they saw the ancient blade that was stabbed into the ground. What a powerful sword chi! I can feel that the long sword contains the aura of the Honorable God. Fanjur and Fan Ming were very happy. They stopped 100 meters away from the ancient blade and looked at it carefully. Fanja felt that something was wrong. The long sword emitted such a powerful sword chi that it should have attracted the Fiend Blood Tribe. Why was it so quiet here? Had the situation changed? Could it be a trick of the Fiend Blood Tribe? Fanja asked. So what if it is? The weapon is right in front of us. As long as we get it, no one will be our match unless the Fiend Blood Tribe is at the level of the Honorable God. Fan Ming said confidently. After hearing Fan Ming's words, Fanja no longer hesitated. The two of them slowly approached the ancient blade. When they came in front of the ancient blade, Fanja was very excited. He grabbed the sword hilt and tried to pull it out with all his strength. At this moment there was a sudden change. The void around the ancient blade suddenly exploded. Terrifying sword chi rushed into Fanja's body. Bang! Fanja's body flew out and blood spurted into the sky. His clothes were tattered and he was in a mess. Brother! Fan Ming shouted. At the same time, he looked around warily and asked, Are you okay? Fanja got up from the ground. He looked gloomy and said coldly, I'm fine. There is something strange about the sword. Be careful. Fan Ming nodded. After learning from Fanja's mistake, he held the ancient blade carefully. Although he was prepared, he was still injured by the explosion. Bang! Fan Ming's body flew out as well. What happened? The two brothers looked at each other and were puzzled. Boom! A gray aura suddenly appeared in the area. In an instant, a powerful illusion appeared and wrapped the two of them up. Be careful! It's an illusion! Fanja shouted. At the same time, he attacked the illusion wildly. At the same time, a voice came from the illusion. Long time no see. How are you? Chapter 2841. The moment they saw Fong Chen, Fanjur and Fan Ming shook their heads in disbelief. Impossible, it's impossible. This is an illusion. What I saw is fake. At that time, Fong Chen was restrained by the bloodline of the Fiend Blood Tribe, and then Fanja personally attacked and severely injured Fong Chen. Although they did not see him die with their own eyes, there was no way he could survive in such a situation. All along, Fanjur and Fan Ming thought that Fong Chen had died long ago. But now, he was standing right in front of them, alive and well. Humph, pretending to be mysterious. After a moment of panic, Fanja came to his senses and steadied himself. He snorted and immediately launched a powerful attack. Boom! Fang Chen's figure instantly dissipated. Seeing this, Fanja laughed loudly. However, only a second later, Fang Chen's figure condensed again. Damn it! Fanja roared angrily. He punched wildly and kept attacking every corner of the illusion, trying to kill all of Fang Chen's illusions. After a long while, Fanja stopped attacking. He was panting and his forehead was full of sweat. At this moment, a voice sounded. Have you had enough? Crash. Fang Chen appeared in front of Fanja and Fan Ming. Fan Ming immediately attacked and wanted to kill Fang Chen, but this time, the latter did not give them the chance. Crash. The illusion suddenly changed. Fan Ming's attack missed and could not hit Fang Chen at all. Instead, he was sent flying by Fang Chen's punch. This is not real. Fan Ming shook his head frantically and got up from the ground. Poochie! The hidden star sword shot from a distance, easily cutting through Fan Ming's attack and piercing into Fan Ming's body. Hiss! The powerful sword principal power kept eroding Fan Ming's body. The power in his body was suddenly exhausted like a flood. Poochie! Fan Ming spat out a mouthful of blood and his body swayed. How is this possible? He looked in front of him in disbelief. Fang Chen was walking toward him step by step with a faint smile. How are you still alive? At this moment, Fan Ming finally believed that the Fang Chen before him was not an illusion. All of this was a trap that he had set up to deal with them. None of you are dead yet, so why would I die first? Fang Chen said coldly. Fanja rushed over from the side, but unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to launch an attack before he was chopped into two halves by the hidden star sword. The ball of light floated in midair. It wanted to rush out of the illusion, but it lost itself in an instant. Big brother! Fan Ming shouted, but it was to no avail. Fanja's primordial spirit light ball landed in Fang Chen's palm. Originally, I had no enmity with you, but you secretly colluded with the Fiend Blood Tribe and wanted to kill me. Fang Chen looked at Fan Ming mockingly and said, The moment you made a move on me, you should have expected today's outcome. No, Fan Ming roared with a ferocious expression. So, you must die today. Fan Ming's heart was filled with fear. Fang Chen's cultivation had broken through and his strength had increased greatly. He could kill his big brother with a wave of his hand, which made him want to retreat. Crack! In front of Fan Ming, Fang Chen squeezed hard and crushed Fanja's primordial spirit. Big brother! Fan Ming screamed miserably. His eyes were scarlet and murderous intent surged in his heart. However, he didn't attack Fang Chen. Instead, he chose to escape from this place. Swoosh! Fan Ming's body turned into a stream of light and rushed into the distance. Go ahead and run. If you can escape from the illusion, it's my loss. Fang Chen shrugged and said disdainfully. Whoosh! 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 Fan Ming used all his strength and used his trump card. He even burned his blood essence to reach his maximum speed. I'll be safe as long as I escape from this place. I don't believe that he dares to attack me in front of so many people. Fan Ming thought to himself. However, no matter how hard he tried to escape, he couldn't escape from the illusion. How is this possible? Fan Ming's heart was filled with unwillingness. He used his mind to burn more than half of his blood essence. His speed soared again. At the same time, the power in his body surged as he tried to force his way out of the illusion. However, he still underestimated Fang Chen's means. Fang Chen had great attainments in the art of illusion. In addition, he had the supreme ancestral eye. Even a star Venerable would find it difficult to break through the illusion, let alone Fan Ming. Go! Fang Chen patted the hidden star sword gently. The hidden star sword let out a deafening sword cry. It whizzed through the void and chased after Fan Ming. After a while, a miserable cry was heard. The hidden star sword returned to Fang Chen's side. There was a little blood on the sword. Through the heavy fog, Fang Chen saw the scene of Fan Ming's primordial spirit shattering. You asked for it, Fang Chen muttered. If they hadn't secretly colluded with the evil blood tribe to deal with him, they wouldn't have ended up like this. Buzz. The illusion dissipated, and the ancient sword was put away. Fang Chen stepped on the hidden star sword and left the mountain range. The vast Zhiyun continent gradually calmed down. The evil blood tribe's plan had failed, so they didn't dare to attack for the time being. The Wei family had been looking for Fang Chen. Unfortunately, after he killed Fan Ming and Fan Zhe, he had returned to the ancient cold sect through the teleportation formation in Poadversity City. The trip to the Zhiyun continent had come to an end. This mission had taken a long time, which Fang Chen hadn't expected. Splash! With a flash of white light, Fang Chen came out of the teleportation formation. Suddenly, he felt strange gazes looking at him. Then, some official disciples hurriedly left the place. He ignored them and went back to the sparring area to find Elder Tianhan. Have you completed the mission? Elder Tianhan asked. Fang Chen nodded. There were some problems. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken so long. What about Fan Zhou and Fan Ming? Fang Chen pondered for a moment and said, They are dead. Killed by the evil blood tribe? Fang Chen shook his head. The two of them secretly colluded with the evil blood tribe to deal with me. They almost killed me. In the end, I killed them. After thinking about it, Fang Chen decided to tell Elder Tianhan the truth. When Elder Tianhan heard this, he was silent for a moment and said, You did well. This is the reward for your mission. Elder Tianhan handed some star stones to Fang Chen and said, Go back and have a good rest. The news of Fang Chen's return to the ancient cold sect spread quickly. The official disciple area was in an uproar. Countless disciples were waiting for the core disciple to make a move. Sure enough, after a while, that core disciple would speak, telling Fang Chen to quickly bring 100,000 star stones to accept his death. Otherwise, he would die without a proper burial ground. In the sparring area, many sparring partners gathered in the 100th courtyard when they heard that Fang Chen had returned. What's going on? Fang Chen asked. Everyone looked at each other. In the end, Sun Han explained. Sir, when the 1-month time limit was up, the core disciple did not see you. He took his anger out on our sparring area and even said that when you return, he will tear you into pieces. Sun Han said helplessly. During this period of time, our sparring area has suffered heavy casualties. In just a few months, the number of casualties has exceeded the previous 10 years. That core disciple has been secretly pressuring you because of his noble status. He wants to force you to appear. After hearing the whole story, Fang Chen frowned. His face was gloomy. He did not expect to implicate so many sparring partners in the sparring area because of him. At the same time, killing intent surged in Fang Chen's heart. I'm sorry to have implicated you. Fang Chen nodded at everyone. Fang Chen, the other party, is a core disciple. He is very powerful. You'd better not be rash. Yes, at most, we will take it on together. So what if he is a core disciple? Can he cover the sky with one hand? Why don't we gather 100,000 star stones and send it to him as an apology? Many sparring partners were thinking of a solution. They did not want to see Fang Chen clash head-on with the core disciple. That would be like hitting a rock with an egg. Sir, the news of your return has already spread in the ancient Frigid sect. That guy said that he wants you to bring 100,000 star stones to die. Sun Han said ruthlessly, this guy is too arrogant. Not only does he want 100,000 star stones, but he also wants your life. Fang Chen stood up and looked at everyone. Then, he said, help me send a message. He has 3 days to bring 1 million star stones to the sparring area to apologize. Otherwise, he will die. Chapter 2842. A single stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Fang Chen's words undoubtedly ignited the passion of the ancient Frost sect's official disciples. They were incomparably excited, and they were all paying attention to see what the core disciple would do. After all, Fang Chen, as a sparring partner, had suppressed the official disciples' area by himself. This was a great humiliation to them. If Fang Chen could be punished, they would be happy to see it. Not long after Fang Chen's words spread, the core disciple shouted through the air. Interesting. A mere sparring partner dares to ask me to bring 1,000,000 star stones to apologize? The core disciple sneered. 3 days? I'll wait for you here. The core disciple was completely infuriated by Fang Chen. He came from the core area to the official disciples area, waiting to see what Fang Chen would do in 3 days. Everyone, including the official disciples, was waiting to see Fang Chen make a fool of himself. In the sparring area, many sparring partners had grave expressions. Fang Chen directly confronted the core disciple. This was an extremely irrational method. However, he had already made up his mind. It was useless for others to dissuade him. Sun Han, you should persuade Fang Chen. Some of the sparring partners whispered to Sun Han. That's right. That core disciple is called Ding Mu. It's said that he stepped into the god level not long ago. Fang Chen is not his match at all. It's not too late to apologize now. If you really wait for 3 days, everything will be over. However, after hearing these people's words, Sun Han shook his head. I believe in Lord. After saying that, Sun Han turned and entered the 100th courtyard. 3 days was neither long nor short. During this time, everyone's gaze was on the 100th courtyard. They were waiting, as if they were thinking of how to deal with it. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. Finally, under everyone's gazes, Fang Chen walked out of the 100th courtyard. Sun Han followed closely behind him. He's out. Many sparring partners instantly widened their eyes as they looked at Fang Chen. The time is up. I did not see Ding Mu come with 1,000,000 star stones to apologize. Fang Chen grinned. In that case, I'll go find him. With that, Fang Chen left the sparring area with Sun Han. At the same time, in the official disciple area square, Ding Mu was waiting quietly. Senior brother Ding Mu, I heard that Fang Chen has come out. He seems to be coming for you. I told you that guy was just trying to please the crowd. Once the 3 days are up, he will definitely apologize to senior brother Ding Mu. What a foolish fellow. You were so arrogant back then. Don't you still have to lower your head now? Many people sneered and mocked Fang Chen. Ding Mu raised his head and looked into the distance. His eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. I'd like to see what sort of excuse you have. Everyone thought that Fang Chen was here to apologize to Ding Mu, but the result was out of everyone's expectations. On the square, Fang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he slowly walked forward. Every step he took attracted the attention of countless people. When he arrived in front of Ding Mu, they looked at each other across the air. Ding Mu sneered and looked at Fang Chen, waiting for the latter to speak. I told you to bring 1,000,000 star stones to apologize within 3 days, but you didn't come, Fang Chen said calmly. So what? Ding Mu asked disdainfully. Back then, I told you to bring 100,000 star stones and apologize within a month, but you refused, Ding Mu said. Now, even if you take out 1,000,000 star stones, you will die without a doubt. Ding Mu already had killing intent in his heart, wanting to kill Fang Chen. As a core disciple, it was normal for him to kill a sparring disciple. You killed Fatida, right? Fang Chen wasn't angry. Instead, he asked, do you know that he was my subordinate? That kind of blind guy deserved to die, Ding Mu cursed. Fang Chen nodded and stretched out his hand. Ding Mu was stunned. He didn't understand Fang Chen's meaning. What about 1,000,000 star stones? Fang Chen asked. Whoosh! The entire square was in an uproar. Countless cultivators widened their eyes. Is he crazy? After a short commotion, someone finally couldn't help but cry out. They couldn't understand. How could a sparring disciple be so confident in front of a core disciple? What did you say? Even Ding Mu thought that he had heard wrongly. 1,000,000 star stones, Fang Chen said calmly, ignoring the shocked gazes of the surrounding people. Everyone was discussing. Many people were mocking Fang Chen, thinking that he was overestimating himself. Stupid guy. He actually dares to ask for 1,000,000 star stones in front of senior brother Dingmu? Who does he think he is? What a joke. After killing a few official disciples, he started to become arrogant and thinks that he is invincible. Just watch. Senior brother Dingmu isn't someone to be trifled with. 1,000,000 star stones? Why doesn't he go to heaven? Even for a core disciple like Dingmu, 1,000,000 star stones was an extremely huge sum. However, Fang Chen was asking for such an exorbitant price. Moreover, looking at his serious expression, it seemed that he was determined to ask for star stones. I asked you to bring 1,000,000 star stones to apologize within 3 days. Since you didn't come, I can only come personally, Fang Chen said with a shrug. Dingmu pointed at himself and laughed out loud. His laughter was very crazy. You want to ask for star stones from me? Why can't I? Fang Chen asked. Finally, when Fang Chen's voice fell, Dingmu stopped laughing. His expression gradually became gloomy. He opened his palm, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his palm. His pitch-black eyes stared at Fang Chen. Originally, I thought that as long as you brought 100,000 star stones and kneeled down to beg for mercy, I would cripple your cultivation and get out of the ancient cold sect. Then, this matter would be over. However, you don't know what's good for you. From now on, you will be my enemy. Dingmu had never been soft-hearted towards his enemies. If I, Dingmu, want to kill you, no one can save you, Dingmu said coldly. So, are you sure you won't give me star stones? Fang Chen asked again. Do you have the qualifications? With a boom, Dingmu made his move. His hands were constantly forming seals, and rays of dark light appeared in the sky. When these rays of dark light gathered together, they condensed into a shocking long rod. Dingmu's big hand reached out and grabbed the illusory long rod in his hand. He swung it forcefully, and the long rod swept across the area. Even the void was trembling. Many cultivators in the surroundings retreated. The power that was emitted from the long rod made them feel extremely pressured. Some weaker cultivators couldn't even withstand it and directly prostrated themselves on the ground. Die! Dingmu let out a low growl. His long staff carried an unparalleled force as it pressed down on Fang Chen. A powerful force swooped down and surrounded Fang Chen. Seeing this, Dingmu sneered. Under his all-out attack, Fang Chen would definitely die. Just a half-step star Venerable. Originally, people thought that Dingmu had already stepped into the star Venerable realm. However, judging from the aura that he released, he was just a half-step star Venerable. Simply speaking, his current realm should be between the Life Ancient realm and the Star Venerable realm. He was a half-step Star Venerable who was much stronger than the peak Life Ancient realm expert. The gap between a half-step Star Venerable and a true Star Venerable was too big. Fang Chen had been able to kill early-stage Star Venerables, let alone a mere half-step Star Venerables. Whoosh! Seeing that the long rod was about to fall, Fang Chen flicked his finger. Starlight lingered on his fingertip. Everyone was dumbfounded as the starlight on his fingertip blocked Dingmu's long rod attack. Dong! The entire space trembled. The long rod's falling path was blocked. A wild aura burst out. No matter how hard Dingmu tried, the long rod could not fall. Damn it! Dingmu cursed. Killing intent surged all over his body. Poochie! The starlight lingering on Fang Chen's fingertip entered the long rod. With a boom, the long rod exploded from the inside and shattered. Dang! 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 Dingmu quickly retreated. At the same time, Fang Chen took out the hidden star sword and slashed out calmly. Rip! Above the sky, a dazzling sword light appeared. The extremely powerful power of the way of the sword enveloped the entire world. Everyone's hearts trembled and a storm was set off. Press down. After Fang Chen said this word, the majestic sword light pressed down rapidly. Scram! Ding Mu roared and threw out a punch. Crack! Chapter 2843. Fang Chen suppressed Ding Mu with a single sword strike. No words could describe how stunning Fang Chen was. It was too shocking. Everyone's eyeballs were about to fall out. Ding Mu was a core disciple of the ancient cold sect. Although he had not truly stepped into the Star Venerate realm, he was at least a half-step Star Venerate. However, he had no power to resist an ancient life realm cultivator. The entire square was dead silent. Everyone stood in their original spots, not moving at all. Only the piercingly cold sword chi in the air proved that they had just gone through a great battle. Even Ding Mu himself had forgotten about the pain. His eyes were cloudy as he stared at the hidden star sword above his head. His heart was in turmoil, and his body was trembling non-stop. In the void, the sharp and domineering sword chi whizzed over, and the entire world was in a state of oppression. Fang Chen held the hidden star sword in his hand and looked coldly at Ding Mu. Heavens! Ding Mu was actually suppressed by him. Is this real? What did I just see? A sparring partner actually suppressed a core disciple? After a while, a thunderous roar erupted from the plaza. Countless cultivators were shouting hysterically. A sparring partner suppressing a core disciple. From a certain perspective, Fang Chen had created a record that no one in the future could reach. He is too strong. No wonder he dared to ask for 1,000,000 star stones from Ding Mu. If I were him, I would do the same. A half-step Star Venerate was suppressed by a single sword strike. If he wanted to kill Ding Mu would have died long ago. That's right. This person's strength has exceeded everyone's expectations. His strength has already surpassed that genius from 10,000 years ago. Ding Mu kicked an iron plate this time. Let's see how he deals with this. The hearts of many people were filled with shock. However, they endured it and looked at Fang Chen with sparkling eyes. Around the hidden star sword, there was an extremely powerful sword chi. As long as Fang Chen willed it, the sharp blade would cut open Ding Mu's head and kill him. However, at this moment, Fang Chen stopped his attack. The sword chi pressed down on Ding Mu. How is this possible? After Ding Mu recovered from his shock, a bitter smile appeared on his face. His heart was filled with fear as he looked at Fang Chen with dread. He was too strong. He didn't even have the strength to fight back. He could feel that if that sword had continued to press down, he would have died without a doubt. Right now, he could only place his hopes on the rules of the ancient frigid sect and hope that this sparring partner would stop attacking. You win. Ding Mu shrugged and said helplessly. However, I am a core disciple. If you are to kill me, it will bring you trouble, Ding Mu said. He emphasized that he was a core disciple in order to intimidate Fang Chen. Are you threatening me? Fang Chen sneered. I'm not threatening you. I'm just stating a fact. The core disciples are the most elite disciples of the ancient frigid sect. Every death of one is a great loss. Ding Mu said calmly. So you're saying that our sparring partners deserve to be killed? Fang Chen asked. For a moment Ding Mu was speechless. Before the battle, you said that you were going to kill me. You even asked me to bring 100,000 star stones to accept your death. You were so arrogant back then. Why are you so scared now? Fang Chen sneered. Fatty was my man, but you killed him mercilessly. From that moment onwards we will not rest until one of us is dead. Are you really going to attack me? Hearing Fang Chen's words, Ding Mu's expression changed as he asked in a deep voice. Bang! The hidden star sword smashed Ding Mu with force and sent him flying. A miserable shriek came from his mouth. His head was covered in blood. Ding Mu climbed up from the ground in a sorry state and glared at Fang Chen. Of course, I won't let you die like this. Fang Chen sneered. If I don't see 1,000,000 star stones in 3 days, you can wait for death. After speaking, Fang Chen added, Don't think of asking others for help. Otherwise, I don't mind destroying your body and soul. Whoosh! As he spoke, Fang Chen flicked his finger and a ray of light entered Ding Mu's body at lightning speed. Ding Mu's face turned hideous and his body trembled. What did you do to me? Ding Mu roared in anger. If I don't see the star stones in 3 days, your body will completely rot and your primordial spirit will gradually dissipate. Fang Chen said, Don't think of asking others for help. No one in the ancient cold sect can cure my poison. After swallowing the poisonous calamity divine pill, Fang Chen's body had become poisonous. His blood contained extremely strong poison. Even a supreme god expert couldn't cure his poison. You, Ding Mu roared in anger. He was shocked to find that the poison in his body had begun to spread and his internal organs were being corroded. What kind of poison is this? Why is it so powerful? Ding Mu's heart was filled with fear. He glared at Fang Chen fiercely and then turned to leave. Clap, clap, clap. Thunderous applause resounded in the square. Fang Chen's performance had completely conquered all the official disciples. At this moment, even the official disciples who were filled with resentment towards Fang Chen were willing to applaud him. An early-life ancient realm sparring partner was actually able to suppress a core disciple with a single sword strike. This method was enough to go down in history. Fang Chen returned to the sparring area under the support of all the sparring partners. The entire sparring area was in an uproar. They gathered the star stones they had accumulated over the years and held a luxurious banquet for Fang Chen. Elder Tianhan also came to the banquet. He nodded at Fang Chen with a smile on his face. Fang Chen also felt the change in Elder Tianhan's attitude towards him, but he didn't say anything. Fang Chen, let me toast you. Ha ha, I didn't expect that a peerless genius like you would appear in our sparring area. Yeah, today is the happiest day I've had in the sparring area for countless years. In the past, I was always looked down upon by the ancient Frost sect disciples. Today, I can finally hold my head up high. Even that person from 10,000 years ago can't compare to you. At the banquet, countless sparring partners came to drink with Fang Chen. Fang Chen didn't refuse any of them and smiled brightly. After 3 rounds of drinking, Elder Tianhan came to Fang Chen and said, The higher-ups have already noticed you. They are very satisfied with your performance. Fang Chen nodded. Elder Tianhan continued, It won't be long before you can shake off your status as a sparring partner and become a true core disciple. Let me congratulate you first. I didn't expect that you would be able to achieve this in such a short time. Thank you, Elder Tianhan, Fang Chen said. Right, what are you going to do with Ding Mu? Elder Tianhan suddenly asked. I went out to do a mission and missed my appointment with him. Then, I vented my anger on the sparring partners in the sparring area. This person is too evil and likes to bully the weak. Also, Fatty Da can't die for nothing, Fang Chen said in a low voice. You want to kill Ding Mu? Elder Tianhan was a little surprised. He originally thought that Fang Chen would let Ding Mu go after getting 1 million star stones. 1 million star stones isn't a small amount. If Ding Mu can get it, I suggest that you let him go, Elder Tianhan said. Ding Mu also has an elder behind him. It won't be easy to deal with this matter if it gets out of hand. Fang Chen shook his head. I gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it. I'm just reminding you. After Ding Mu returned to the core area today, he immediately found the elder behind him and asked him to expel the poison from his body. Once the poison in his body is expelled, he definitely won't give you any star stones. You have to plan well. After Elder Tianhan finished speaking, he turned and left. Fang Chen watched him leave and grinned. It's a pity that my poison isn't an ordinary poison. Even if the elder behind him attacked with his full strength, I'm still confident. In a courtyard in the core area, Ding Mu's internal organs were severely corroded. He sat cross-legged on the ground, and there was an elder behind him. The elder's hands were on his back, helping him expel the poison. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A vast power rushed into Ding Mu's body and fought against the poison. Gotcha! However, this power was devoured by the poison in just one move. Then, the poison spread throughout Ding Mu's body without any restraint. Poochie! Suddenly, the elder suffered a backlash. He spat out a mouthful of blood and his body swayed. Elder! Ding Mu opened his eyes and hurriedly called out. The elder's eyes were filled with fear. I've never seen such a domineering poison. It's too powerful. Hearing this, Ding Mu was very anxious. Could it be that even the elder can't do anything? The elder wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and lightly shook his head. I can't do anything either. The poison is spreading in your body and it will corrode your entire body in a few days. Prepare the star stones. There's no other way. Chapter 2844. In fact, it wasn't just the official disciple area. The core area was also in an uproar. Many cultivators who had a good relationship with Ding Mu were puzzled when they learned that he had been heavily injured by a sparring partner. However, when they understood the ins and outs of the matter, they were dumbfounded. They couldn't imagine how an ancient life realm sparring partner could be so powerful. At this moment, they all thought of the sparring partner who had appeared out of nowhere a few years ago. Now, he had become a legendary expert of the ancient frigid sect. Could it be that another Mo Hong has appeared? Even the Mo Hong from 10,000 years ago couldn't have such terrifying battle prowess in the same realm, right? That's right. Although Ding Mu hasn't stepped into the Star Venerate realm, he's still a half-step Star Venerate. He's invincible in the ancient life realm. Yet, he was heavily injured by this sparring partner called Fong Chen. How terrifying! Just what kind of person is he? For a time, the core area was in an uproar. Everyone was discussing Fong Chen. Time passed. 3 days later, Ding Mu appeared in the official disciple area, causing a huge commotion. What's going on? Isn't that Elder Ding? He's bringing Ding Mu to the sparring area. Is he looking for Fong Chen to ask for an explanation? This is too much. Is he using an elder to suppress Fong Chen? When many official disciples saw this scene, they all followed Elder Ding and Ding Mu to the sparring area. Where is Fong Chen? Elder Ding stopped an ordinary sparring partner and asked in a deep voice. The sparring partner stammered and pointed at the 100th courtyard where Fong Chen was. Fong Chen. Ding Mu's voice reverberated through the entire sparring area, sounding mighty and mighty. Immediately, all the sparring partners gathered in front of the 100th courtyard. Elder Ding? Why has he come here? Elder Ding stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his pitch-black eyes staring at the 100th courtyard. Beside him, Ding Mu's face was pale as he nervously waited for Fong Chen to appear. Creak. The door opened and Fong Chen strolled out. He glanced at Elder Ding, then his gaze landed on Ding Mu. Did you bring the Star Stone? Fong Chen asked. Ding Mu's eyes were filled with madness. Flames of fury burned in his heart, but in the end, he forced himself to suppress it. I brought it, Ding Mu said. Remove the poison in my body first, then I will give you the Star Stones. As Ding Mu spoke, he took out a spatial ring from his chest and shook it in the air. Are you negotiating with me? Fong Chen frowned, somewhat displeased. Ding Mu instantly became anxious. He turned his head and looked at Elder Ding for help. The latter stepped forward and grinned. Young man, where it's possible to make mistakes, one should spare them. You and Ding Mu are both members of the ancient cold sect. Why must you hurt each other? Elder Ding's words were flawless, but to Fong Chen's ears, they were exceptionally harsh. Take out the antidote. I'll give you the Star Stone, Elder Ding said slowly. Fong Chen shrugged and said nothing. A cold, killing intent flashed in the depths of Elder Ding's eyes. The surrounding disciples felt their hearts tremble. What sort of poison was this that even Elder Ding was helpless against? It had to be known that Elder Ding was a true god. As for Fong Chen, he was only an ancient life realm martial artist. There's nothing to say. I'll only take out the star stone if I see it. Otherwise, with that, Fong Chen turned around and prepared to enter the courtyard. Elder Ding's expression changed. Then, he nodded at Ding Mu. Here. The spatial ring instantly shot out. Fong Chen stretched out his hand and caught it. He opened it and saw a total of 1,000,000 star stones. With a thought, he stored these star stones in Dark Cave Mountain. Then, he flicked his finger and a beam of light shot out. Ding Mu hurriedly reached out and caught it. This is the antidote? Ding Mu looked at Fong Chen in confusion. The latter ignored him. Although he was suspicious, he still swallowed it. 1. After the pill entered his mouth, the medicinal effects quickly spread. His corroded organs began to heal. Seeing this, it wasn't just Ding Mu who was shocked. Even Elder Ding was shocked. A moment later, Ding Mu's injuries were completely healed. The poison in his body had also been completely expelled. He was in high spirits and had regained his usual vigor. After carefully examining Ding Mu and confirming that he was fine, Elder Ding smiled at Fong Chen. Little friend, this old man is very interested in this poison of yours. I wonder if you can tell me about it? Don't worry. This old man will definitely thank you. Fong Chen shook his head, refusing Elder Ding's request. How could he not know what Elder Ding was thinking? Seeing how overbearing his poison was, Elder Ding wanted to take it for himself. Unfortunately, he didn't buy it. You don't need to worry. I'm just studying it. Elder Ding waved his hand and smiled. However, Fong Chen still refused. Cupping my fists, this is my unique skill. I won't pass it on to outsiders. Hearing this, Elder Ding's face completely darkened. Kid, don't be so shameless. As an elder of the ancient cold sect, I have a high status. Talking to you is already lowering my status. How can you be so ungrateful? Elder Ding said coldly. Ding Mu, who was at the side, also clamored. Humph, ignorant fellow. You even dare to offend Elder Ding. You're dead meat. In Ding Mu's eyes, sparring partners had the lowest status in the ancient cold sect. They should selflessly contribute to him. Ha! Fong Chen sneered. Since that's the case, I won't force you. Elder Ding's expression changed. He said meaningfully, this old man has been researching a secret skill recently. I've consumed a large amount of star stones and am a little short on money. I wonder if you can lend me some star stones. Don't worry. After I've researched the secret skill, I'll definitely return it double. The surrounding disciples rolled their eyes. Wasn't this too shameless? How could he ask for star stones so brazenly? Sorry, I'm not lending, Fong Chen replied cleanly. Don't go overboard. Do you believe that I won't kill you in front of everyone? Ding Mu roared angrily, threatening Fong Chen. Fong Chen spread out his hands and said disdainfully, You think you can do that? Ding Mu was furious, but he didn't dare to make a move. After all, he was very clear about how terrifying Fong Chen's strength was. The reason why he dared to challenge Fong Chen was because Elder Ding was backing him up. His gaze fell on Elder Ding. Elder Ding, a mere sparring partner dares to treat you like this. Can you tolerate it? If I remember correctly, sparring partners are the lowest in the ancient cold sect. Even if you kill them, the higher-ups won't say anything. This kid is arrogant and has provoked Elder Ding time and time again. He even threatened to wipe out all the disciples in the core area. It's simply unreasonable. The existence of such a person has seriously destroyed the order in the ancient cold sect. Elder Ding, please kill this kid and return peace to the ancient cold sect. Everyone was completely speechless at Ding Mu. They couldn't imagine that a human could be so despicable to such an extent. Elder Ding, who was standing at the side, stared at Fong Chen without blinking. Boom! Suddenly, a vast aura was emitted from his body. The entire area became extremely oppressive. Fong Chen felt that his body was restrained and he couldn't move. Is this the power of a divine sovereign? Fong Chen murmured. He was shocked. According to his estimation, Elder Ding's cultivation should have reached the legendary Holy Sovereign realm. He wasn't someone a star sovereign could compare to. In front of Elder Ding, he didn't even have the chance to make a move. However, he wasn't afraid of Elder Ding. He had already guessed that such a situation would happen. When he detoxified Ding Mu, he held back. Elder Ding, are you sure you want to make a move? Fang Chen asked calmly. You asked for it, Elder Ding said. Fang Chen pointed at Ding Mu and said, if you want to see him die with your own eyes, then do it. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, Ding Mu started foaming at the mouth and fell to the ground. He fainted instantly. What's going on? Elder Ding hurriedly checked Ding Mu's body. Soon, his face became gloomier. What did you do to the elixir? Elder Ding asked angrily. Take out the real antidote. Elder Ding's body exuded an unparalleled power, forcing Fang Chen. Chapter 2845. What do you want? Elder Ding, who was burning with rage, originally wanted to attack and kill Fang Chen. However, he stopped his attack in the end. His aura fluctuated, and a wild gust of wind blew past. His robes fluttered in the wind. He looked at Ding Mu anxiously. You should be asking what Elder Ding wants, right? Fang Chen shrugged and smiled at Elder Ding. Elder Ding's expression changed. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the poison in Ding Mu's body was. Just now, he thought that he could force out half of the poison with his powerful strength, but he failed. Moreover, every time he forced the poison out, the poison would spread faster. This made him very anxious. Hand over the antidote, and I can guarantee that I will not cause trouble for you in the future. In such a short period of time, Ding Mu was already foaming at the mouth, as if he was about to die. His origin spirit was also dispersing. This made Elder Ding even more anxious. Right now, he did not have the time to think about the 1,000,000 star stones. He only wanted to save Ding Mu. Whoosh! Elder Tian Han appeared out of thin air and nodded at Fang Chen. Hand over the antidote. Elder Ding has already promised that he will not cause trouble for you. With Elder Ding's status, he will not lie to you. Elder Tian Han's words were no different from saying that he was present and could be a witness. If Elder Ding turned hostile, he could definitely step forward to protect Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded and directly handed over the other half of the antidote. After all, Elder Tian Han was an elder, and his status was rather high. If he really turned hostile, he would not gain any benefits. After obtaining the antidote, Elder Ding hastily fed it to Ding Mu, and the latter fell unconscious. However, his expression eased a lot, and the poison in his body was quickly dispersing. After a while, his aura stabilized. Seeing this, Elder Ding let out a sigh of relief. He glared fiercely at Fang Chen, and with a flick of his sleeve, he left with Ding Mu. He left behind many cultivators looking at each other in shock. In the 100th courtyard, Fang Chen and Elder Tianhan sat on the stone bench, while Sun Han stood beside them and poured tea for them. Elder Tianhan sighed and said, "You've completely become enemies with Elder Ding this time. With his vengeful nature, he will definitely not let this matter rest. It doesn't matter. As long as I don't give him another chance, he won't dare to do anything to me in the ancient Frigid sect," Fang Chen said. Elder Tianhan shook his head. "You've underestimated Elder Ding's methods. There's a huge reason why he's able to establish himself in the ancient cold sect. Moreover, you are about to enter the core area and will often see Elder Ding. If he wants to do something to you secretly, he can do it without anyone knowing. However, the identity of a core disciple might be able to intimidate Elder Ding." Fang Chen was stunned. Could it be that the upper echelons of the ancient Frigid sect had been paying attention to him and wanted him to become a core disciple? "Listen to me slowly," Elder Tianhan said. At the same time, in the clouds of the void, Ancient Han and Ancestor Han looked at each other and laughed. "This guy actually still has such a trick up his sleeve." Ancestor Han laughed heartily. It had been a long time since he laughed so happily because of a junior disciple. He could suppress Ding Mu with one strike. His attacking power is already comparable to a star venerate. Even among the core disciples, he's one of the best, Ancient Han said with a smile. 10,000 years ago, Emo Hong had appeared in the sparring area. 10,000 years later, Fang Chen, who was far more powerful than Emo Hong, had appeared. Ancestor Han was very excited. Back then, Emo Hong had relied on his monstrous talent and used the ancient frigid sect as a springboard to soar into the sky. Now, he'd already become a famous expert in the 99 continents under the ancient frigid sect. Moreover, he was quite famous in the immemorial chaotic world. After a period of observation, Sect Master Han Gu believed that whether it was potential or strength, Fang Chen was far superior to Emo Hong. He could imagine how terrifying Fang Chen would be in the near future. Now, it seemed that Ancestor Han's decision back then was really wise. There aren't many people in the younger generation who can make the absolute Star Sector Lord call his brother, Ancestor Han said. Ancestor Frost said, "This guy's potential is monstrous. He needs to experience life and death situations to grow. I'm going to send him to the border continent to train himself." "Isn't it too early?" Ancient Han asked. "No, it's not. He can fight across realms, so he has the ability to protect himself. If he can come back alive, he'll definitely be famous," Ancestor Han said. On a certain day, a mysterious phenomenon appeared in the sky of the core region. Deafening thunder resounded throughout the land. Wang Heng had successfully come out of seclusion. He'd broken through the last bottleneck and successfully entered the Star Venerate realm. "Congratulations, Wang Heng." Many core disciples came to congratulate him. Even some of the higher-ups and elders had come. Wang Heng's face was full of smiles. He received everyone one by one. After returning to the courtyard, he heard news about Fang Chen. Even though he's just a sparring partner, he's still so outstanding. Wang Heng sighed. The reason he'd been able to break through to the Star Venerate realm was all because of the Wang family's accumulation and the Ice Ancestors' inheritance. However, Fang Chen was different. He'd been alone for so long. He'd overcome many difficulties and obstacles to reach this step by step. It was really not easy. Only he knew how difficult it had been. Wang Heng believed that if the two of them exchanged identities, Fang Chen might have already reached the Saint Venerate realm. From this, it could be seen how monstrous Fang Chen's potential was. With such a big commotion, I think the higher-ups of the ancient Han sect are already paying attention. It won't be long before we can see Brother Fang in the core area, Wang Heng said with a smile. Indeed, half a month later, a piece of news spread throughout the ancient Han sect. Sparring partner Fang Chen had been successfully accepted into the core area because of his outstanding performance. From now on, Fang Chen had transitioned from a sparring partner to a core disciple. This was a qualitative leap. When Fang Chen headed to the core area, many sparring partners were reluctant to part with him. Many official disciples were filled with fear. They even thought that they couldn't casually kill ordinary sparring partners in the future. If Fang Chen turned hostile, they wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. In short, in less than a year since he'd arrived at the ancient Han sect, Fang Chen had reached this step by step. After arriving at the core area, Fang Chen met an acquaintance. Humph! When Ding Mu saw Fang Chen, he snorted and turned to leave. Knowing Fang Chen's terrifying strength, Ding Mu didn't dare to make a move. However, this didn't stop him from reporting to Elder Ding. Soon, Elder Ding hurried over. A vast aura came from the void, and the entire sky froze instantly. Fang Chen. Elder Ding stood with his hands behind his back and looked down at Fang Chen. "Elder Ding, what can I do for you?" Fang Chen asked. "Do you still remember what happened in the sparring area?" Elder Ding asked. Fang Chen nodded. Elder Ding's face was ferocious as he said coldly, "I'm in charge of the daily lives of core disciples. You've offended me. From now on, don't think you'll have a good life." Elder Ding, are you threatening me? Fang Qin frowned. Threatening? Are you worthy? Elder Ding said disdainfully. He had been brooding over the loss of 1,000,000 star stones. Moreover, in front of so many people, this guy actually didn't give him any face at all. This made Elder Ding extremely furious. Even for a paragon like Elder Ding, 1,000,000 star stones wasn't a small amount. In order to cheat the antidote, he took out all his savings and borrowed some star stones from his friend. Only then did he have 1,000,000. He originally wanted to find an excuse to take the antidote back by force after getting it. However, he failed, so he was very angry. Elder Ding, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Fang Chen directly ignored Elder Ding's threat and turned to leave. Looking at his back, Ding Mu was anxious. Elder Ding, this guy is too arrogant. Are we just going to let him leave like this? That's 1,000,000 star stones. Idiot, if it weren't for you, would this have happened? Elder Ding scolded. Don't think about this. Cultivate properly. Of course, this matter won't end here. My 1,000,000 star stones aren't that easy to get.